Mektubun girişini şöyle yapalım Kerem amca. Sevgili Türkiye'nin yeni yüzyılı başlıyorsun diye çok heyecanlıyız. Nasılsın?
Çok güzel olmuş. Al yaz bakalım.
Bizi soracak olursanız doğruluk ve kardeşlik, çalışmak ve yürek aşkımız.
Ne güzel dedin usta.
Yaz evladım.
İşleri soracak olursam,
Fabrikalar üretiyor.
Memleketimiz durmadan boyatıp büyüyor.
Yazalım bunları da.
Sen bu satırları okurken
Bir geleceği yazıyor.
hayallerimiz büyük.
Sakın şaşırma.
Sayenizde bu bizim yüzyılımız olacak arkadaşlar.
zirveler korkutucu seni.
Yüzde cesaret,
Yürekte sevginin.
Emel'in, hayalin, Ahmet'in senin. Herkesin, her şeyin selamı var sana. Sağlıcakla kal, payidar ol.
Kerem Bey ne güzel oldu.
Evet ama
Aa. Pul unutulur da Atatürk unutulur mu?
unutulmaz.
Unutulmaz. Tam 85 yıldır ülkemizle büyüdük. Ülkemizi büyüdük. Bahtiyarız. Türkiye'nin yeni yüzyılında halkımızın her hayali gerçek olsun diye var gücümüzle desteğe hazır. Çünkü biz
Günaydın arkadaşlar. Alo. Teşekkür ederim. Sağ olun. Sizler? Sağ olun. Evrak şimdi geldi önüme. Tamam işte.
Etmesen de dünya dönüyor. Dersen de yıllar geçiyor. Fark etmesen de dünya dönüyor. Sen ne dersen de yıllar geçiyor. Fark etmesen de la la la la.
Biz bu kadar yıl nasıl geçti fark etmedik. Çünkü insanlar ve ihtiyaçlar değişse de 69 yılın her anı sizin için çalıştık, sizin için ürettik. Dünya döndükçe Vakıfbank daima seninle. Birlikte nice senelere.
Yıllar geçermiş geçsin ruhumuz gence.
Good morning, everyone. It's a rainy day, and we appreciate you all being here today. Second day of the summit is about to start. Certainly a lot to talk about today as well. And now, this year is of particular importance for Turkey for one main reason, because Turkey has just marked its centennial, the century of Turkey. So if you were in Turkey on the 29th of October this year, you may remember the spectacular events that took place across the country, celebrations that took place across Turkey's 81 provinces, with the main one taking place here in Istanbul. I'm not sure if you watched the naval parade, which included more than 100 warships. Then my favorite was the drone show, and Efnan, you and I were on air at the time. I remember.
We were indeed. We were.
It was spectacular to watch. So certainly, century of Turkey is something that is of paramount importance for the country.
Right, and in that scale of importance, education is also at the top of the list. And new achievements and developments, as I mentioned, await our country in the new era while we set sail with the vision of the century of Turkey. An important pillar of these developments, as I mentioned, will be in the field of education. It is precisely for this purpose that the Turkish Maarif Foundation endeavors all over the world to raise the flag of this beautiful, beautiful country, Turkey.
Indeed. And now, before we begin the second day of the summit, let's watch this video, which marks Turkey's century, made by Maarif Foundation.
Türkiye Maarif Vakfı olarak Cumhuriyetimizin
As Turkish Maarif Foundation, we do take place in the international education field to represent our country. With the inspiration we take from Turkey's bridge position, we do dedicate ourselves for a higher quality education and to give an education opportunity to as many students as possible. We do not limit ourselves to education. Of course, we would like to make our name heard through friendship and friendly relationships with our friends in the world. We work non-stop and we endeavor to raise people with good future and good values for the well-being of human beings.
As we watched yesterday, the videos of the good practices in education from the Maarif schools in different countries, we will continue to see particular videos of those good practices throughout the day today as well. This time we are going to Mali to see the African Maarif sports games. Let's have a look.
African Maarif sports games are internationally organized and it's breaking grounds in the world. The students who are receiving education in Maarif schools do come together with other schools and they do this joint event.
dahil 10 ülkeden 1500 sporcu katılım sağladı.
1,500 participants from 100 different schools have participated in Maarif sports games, and also the ambassadors of the participating countries and many bureaucrats from Mali participated to Maarif sports games. The Minister of National Sports and the president of Turkish Maarif Foundation, Professor Dr. Birol Akgün, was among the participants.
Lors de ces Jeux sportifs, j'étais ravie que j'étais contente de montrer mes capacités.
During these games, we came together with many young people of different ages. We did have a lot of competitions in different fields. It was a very valuable experience for me. And likewise, in order to realize my dreams, I needed some skills, and with the help of the schools, I am receiving some trainings to improve my skills. We are trying to contribute to the purposes and objectives of Maarif schools by organizing these events. This award means to me that my dreams can come true. It proves that I can realize even the dreams as long as I have confidence in myself. I believe that it's possible. My future sporting goals are to develop further and to participate in other international competitions around the world. My future goals would be to improve physically and technically to qualify for the Olympic Games. In the future, we want to honor Mali and show that Mali is a great sports country. On the first day of the event, a minute silence was observed in memory of the victims of the earthquake that hit Turkey. This gesture touched me and all our Turkish friends. We asked Maarif authorities to organize these kind of events in 2024 in Mali. You should not rely on muscles or physical strength. Mind strength is also important, because I believe I had that mental strength, and there were athletes who were more muscular than me, but I won. The most important thing that the tournament is very, very permanent. It is a tradition, and Maarif's innovation and our dream, we know that they can come true thanks to these kind of events. The children can reinforce their social and physical activities. We can say that sports is a uniting power in Africa. If you want something, then you have to work for it, because there will be some obstacles on your path, and you have to overcome them.
Field, something I've never seen before.
Right.
Physical activity is an integral part of education, and I believe one way to remain physically active is to engage in a sport. So the African Maarif Games are serving exactly that purpose, and as the education coordinator, Mr. Cesar, highlighted, this is an integral part not just for the African Maarif Games, but also for the Maarif Foundation.
Right, and as I mentioned yesterday, Jafar, there's a lot we can learn from these students that are taking part in the Maarif Foundation's events, such as one of the students, she said perseverance is key, and that strength comes from the mind before our physical strength. Nothing is impossible as long as you have confidence in yourself. Another quote from one of the students in that video.
And we are certainly grateful for one of the students who expressed solidarity and his condolences for the earthquake victims here in Turkey, the earthquake that took place on the 6th of February, claiming the lives of tens of thousands of people. So we are grateful for their brotherhood.
Indeed. It's now time for the first session of the Istanbul Education Summit, which is titled Education in the Century of Turkey. As Turkey moves forward, education will continue to be driving force, fostering innovation, inclusivity, and competitiveness on both national and international stages. The commitment for creating a virtuous generation remains at the forefront of Turkey's educational mission in the century ahead.
All right, let's begin by inviting our speakers to the stage. First and foremost, please welcome Azmi Özcan, Professor of Department of History at Fatih Sultan Mehmet Vakıf University. Professor Özcan is known in the international community for his research on colonial history, Ottoman modern history, and South Asian Muslims. He wrote 4 books published in the field of recent Ottoman history and penned down many articles in different languages. Professor Özcan, welcome.
Our next speaker is Halil Berktay. He is the Professor of School of Education at Ibn Khaldun University. Professor Berktay served as a history program coordinator, Turkish studies program coordinator, Sabancı Summer School coordinator, and Sabancı Harvard Summer School coordinator at the same university. His research interests include historiography, the formation of Turkish nationalism and national memory, the Turkish revolutions in comparative perspective, and so on. Welcome to the stage, Professor Berktay.
And now please welcome Associate Professor Celile Okten, Turkish Deputy Minister of National Education. Ms. Okten worked as a professor in the Department of Educational Programs at the University of Wisconsin-Madison between 2006 and 2007. She conducted postdoctoral research on language planning and language policies. She served as an education counselor in Bern between 2022 and 2023 and was appointed Deputy Minister to the Ministry of National Education in the Republic of Turkey on the 22nd of June, 2023. Welcome.
And last but not least, I would now like to invite our moderator to the stage, Professor Dr. Cihat Demirli, the President of the Board of Education of the Turkish Ministry of National Education. Welcome, Professor. He established the Lifelong Learning Coordination Office at Istanbul Commerce University in 2011. At this coordination office, he was the director of the Continuing Education Research and Application Center. On behalf of the Council of Higher Education, he was appointed to the Turkish Maarif Foundation's Board of Trustees back in 2016. Professor Demirli, I hope you and your guests have a great discussion.
Good luck.
Thank you. Herkese öncelikle günaydın.
First of all, I would like to say good morning to everybody. Today is the second day of our event, and I am very sure that following the discussions in the panels that we held yesterday, we have heard many beautiful presentations, and today we are together with you. We are hoping to host a good panel here with your participation as well, of course. As you all very well in the recent period in Turkey, as a reflection of the developments in many areas, there has been an important transformation in the field of education, well as many other fields. Turkey is conducting a lot of important studies in parallel to its vision for the new century of the nation, and I believe that these studies will have fruitful outcomes. Today we'll be talking about this century, the new century for the Republic of Turkey, and we have to know about our history, of course, in order to be able to talk about the next century. Therefore, we have our panelists here who are experts in their areas, especially in history. I would like to thank Turkish Maarif Foundation for giving us the opportunity to speak here. Distinguished President, the distinguished members of the board, and the members of the Board of Trustees, I salute you with respect and affection. Our guests today are very, very valuable academics. The presenters, our speakers, have already informed us about their background. I would like to thank them, but I will briefly introduce them to you as well. And afterwards, I will be uttering a couple of sentences about how I will manage this panel. Then I will leave the floor to our speakers. Due to the water contest, I believe, we have started late to this session. Therefore, I will be granting 10 minutes to our speakers for stating their opinions in the first part. In the second part, each of them will have 5 minutes to talk, and afterwards we will, I believe, complete our panel in the due time. Among our students, we have a very important name, Miss Celile Ökten, who is working in the Ministry of National Education. She has a degree in Turkish literature in Boğaziçi University. Then she completed her master's degree in the Turkish literature in the same field, and then her PhD in the same field. She has issued many famous publications, and in Wisconsin University she did her studies about language policies, and in the same university, in the cooperation with the Ministry of National Education in the US, she took part in the restructuring of language training in the States. Right now she is working in the ministry after working in Marmara University, Yıldız Technical University, and many other universities in Turkey. So she became the vice minister and the deputy minister. She is representing Ministry of National Education today, and she has participated in a lot of works both in Turkey and in abroad. And since June, she has started her duty as the Vice Minister. Big welcome. Another valuable professor we have here, Professor Dr. Halil Berkay. He is working in the Human and Social Sciences faculty in Ibn Haldun University. He has worked as a historical department coordinators in the past, especially he coordinated Sabancı Summer School and Sabancı Harvard Summer Schools. Our professor is a historian who has completed his degrees in bachelor's degree in history and the master's and PhDs in history as well. When we take a look at the CV of our professor, we can see that Mr. Berkay has worked in many universities in Turkey as an assistant professor or a professor. He will be talking about the reshaping the national memory and the Balkan historical books, curriculums, and the history of Marxism are among his areas of expertise. We have Professor Dr. Azmi Özcan from Fatih Sultan Mehmet Foundation University. He is in the history department in that university. He completed the religious faculty of Ankara University. Then he completed his master's degree in Manchester University in the field of history. And his PhD thesis was based on the relationship of Ottoman Empire and the United Kingdom. He came back to Turkey in 1992 and then he became an assistant professor in 1995, and since 2000 he has been awarded with the title of professorship. Our professor here has worked in many different universities. Right now he is a member of the Board of Trustees in 19 Mayıs University, and he is the professor of history in Fatih Sultan Mehmet Foundation University. So this was the brief introduction of our guests. Now I will give the floor to Ms. Celile Ökten to deliver her speech to you. So we will be talking about the new century of Turkey and the position of education in this new era for Turkey. You have 10 minutes. You can start to talk about change in education and leading this change.
First of all, it's a great pleasure for me to be in such a meaningful organization and to be in front of you. We have many colleagues here, many educators, distinguished guests. I would like to salute you all. As there will be interpretation, I will follow up my notes. Today here, we will be together with the educators and the science people from all corners of the world, and we are going to talk about the century of Turkey education, and we have our moral and our values in the century of Turkey, and we have our innovative principles, we have our educators, our parents, our students, and we take all of them into center and we actualize this understanding of education. And we believe in human, we believe in people. I will stick to my notes, but other than that, I will be talking about the works of our ministry. I will give you some examples. And my duty for the innovative education, we also have a department for innovation and technologies. And as a teacher of Turkish language, I also focus on these issues because I'm a teacher on my own as well. So what do? I look at the scenarios in the smart board, and as you know, AI will gain more and more importance in our near future. So how can we use AI and how can we interact with AI, considering the emotional situation and social situation of our students? So we are trying to fictionalize all of them together. Of course, we would like to be horizons to our students because when we use education meticulously and properly, then we can raise right people for the future. And we need to merge innovative technologies into our education system, and we need to provide equal opportunities for all the students, and we have internet and technologies in 81 provinces of Turkey, and as the Ministry of Education, we are attaching great importance to this. And for robotic coding, we are also establishing laboratories in all provinces and cities in Turkey, and in the near future we are going to have innovative classrooms. We are going to transform our classrooms as it is present in UNESCO report. We are also paying attention to STEM education, and we are also adding STEM curriculum into our national curriculum, and we are acting according to the algorithms, coding, AI, using, and we are also trying to raise awareness in this area, especially in terms of digital tools. And again, in another international project, we are trying to increase the digital capacities and capabilities of our teachers, and we are providing vocational training to our teachers, and we have ÖBA, which is information network for our teachers, and we are trying to enrich this platform with different digital contents. And we think that digital transformation in education is very important. We need to embrace past and the future, and we need to ensure digital transformation. And we are crowning our educational system with different achievements, and we have another digital education platform, EBA, and we have EBA platform, and this was the most visited education website in 2020, and we rank among the first countries in the world for the web training. And we have all the contents in EBA, and we are trying to pay attention to the contents according to digital era. Well, we have changed the interface of EBA, by the way, and we are updating EBA day by day. Maybe we have teachers today in the hall, and we also continue our work in the global scale. We have different activities, and we have also training centers, for example, in the Balkans, and we also have our European citizens, Turkish citizens living in the European area, and we are trying to reach them through our training centers and training education. Another issue is lifelong learning, and lifelong learning is generally oriented for our Turkish origin citizens living abroad. And we have digital platforms of these centers, public education centers, and we would like our Turkish origin people to receive training, and we want our people to use these facilities of our ministry. There are distance learning, and they can have education through internet, and they can come to Turkey to visit the physical lessons in our public training centers. And we are also supporting our young people, not only in terms of raising education, but also we are trying to raise people to work in our industry. And we have our incubation innovation centers for our young people. So if you are our young entrepreneurs, if you come to Ankara, then you are going to meet your counterparts, and you will visit the startups, you will see what they have designed so far. It will be a great opportunity for all of you. I will give you an example about that. Spotify, for example. Maybe you know Spotify, and they are designing the next phase of Spotify, for example, and we are following them with great attention. And especially in terms of education technologies, we are attending different conferences, different projects, for example, in order to support the foreign language learning. We also attended e-twinning activities, and we have been part of these activities since 2016. And as the Ministry of Education, we are closely following up the technological advancements, and according to the law 1416, we are also dispatching many students for masters or PhD to abroad, and we have our Department of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Relations. So with the scholarship of our ministry, there are many experts visiting universities abroad for their masters or for different trainings, and then they come back to our country to provide services. They come back to our homeland, and they are also working in our country as academicians, and they are contributing to the education life of our country. Lastly, from Sivas Cumhuriyet University, I met a delegation, a group of students, and they were working on nanotechnology. And while ending my words, we are going to strengthen the moral values of our youngsters, our youth in the century of Turkey, and I would like to underline that our support will continue for our young people. Thank you so much. Our distinguished speaker, Celile Ökten, mentioned the century of Turkey and the necessities of the century, and she talked about the works conducted by the Ministry of Education and the advancements in Turkey and the global improvements, global innovations, and we need to add all of these new technologies into our curriculum. This is very vital. And now the National AI Strategy Action Plan is very important, and there are many works and studies conducted within the framework of this action plan, and I greatly appreciate all of these works. And we also have ÖBA, which is an information network for teachers, and thanks to ÖBA in the new century of Turkey, we are helping the Ministry of National Education is helping our students not only consume technology but also produce technology. and it is very important that our ministry is closely following up all the technological developments around the globe, and I want to focus on these issues as well. And I would like to thank our Deputy Minister for her address. Now I would like to continue with our second speaker, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Halil Berktay. Now the floor is yours, related to leading education and transforming education. What would you like to say for today's world?
I imagine that my talk is going to be somewhat more heretical, should I say, offline, not mainstream, something of a deviation, compared with, for example, what we have just heard from Professor Ökten about the main line of the Ministry of Education. If I had to pick a title for this talk, I would say in Turkish, bilim için bilim, öğrenmek için öğrenmek. Science for the sake of science, scholarship for the sake of scholarship, learning for the sake of learning. There are two things that I would like to address. One, as a historian, a relatively macro view of Turkish history and the history of education from the 19th century to the present, including the first century of the Republic of Turkey. And secondly, I rather doubt that I will have time for this, but if at all possible, I would like to say a few things about my direct empirical observations and concerns as a practicing educator, as a practicing instructor, in terms of what I see about the university students that keep coming before us. And I should underline that in both cases, I will be speaking primarily as a historian out of my experience of the practice of teaching history. So a lot of my examples will be drawn from inside the profession, so to speak. Number one, Turkey and Turkish education from the 19th century to the present. Turkey's recent history is an example of late or delayed nation-state formation, faced with crises and emergencies of all kinds, involving the collapse of an empire and the transition, the extremely difficult transition from the decline of empire to a modern nation state. This process of delayed transition, delayed nationalism, delayed nationhood, brings with itself all kinds of dangers, all kinds of emergencies, including the prospect of partitioning and fragmented colonization, against which, of course, both 19th century Tanzimat modernization from above was intended as a remedy, and then also, of course, the national struggle of 1919-22 and the formation, the promulgation of the modern republic. I don't think that we can understand anything in recent history without this background of a sense of permanent crisis. So what it engenders is a process of a very anxious and hurried kind of catching up agenda. Gecikmiş ve telaşlı bir yetişmecilik. And it goes hand in hand with a very practical, pragmatic kind of modernism and modernization. I am opposing the concept of pragmatic modernization to contemplative modernization. Turkey never seems to have enough time 19th century Tanzimat elites never seemed to have enough time. 20th century Young Turks and then Kemalist Republicans never seemed to have enough time to sit down and think about what it is that they are really doing, what are the intellectual and philosophical possible backgrounds, what are the implications, what are the implications from transferring from one kind of culture to another, etc. For any of this, there is never enough time. And it is in response to this kind of sense of permanent emergency, permanent crisis, that modern Turkish education, such as we know it, is called into being in the context of Tanzimat reforms from the 19th century onwards. And let us also remember that as part of this sense of crisis, what is the first agenda? The first agenda is actually importing the European army. That is to say, Avrupa ordusunu ithal etmek. The military have to be the first plank of the new agenda because, as I've said, the empire is faced with the question of survival or extinction. So you have to have a modern army, which means you have to have a modern officer corps, which means you have to have military schools, modern military schools, as the first priority. And all the rest of education is eventually subjected to or organized around or woven around that primary agenda of introducing modernity through military modernization and education for the purpose of military modernization. It has profound consequences. It leads to what I like calling a process of class formation through the state, class formation through education. Looking at European history and currents of thought and theory evolving through European history, we are accustomed to think of class formation through the economy as an economic process. Forms of property, what in Marxist theory would be called relations of production, etc., giving rise to a slave-owning class, giving rise to a feudal land-owning nobility, giving rise to something that we call the bourgeoisie. And so this does not really prepare us for fully comprehending this process of class formation through the state and through education in the Ottoman 19th century and the early 20th century. But this is what the new education does. It gives rise to a military bureaucratic class formed through education, which then tries to call forth a nation in its own image, again through education. Apart from the social, political, economic consequences, it also leads to a peculiar kind of interpenetration of politics or the state or government with education. Education becomes much too subservient to certain political or state objectives that keep coming and going and changing from generation to generation. It is primarily put in the service of this overall project of pragmatic modernization, including the political configurations that come to represent this primary agenda at various times. In the long run, I believe that this is not good for the future of education, for the future of scholarship, for the future of learning. It is a bit like the old debate about what is art for. I don't know about most of you. In my childhood and youth, back in the 50s and 60s, I remember having to write compositions, essays all the time on this subject. What is art for? Is art for society or is art for art? And very dutifully, all of us in those years kept writing, of course art is for society. Of course art has to have a mission and overall political, ideological, sociological, whatever mission of serving society and helping to uplift society. I think that's comprehensively wrong. In terms of, if you are trying to produce great art does not come out of leading edge art, masterpieces, works that are works of genius, creativity, do not come out of a sense of collective mission that has been implanted on individuals. Instead, nowadays, after long decades, my perception is you have to be doing art for the sake of art. Only when you are doing art for the sake of art are you, in probability terms, capable of coming up here and there with great works of art, leading edge works of art, universal masterpieces, masterpieces that will address humankind in general and will make a place for themselves in world history. And by the way, this is the ultimate benefit for society at the end of the day. That is to say, paradoxically, the maximum benefit for society as a whole does not come out of trying to impose a sense of mission on art. Instead, it depends on allowing art to develop its own dialogues, conversations, traditions, practices in free space. So my wish for the second century of the Turkish Republic is that we switch from learning for this or for that sense of outside learning kind of purpose to practicing education for the sake of education, learning for the sake of learning, in the sense of doing art for the sake of art. Thank you.
Teşekkür ediyoruz değerli hocam. Kıymetli hocamız özellikle
Okay. We thank you very much, our esteemed professor Azmi Özcan. You provided some historical statements in order for us to understand the Turkish education system. Coming from the Ottoman Empire to the Republic of Turkey, you said it was a belated and heretic transformation that is hindered by the modernization movements in Ottoman Empire and the roles of crisis in these processes, especially the modernization of the military organization, for example. So economy, the generation to generation transformation and the role of education over those two have been stated by our professor in light of a great example of an ongoing discussion about art. Thank you very much, our distinguished professor. Now we will hear Mr. Azmi Özcan. You have 10 minutes, professor. Please do your statement within this time.
About legal texts, I prefer reading. Nelson Mandela once is reported to have saying a famous sentences: education is the most powerful weapon that can change the whole world. Indeed, it is true. And constitutions are concise and concrete legal texts that regulate especially the sovereign rights of states and the hierarchy of the official institutions. So my paper is mainly about education and the constitutional developments in Turkey's century. Basically, what I'm going to do is taking on from Professor Bektay's place, how they are reflected in the Turkish constitutional text within the last 100 years. One of the main turning points in Turkish history in terms of constitutional changes was what was known as Tanzimat era. But there was no place in education in terms of legal formation. There were some sentences in the 1850 Edict of Tanzimat, but these were mainly because of the rights and duties of non-Muslim population of the Ottoman Empire. But the major breakthrough was the Constitution of 1876, which we call as Kanuni Esasi. There were important articles regarding the education. The first of these was, I quote, "Public education is free, provided that they comply with the specific law. Every Ottoman citizen is entitled to public and private education." Another important regulation was the Article 114. The first level of education will be compulsory for the Ottoman people, and its degrees and details will be determined by special regulations. As we'll see, everything was under strict control of the state. The Article 18 of Kanuni Esasi, I quote, "It is necessary for Ottoman subjects to know Turkish, which is the official language of the state, in order to be employed in state departments." It also states that both the official language of the Ottoman Empire and implicitly the language of instruction in education is also stated as Turkish. The emphasis on the fact that those who will be civil servants will be selected according to their merits and abilities, as stated in the article, can also be considered as one of the articles to be associated with education. But the major step in the constitutional developments in Turkish history was 1924, just after the foundation of new Turkish Republic. I quote, "Primary education is compulsory for all Turks and free in the state schools." The articles of 1924 Constitution clearly the continuation of Ottoman period and the regulations designed from 1876 onwards. Another constitutional important development was the text that was prepared after 1960 coup d'etat. Detailed arrangements were made in the 5 different articles. And Article 50 regulated educational life. I quote, "Providing the education and training needs of the people is one of the primary duties of the state. Primary education is compulsory for all citizens, boys and girls, and is free in public schools. The state provides necessary assistance through scholarships and other means to enable successful students who lack financial means to gain the highest level of education. The state takes measures to make those who need special education due to their situation useful to the society." Again, Article 21st of the 1961 Constitution states, I quote, "Everyone has the right to freely learn and teach science and arts, to explain and disseminate them, and to conduct all kinds of research in these fields. Education and training are free under the supervision and the control of the state." Here we see the fundamental control of the state again stated here. The principles to which private schools should follow are regulated by law in accordance with the level desired to be achieved in public schools. Provisions have been made that, I quote, "Education and training institutions cannot be opened contrary to the principles of modern science and education. This is also important because we see now the signs of ideological outlook within the constitutional text termed as no education and training institutions cannot be opened contrary to the principles of modern science and education. So on the one hand, freedom of education and training were mentioned, and on the other hand, state surveillance and control was strictly emphasized. Private schools were allowed to operate, but it was stated that they could only be operated in the same line with the objectives of the public schools. One of the key issues on which the 1961 Constitution brought detailed provisions regarding the freedom of religion, conscience, opinion, and also provisions in the field of religious education and training. Accordingly, I quote, "Everyone has the freedom of conscience and religious beliefs and opinion, worships, religious rites and ceremonies that do not contradict public order or general morality, or the laws enacted for this purpose are free. No one can be forced to worship, participate in religious rites and ceremonies, or express their religious beliefs and convictions. No one can be condemned for their religious beliefs and convictions. Religious education and training depend only on the wishes of individuals and the wishes of minors' legal representatives." The most important point here draws attention is that religious education is left to the individual's own will or their legal representatives. Concerning the 21st and the 5th articles of the Constitution, freedom has been introduced to religious education. But in 1982 text, 1982 Constitution, religious education became compulsory. These are important steps because it also demonstrates the changes in the world and its reflection in Turkey, as Professor Berktay also drew attention. The 1961 Constitution mentioned the rights for religious education, but 1982 Constitution also introduced the forcible religious education. This is, I think, should be understood in terms of the developments in the Cold War area. The first and most comprehensive of 1982 Constitution was the Article 42. Accordingly, no one can be deprived of the right to education and training. The scope of the right to education shall be determined by law and by regulation. Education and training are conducted under the supervision and the control of the state, in line with Atatürk's principles and reforms. Here we again see the ideological outlook introduced in the Constitution of 1982. Education and training places that violate these principles cannot be opened. Freedom of education and training does not eliminate the duty of loyalty to the Constitution and the state. Primary education is compulsory for all students, boys and girls, and is free in public schools. The principles governing private primary and secondary schools are regulated by law in accordance with the level desired to be achieved by public schools. The state provides necessary assistance through scholarship. The article goes on as such, but I think here is the most important point, as my time finished, the establishment of Turkish Higher Education Council and the regulations regarding the establishment of universities and the supervisions of their activities. I think in the second period, I will dwell some of the points raised in this constitution for not taking your time. Thank you for all.
Teşekkür ediyoruz.
We would like to thank our distinguished professor Azmi Özcan. He especially talked about Kanuni Esasi, who was enforced in the Ottoman Empire in its very latest period. So setting off from Kanuni Esasi, our professor emphasized the importance of the important articles of education, and he drew attention that the education was free starting from these periods, and then he later touched upon the modernization movements in Ottoman Empire. He talked about Tanzimat and well, despite education was not specifically placed in Tanzimat, the modernization movements also covered education to a great extent as we know it, of course. After the foundation of Turkish Republic, it became the responsibility of the state to provide education to its citizens, a compulsory citizens for the boys and girls in the country, and education was covered within the scope of freedom of conscience, the freedom of liberty, the freedom of education became three pillars in the constitution of the Turkish Republic. We have also talked about the revisions of the constitutions in 1961 and 1982. We also talked about the education for religion that was made again a compulsory class after the declaration of 1982 constitution text. So I would like to thank for the first round to our esteemed panelists. Before we start with the round one, perhaps I can ask you a different question to direct the discussion. What do you think is what do you think we can expect from the second century of Turkish Republic? So you are from the Ministry of National Education. We know that you are taking some steps and taking some action in terms of education, but do you have anything to tell us about our professors? Do you have anything to tell the policymakers about the educational needs of Turkey, for example? But in a nutshell, we would like to talk about the recommendations and the advice that you can give to our participants. But mainly we will be talking about the expectations that you have from the educational side in the new century of Turkey over the social development of Turkish community. So we are looking forward to hearing your contribution, Celila.
Especially for Turkey's competitiveness, we would like to continue in harmony with the global developments, and it is really vital for us to harness the potential in terms of international education and international collaboration. According to the needs of 21st century, we have our changing needs, and while we are raising our generations, the understanding of foreign policy in education should be also paid attention in all layers, in all steps. We are actually supporting international education. We have international platform for adult learning, and with these initiative, we are raising awareness for adult learning, and we are also enriching our content, and we would like to have a basic platform for this, and we are actually conducting this project with EU, and with 10,000 of users among 38 member countries. Turkey ranks first in terms of using this program. With the understanding of humanitarian diplomacy, we have many people under temporary protection in Turkey. This is humanitarian diplomacy, and I would like to underline humanitarian diplomacy of Turkey. And we also have another project that we carry out with UNICEF. It is for the guest country representatives, and we are also directing them into different training programs And we have the online version of this program, and we started our negotiations. And we also have refugee students, and Turkey ranks first in terms of hosting refugee students. We have really high number of refugees and refugee students, and we are opening classrooms for the refugee students as well, and we have located all of these students into our national schools. We don't want any of the students or any of the children to lose years without education or without training. And we have different projects for the employment of the refugees as well, with the Syrians and with other guests coming from other countries. We are also trying to increase employment among them. We have different collaborations for social cohesion and social adaptation with different organizations, and we are also providing different opportunities. And Istanbul Maarif, Turkey Maarif Foundation is also playing a vital role in these collaborations. And we have TÜBİTAK and other institutions which are also carrying many different projects and cooperation with us. We are also supporting them in different projects. We are focusing on these projects, and while we carry out detailed projects in all layers, we are trying to increase schooling and the average number of students per teacher. We are close to OECD numbers. And also we have AI models and AI examples, and according to the AI applications of the countries reported by OECD, we have many institutions and agencies attending from Turkey, and there are important projects in the OECD reports of Turkey. And in the near future, for the special qualified students, we are also strengthening their thinking, and we have Center of Arts and we have AI workshop programs. We also have Special Education Director General here, and I'm coming from OECD meeting, and most of the countries presented their AI works, AI projects, and they ask for evaluation. And I would like to use the word special, very special children we have. And we need to combine technology and science. And we were proud to tell about our projects. And actually, there was no opinion or thoughts from other countries related to these special children, but we expressed our projects for these special children. And we have many projects involving all of our children, teachers, students, and we are closely following up the different advancements. And we have 65 schools and institutions all around the world, and we are assigning teachers from Turkey, and we are carrying out education and training activities, and we are also our children abroad, and they are taking the same, they are receiving the same education as Turkish students in Turkey receive. So we also have different summer programs, and we are planning different programs wherever our people are in the world. We are mobilizing all of our efforts, and we are also sending and assigning teachers to different parts of the world, and we are also helping anyone who would like to learn Turkish, and we are also teaching Turkish through distance learning, and we are touching the hearts of our people for socio-cultural interaction. We believe that the most important bridge is education, and with this understanding, we continue to carry out our works, and we are experiencing and we are sharing our experiences with different models of education. We have unique models. We preserve this tailor-made system of Turkey, and I would like to state that this target and the objective of education is to ensure that all the people are equal, there is a fair understanding, and you are all important for us. In all circumstances, we are going to support our people. And once again, I would like to salute you all wholeheartedly. Mr. Halil, Mr. Halil Berktay, what are our expectations for the century of Turkey?
I mean, historians have taught themselves not ever to try to extend generalizations from the past or the present into the future. I go by Ernest Gellner. Humans are underprogrammed animals, and therefore it is really impossible to predict what they will be doing in the future. I can only confine myself to my problems, my anxieties, my wishes. I said that in the beginning, I said that after some point, I would like to speak as a practicing educator, a practicing instructor. I have two major problems with my students. One, reading. Two, ferocity and competition in the class environment. I don't want to sound Eurocentrist, but I've taught at Birmingham, I've taught at Michigan Ann Arbor, I've taught at Harvard on two different occasions as a visiting professor. British or American students, when they come into the classroom, they actually come in having done all or most of the readings. And when you ask any kind of question about the readings, there will be 8 hands up clamoring to answer. This is what I mean by competitiveness and ambition in the classroom. I've been teaching in Turkey, I've been teaching for more than 50 years. 8 years or so at the Political Sciences Faculty of Ankara University, once upon a time, and then 3 years at Middle East Technical University, 6 or 7 years at Boğaziçi University, 19 years at Sabancı University, and now the last 7 years at Ibn Haldun University. Never ever, I'm sorry to say, have I confronted a classroom of students who are ready to respond about the readings. When I ask any opening question about, have you done this reading, have you done that reading, would anybody please summarize to me in 5 points, what are the basic ideas presented here by Jared Diamond or Michael Cook or Max Weber, etc.? There's complete silence. Number one, because there is this prevailing social culture of not appearing too forward, but retreating from seeming competitive into some kind of backwater of silent solidarity. Secondly, they don't know how to summarize, and this has to do with their high school background. And thirdly, the fundamental case is 99% of the time they have not done the readings. Why don't they do the readings? because there is the hidden assumption that the teacher will go over the readings anyway. And that has to do with the role of the teacher in especially Turkish secondary education, at the middle school and the high school level. The teacher is perceived as a répétiteur in ballet terms, or a belletman, as once used to be used in Turkish. That is to say, the task of the teacher is to take the textbook, and mind you, there is 90% of the time there is just one textbook, one official textbook, and the teacher will take the textbook, open the chapter for that day, and go over the textbook paragraph by paragraph. So we are going to hear about it in the classroom. Why read from the beginning, and what is there to read anyway? The single textbook with the didactic authoritarianism of the monolithic gray page. No asides, no side questions, no primary sources, etc. So these are, I don't think we can continue with this, frankly. I don't want this to continue into the second year of the Republic of Turkey. This kind of secondary education, dovetailing into the deficiencies of university education, higher education, is not really going to enable Turkey to stand up and be competitive and leading edge on a global scale in the second century of the Republic. So my first priority, and I know I'm not going to get this, but I will say it anyway, would be a comprehensive reform in secondary education, based on a certain mental principle and based on one fundamental objective. My mental principle is less is more. There is too much of everything in Turkish education. Too many courses, too many learning objectives per course. This has to be reduced. Fewer courses, deeper courses. Fewer courses, many more class hours per week on this basis. No longer the single monolithic didactic authoritarianism of the textbook, but a variety of sources, and we should be capable of entrusting our teachers, our secondary teachers, to be judicious in their selection and interpretation and analysis of these texts. Forever the fear in Turkey, and I've been living through this for the last 50 years, is somehow the classroom will become over-politicized and polarized in political ideological terms. In the past, the one-party regime in Turkey in the 1930s used to claim, sometimes explicitly, sometimes between the lines, that Turkey is not yet ready for democracy. If you keep saying this, a country will never be ready for democracy. Similarly, if we keep not trusting and empowering our teachers, our classroom instructors, to more freely select texts and introduce pluralism into the classroom, we will never be ready for it. We have to be brave, and we have to be able to take risks. The corollary is the role of the teacher. Throughout, from the 19th century into the present, Turkish teachers have been state functionaries, bureaucrats, the idea of the teacher as a memur. This has to be replaced by rehabilitating and reconstituting the prestige and credibility of the teacher as an autonomous intellectual. We have to re-intellectualize our teachers, and that is the key to secondary school reform, which is the only thing that will enable me eventually as a university professor to get students in my classroom who have actually done the readings and are willing to participate in active learning and are not afraid of making mistakes. This is another cultural dimension. If I make a mistake, what will the teacher say to me, and what will my classmates, how will they laugh at me? I don't want to be humiliated. This is a very major cultural dimension, and we have to collectively, cooperatively find ways of overcoming this. Thank you for your patience.
Teşekkür ediyoruz Halil Hocam.
Thank you, Mr. Halil Baktay. Now, Azmi Özcan, I would like to hear you as well for 5 minutes. What will be the expectations for the next century and what are your opinions? Thank you, Honorable Moderator. Well, 500 minutes will not be enough to answer your question, and there's a dense, intense rain. Maybe you are also hearing it. And it is like we are escaping from rain as the panelists. In our education history, there are three concepts which are determining our educational life. First one is defense, the second one is modernization. Well, these are all replaced in and present in our genetic codes. We believe that education is not an instrument of reality, it is not a struggle or effort to reach reality. We are using it as an opportunity to preserve something. And this first started with madrasa of military from Selçukis. And we have Batinis at that time. There were menaces, and they were trying to preserve the state and the values at that time. And throughout the history, this was the key concept in our educational history. That is why we couldn't get specialized in history. Look at the history, for example, look at the masters or, for example, PhD and other high institutions. We don't have it. And Eastern world does not have it. But when we have the problem of presence, and then we thought that there is another transformation issue other than defense. We were escaping from a fire without questioning, and we were trying to we are trying to rescue our nation. And naturally, as you know, there was not in competition, incompatibility in terms of tissue. And in the 19th century, we came up with a solution of madrasa.
Modernleşmenin gereği olarak da modern.
And as a requirement for modernization, we opened modern schools and some high schools for teachers, for example, until the era of Republic, of course. But after the foundation of the Republic, of course, we changed everything, not only in education, but in almost every field. In my English speech, I made the quotation from Nelson Mandela. I said education is one of the strongest weapons in the world. You can change the world with it. And this is indeed a reality within the light of the colonization process that the world went through. The education changed the world by atomizing the societies. I will give a brief example to that. Our professors here, me as well, have lived in other countries throughout our careers, financed by the same state and working with the professors from that state, and the institutions and the graduates of these institutions Do you see one another as threats in countries like us? In our country, for example, the high schools that we have like 5 or 6 different types of high school, and all of them, have different high schools. Of course, we have the science high schools, the social high schools, Anatolian high schools, etc. And all of these school types, consider themselves as the main pillars of the society, and they believe that they are the only ones to represent the values and virtues of society, and they are kind of seeing the others as their enemy. And therefore, the alumni consider the others as a threat to themselves. This is the atomization of the society, and we have to talk about it, because education is not a tool for defense or not a tool of modernization, but it is a fact of human right that we have to consider in our new century. There was something in the first constitution of Ottoman Empire. The schools the madrasa, were closed in the first years of Republic of Turkey, even though there was no such article in the first constitution. Ernest Hirsch, maybe you heard about him. He is a Jewish law person escaping from the Nazi Germany, coming to Istanbul. I heard about his memories. I read about his memories. He came to Istanbul as a refugee and opened the law faculty. And in his memories, he says that, they constituted the law faculties at universities, but the law faculties that they knew were based on the Jewish and Christian law. So this was a whole paradigm shift in Turkey, and it happened so. If we do not consider education as a basic human right, then we cannot prevent victimization or the desperation of people. I have many young colleagues in this hall. I would like to remind you that it's not all about education. Our problem is not only education, but to employ the outcomes of this education, the alumni, the graduates. We believe that God is fair, God is just. And we know that 8% is the ratio of highly educated people in any society in the world. But the problem is how they are employed. If you are trying to create a sports person from a musician, if you are trying to convert an academic person to a merchant, to a shop owner, then you cannot prevail. Therefore, education and employment should be handled hand in hand, and the qualified people should be employed in the area of their qualification. The last thing I would like to touch upon, dear colleagues, is, let's say a smartphone. It costs approximately $1,000. It weighs like 300 grams. So made from 300 grams of iron, but it's $1,000. If you want to go to a hardware store and purchase 300 grams of iron, you can purchase it for $1, for a dime. So the difference between this 300 grams of iron in my hand and 300 grams of raw iron is education. If you do not provide education, you cannot sell 300 grams for $1,000. If we do not value education, then we cannot prevent the victimization that people are going through in Gaza. If you want to create education, you have to pay attention to employment. I believe and I hope that in the new century of Turkey, the education will be provided in a liberal manner. We believe that the flowers of reality, the flowers of justice, can only blossom in the garden of education. Thank you very much, distinguished participants. We have finished our first panel. In order to make the best use of time, I will only accept very short questions because there will be another, panel after us. And please do not, do your contribution, but only introduce yourself briefly and ask a brief question, as brief as possible. Thank you very much. Just introduce yourself and ask a short question. It will enable us to make the best use of the time. I see a gentleman here raising hand. Please take the microphone to the gentleman so that the translators can hear. If there is a question in a different language, we have our translation headsets, so you can also wear them. They are over there.
I'm Shasivar Kabashi. I'm from Kosovo. I'm doing my PhD here in Istanbul University. You talked about education, history of education in Turkey, but we have problem with history in education system in Balkans. It's a joke that say you don't need to declare war against your neighbor in Balkans. You just mention something from history and you are in the war. For that,
I didn't hear
yeah,
anything.
yeah.
Evet.
It's a joke
Öncelikle soruyu kime yönelttiğinizi de ifade ederseniz.
to historians.
Her ikisine.
Yeah. It's a joke in Balkan that say that you don't need to declare war against your neighbor. You just mention something from history and you are in the war. For that, we have a problem in historiography with historiography. I mean, we have problem in education system with history because, as you know, our history of each countries have an ideological problem. What can we do in this aspect? We can't change history, but we can change point of view. We can change methods. And in this point, what can we do as Balkan states in this point? Thank you very much.
Teşekkür ederiz. Kim cevaplamak?
Okay, who would like to answer? Professor Berktay, Professor Özcan, whoever want to take the question. I think
is about history. There is a saying, famous saying, history is the reason for all the wars. In fact, if you want two people to get fight, you just change history because history is the most exploited area of interest for human being. Another is religion. So if you want to meddle with one nation or one country, what you do is you change their history first and also interpret their religion. This is exactly what has been done in the past for our countries. To give you an example, the Turkish Arab history is defined for the last 100 years by the classical texts of Bernard Lewis, George Antonius, Philip Hitti, and people like this. They are all, as their name suggests, outside the area, and they are meddling with the histories of both nations. And as a result of this, the Turks regarded the Arabs as betrayals. The Arabs regarded the Turks as the colonizers. But in fact, the truth is not both of them. Again, as I suggested in my Turkish speech, the only way to counteract this danger is to teach what has been really past, not to interpret that, not to interpret them as the state's interest or individual interest or ideological interest. In Turkish, we have a saying regarding the history, which I like very much. Tarih, vakayı.
History is the teaching of the cases as they happened, without any changes.
Once we stop exploiting history for our own individual interest or ideological or religious interest, I think we can overcome this problem. Thank you.
Teşekkür ediyorum. Halil Hocam sizden de hemen hızlıca bir cevap alalım.
Okay, Professor Bakta, can you please also elaborate on that?
I will be speaking about 2 hours in response to your question. I happen to be a historiography specialist, more specifically, a specialist in nationalist historiographies. In the past, I've spent years in multinational history education projects in the Balkans, which means that I've been in the same classroom with, for example, Bosniak and Serbian and Croatian school teachers, and I managed to come out alive. And I've been in the same classroom with Greek and Bulgarian and Serbian and Turkish school teachers, and I managed to come out alive. 19th century German Prussian style history was fundamentally national history, focusing on a national grand narrative, our great achievements, our victories, and our defeats, invariably unjustly and unfairly in the hands of others. So it can be said, in fact, of all Balkan nationalist historiographies that they are mutually sensitive, they are very much aware of what the others are saying, but they are at the same time mutually hostile and mutually exclusive. Just consider a single example. What happened in 1453? In Turkey, and for Turkish historians, this is Istanbul'un fethi, the conquest, the capture of Istanbul. For Greek historians, this is the fall of Constantinople. Fall and Constantinople, part of a tragic narrative, and conquest and Istanbul, part of a triumphant narrative. The War of 1919-22. On the side of Turkey and Turkish history, this is our independence struggle, our national struggle, whatever. On the Greek side, this is the Mikrasiatiki catastrophe. This is the catastrophe of Asia Minor. So neither side has any sense of what it means for the others, what it meant for the other. The solution? The solution to teach critical, universal history in a critical language that is alive to all these nuances. And this is, frankly, as a practicing historian, what do I do in my teaching? I try to make my students aware of all this. There is no other solution.
Teşekkür ediyoruz. Bir soru daha alayım müsaadenizle.
Thank you very much. I will receive one more question. The gentleman in the 5th row. Sorry for I will ask my question in French. If you like to receive a headset, you can. My question is for Professor Berktay. The translation is in question. My name is Idris Samaris Idris. I'm from Chad. I am very impressed and, I became sentimental by what Professor Berktay mentioned about his students, because in Chad we have a lot of students who are attending Turkish universities, and we also saw that there is not a great competition among these students. Thanks to Professor Berktay, we can urge competitiveness and fairness among students. We know about the reforms, and even though the states accept them, this will take long, especially in especially for the teachers who work in the primary and secondary schools. What do you recommend us to become more competitive? Well, we are working a lot, but there is the resistance, and is this fear for compete. Therefore, the kids cannot grow to be competitive, and they go to university, they are expected to be competitive, and they are expected to be overcome by their fears, overcoming their fears. But how can we do that? Kaldı mı yanlış?
To put on my earphones in time to hear the complete translation, the complete interpretation. But so, I mean, the gist of my remarks on the second round were that the educators must first be educated themselves. We have to have a new kind of, I'm speaking about Turkey, and I'll restrict myself to training history teachers, okay? But it is very clear that we have to have a comprehensive reform in ways of teaching our teachers and preparing them for their school teaching careers. So, I mean, we come from these similar backgrounds, colonial or semi-colonial backgrounds, in which complex cultural factors come together, combine to create this unnecessary kind of culture of excessive modesty, shall we say, on the part of our students, and it is up to the teacher. I really don't have the answer, frankly. I really don't have any answer other than this is a kind of cultural change that takes place over 2 or 3 decades or more. But teachers in classroom space have to find ways of encouraging their students to speak up and to participate. And they have to do away with a culture of fear at making mistakes. This is crucial. Fear at standing out from the crowd, fear of standing out as an individual, and fear of making mistakes. I tried to refer to this in my previous talk in the second round, but this is profound. This is, you are not supposed to stick out like a sore thumb. You are not supposed to make yourself obvious and prominent, and your fellow students will joke with you and they will say things like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to curry the favor of the teacher? Are you trying to become the teacher's pet, etc.? In Turkish, there is a word, ukala, and I don't quite know how to translate it, but somebody who is vociferously providing unnecessary information all the time. So that becomes a stigma, being an ukala, speaking out in class all the time, and we somehow have to find individual and collective ways of eliminating this stigma and replacing with the idea that coming up with your ideas, coming up with your learning, coming up with your knowledge, and sharing it with your classmates is a good thing. Pedagogical studies, I'm not a professionally trained pedagogue, but pedagogical studies reveal that actually, I mean, if you do studies on who students are learning from, in good learning environments, in the best universities, they are learning much more from their peers in the classroom than their professors or instructors. And this is crucial. This is why we have to be able to create that kind of classroom environment, and why we have to have that kind of student quality and emphasize that active learning and participation and sharing your knowledge with your classmates is crucial. When you speak up, you are not necessarily currying favor with your professor, you are actually, without realizing it, sharing your knowledge with your classmates and also positing yourself as a role model for them. Now, this is a struggle that it has been going on for decades and it will continue. It is a fundamental cultural transformation that is involved.
Teşekkür ediyoruz hocam. Sahne arkasından uyarılar almaya başladık. Çok özür diliyoruz. Süremizi olabildiğince aştık. Bir sonraki oturumun da hakkını yememek adına burada özellikle konuşmacılarımıza çok özel
We would like to thank our speakers in the new century of Turkey with the depth of these agreements and discussions. We are very pleased to have our speakers, and I would like to congratulate you for the Day of Teachers, 24th of November, and I would like to extend my regards to everyone.
To learn there about education, its importance, and also its future. We'll keep you with us for a little while. I would like to invite to the stage the president of the Turkish Maarif Foundation, Professor Dr. Birol Akgün, to present gifts to our speakers.
Hocam ağzına sağlık. Sizden de getirin onları. Ağzına sağlık. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Nereden hocam? Anlatsın. Ağzına sağlık. Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Teşekkür ediyorum. Hocam ağzına sağlık. Özetlerle çok fazla. Nasıl olursa artık. Teşekkür ederim hocam. Çok sağ olun. Evet.
Hocam.
Hep beraber şey yapalım. Şöyle gölge alın isterseniz. Şöyle aranıza gireyim.
We'd like to thank our moderator and our guests for joining us today in this very enlightening discussion. Thank you so much to each and every one of you. We appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a 10 to 15-minute break. Please be back here in tops 15 minutes time so we can continue with the rest of our program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, welcome back from your break. I hope you enjoyed your coffee and took a little rest a bit. Now, our panelists will discuss a very significant topic, and it's digitalization from a humanitarian perspective. But before we move on to our next panel, we'd first like to bring a video up from Kyrgyzstan called Kyrgyz Tales. It's their good practice in education video. Let's watch it together.
Учурда Maarif билим берүү комплексинде 3 жылдан бeri сүрөт мугалим болуп эмгектенем. Жыл башында администрация долбоорлоо сабагын киргизген. Ошо сабактын негизинде биз бул долбоорду баштадык. Окуучулардын эң күчүсү 8 жашта, улусу 14тө. Бул сабактан сырткары ийдим сабагында жасадык. Бул идеянын келип чыгышына токтолсок, аламдаштуу заманда балдарга тарбиясы зор болгон улуттук жомокторубузду окуучулар окубайт жана аларды билбейт. Ошо унутуп бара жаткан жомокторубузду окуучулар сюжетин окуп, сүрөтүн өздөрү тартса, албетте биздин унутуп бара жаткан маданиятыбызды жандатат деген ойдо бул долбоорду окуучулар менен китебо жасоо бизди абдан шыктандырды жана таасирлендирди.
Мен бул Ысык көлдүн жаралышы деген уламыштын автору болгондугум үчүн аябай толкундандым жана чыгармачыл сезимдерге толдум. Мага бул уламышта эң жакканы бул баягы кыз болгон. Ал кыз өзүнүн эркиндиги үчүн, сүйүүсү үчүн, максаты үчүн күрөшүүсү мага аябай жакты. Бул жерде баягы каардуу хан аны эркинде ажыратуу үчүн, сүйүүсүн ажыратуу үчүн болгон аракетин кылды, бирок ал кыз эч качан баягы
Кыргыз эл жомокторунун китебине сүрөт автору болгондо мен абдан толкундадым. Жана мага жакшы чыгармачылык сезимдери жаратты.
Моюн сунбады, өзүнүн максаты боюнча кете берди. Мага бул Ысык көл уламышында бир жакканы мага маны тартканда ал сүрөт мага аябай бир сыйкырдуу, жакшы бир сезимдерди берди. Мен аябай жактырдым. Мага Ысык көлдүн пайда болушу мага мурдатан эле баягы аябай кызыктуу бир табышмактуу бир окуя болуп саналган. Жана мен аны бүгүн ал сүрөт менен тартып кылышым мен үчүн бир өзгөчө бир сезим болду.
Биз бул долбоорду аркылуу көркөмдөр сабанын мүмкүнчүлүктөрүн көргөзө алдык деп ойлойм. Учурда кыргызча жомоктор китептери жетиштүү эмес жана көп басымдуу бөлүгү дайсак чет элдик жомоктор түзөт. Ошол себептен бул долбоорду баштап алдык.
Анан мен келечекте дагы ошол кыргыз эл жомокторун дагы уламыштарды дагы тартып өнүктүрүп кылгым келет. Себеби ушинтип биз кыргыз тилине биз салым кошо алабыз.
Келечекте дагы көп жомокторду сүрөткө чыгарам деп ойлоп атам. Бул иш-чарада мен болсо кыргыз элинин жомокторунун жөнүндө бир аз көбүрөөк билип калдым.
Бул иш-чарада үйрөнгөн эң маанилүү нерсем болсо, бул окуучулар менен бир команда иштегенибиз жана окуучулардын жаратмандыгы бизди абдан шыктандырды деп айтса кетсем дагы болот. Андан
сырткары мен бул сүрөт тартканда эң чоң үйрөнгөнүм бул сабырдуулук болду. Сабырдуулук менен, тартиптүүлүк менен, ошолордун жардамы менен гана ушинтип жакшы сүрөттөр тартууга мүмкүн боло турганын билдим.
While we are all exposed to the digital world in this century, especially the young generation, I guess this kind of practice is very important when it comes to education, reading tales, interpreting them, and then illustrating them. It kind of expands or stretches your imagination boundaries. And I guess imagination is the key word here, because that's where everything starts.
Exactly, and reinterpreting these tales also means remembering their own national values and their forgotten expressions of their language, their culture, their identity. Embracing these national values are important pillars of education and understanding by the Turkish Maarif Foundation.
Indeed. So fascinating video there. Now it's time to begin with our next panel, the second panel of the day. It's called How to Protect the Critical Mind in the Age of Digitalization. Is Staying as a Human. So let me invite the first speaker of the panel. Please welcome Maarif Biba, Professor of Computer Science at the University of New York, Tirana. Professor Biba has participated in several European and national research projects and is co-founder of several startups in the information systems, which have turned into successful companies in the field. Recently, Professor Biba is serving as QA consultant in DG Taxud for the European Commission. Welcome.
Our next panelist is Chi-Kin John Lee, the professor of curriculum and instruction at the University of Hong Kong and UNESCO chair in regional education development and lifelong learning. Professor Lee's research interests focus on curriculum and instruction, geographical and environmental education, life and values education, and teacher development and school improvement. Professor Lee was named among the top 2% most cited scientists in the world in terms of career-long impact in the latest list released by Stanford University. Welcome, Professor Lee.
And next is Douglas Hartman, Professor of Technology and Human Learning in College of Education at Michigan State University. Professor Hartman is a leading American scholar in the fields of educational technology and language learning. His research offers a vision of how educators and leaders can cultivate a critical mindset in student workers and citizens during this age of digitalization. Dr. Hartman has been a keynote speaker at educational conferences across Turkey for over a decade. Professor Hartman, welcome.
And to moderate this extraordinary session, please welcome Çetin Kaya Koç, Professor of Computer Science at University of California, Santa Barbara. Koç is the founder of the Conference on Cryptographic Hardware and Embedded Systems, which is the second largest cryptography conference in the world. Koç is also the founding editor-in-chief of the Journal of Cryptographic Engineering, published by Springer since 2011. He's also among the top 100 Turkish scientists with the most citations. He received the prestigious International Fellowship for Outstanding Researcher Award from TÜBİTAK in 2020. Very impressive panelist with us here today. Thank you so much for being with us once again, and we wish you a fruitful discussion.
All right, good luck.
Merhabalar, günaydın. Hoş geldiniz arkadaşlar.
Hello everyone, welcome you all. Sayın Hartman, Sayın Lee ve ben ve Sayın Biba, biz bilgisayar bilimleri alanında çalışıyoruz. Bilgisayar bilimleri eğitimin çok önemli bir noktası. Ben bunları okuduğum zaman bu konferansa katıldığım zaman temel olarak bu panelin ne hakkında olduğunu öğrenmeliyim ve eleştirel düşünme yeteneğini nasıl koruyabiliriz? Tam olarak bu konuda konuşmak istiyorum demiştim. Maarif makalesine bununla ilgili bir makale yazmıştım ve sonrasında da bu konu üzerinde düşünmeye devam ettim. Bu derin konuşmalar çerçevesinde ben dijitalleşmeyi sadece yapay zeka ile sınırlandırmak istiyorum bu panel özelinde. Çünkü yapay zeka çok derin, çok geniş bir konu. Wikipedia bile bunun içinde. Çünkü çok fazla tartışma, münazara var bununla ilgili. Birçok öğrenci kopyala yapıştır yapıyor. Biz artık bununla ilgili endişelenmiyoruz. Endişelenmemize ihtiyaç olduğunu düşünmüyorum. Ama yapay zekaya baktığımız zaman Nisan ayından beri Büyük dil modeli, geniş dil modeli adında bir yapay zekanın bir bölümünden bahsedeceğim. ChatGPT bunların bir ürünü aslında ve türevleri de bunun bir ürünü ve şu anda dünyaya büyük bir fırtına yaratmak üzere gelmiş durumda ChatGPT. Özellikle öğretmenler ve sosyal bilimciler olarak biz derinden endişe duymaya başladık. Bu programlar, ChatGPT gibi programlar öğrencilerin kopya çekmesine yol açıyor ya da intihal yapmasına yol açıyor ve onları eleştirel düşünme yeteneğinden mahrum bırakıyor. Dolayısıyla ben bizim buradaki panel tartışmamızı sadece yapay zekanın bizi tarafımızdan kullanılmasına akademik intihale mi yol açıyor ya da bunu tersine çevirebilir miyiz? İnsanların tasarladığı herhangi bir araç hem iyi için hem kötü için kullanılabilir. Yani bazen şeytani olan için de kullanılabilir. Yani kötü olarak da kullanabilirsiniz, iyi amaçlar uğruna da kullanabilirsiniz. Bence öğretmenlerin elinde çok güzel bir araca da dönüşebilir. Yani bu tür programların olmasından endişe duymak yerine bunları araç olarak kullanıp iyi ki var diyebiliriz. Bence spontane bir şekilde bu münazaranın ilerlemesi oldukça önemli. Lütfen büyük dil modellerinden kritik düşünme yeteneğini nasıl koruyabiliriz? Eleştirel düşünme yeteneğini nasıl koruyabiliriz? Buna bakmamız gerekiyor. Ve aynı zamanda öğrencileri ve öğretmenleri nasıl bunu daha iyi bir amaç uğruna kullanabilirler? Buna bakmamız gerekiyor. Benim gençliğimde bu büyük bir sorundu. Kütüphaneye gitmem gerekiyordu. Ansiklopediler vardı. Kütüphaneye gittiğimde ansiklopedilerin içerisinden bir şeyler okumam gerekiyordu. Sonrasında da ansiklopediler satılmaya başladı. 16 tane, 20 tane ansiklopedi kitabı evlerimizde yerini almaya başladı. Ve ben inanamıyorum, gerçekten çok fazla bilgi var diye düşünüyordum. Sonrasında Wikipedia geldi ve Wikipedia geldiği noktada ansiklopediler unutulmaya başladı ve toz tutmaya başladı bizim kitaplıklarımızda Wikipedia yüzünden. Ve sonrasında Wikipedia geldiği zaman biz çok endişelenmiştik. Çünkü öğrenciler şöyle düşündü. Benim artık kitap okumama gerek yok. Sadece Wikipedia'da bir makale okurum. 2 makale varsa da kopyala yapıştır yaparım. Ve cümlelerin yerini değiştiririm. Tembel görünmem böylelikle. Tembelsiniz. Hatta bunu bile yapmıyorsunuz. Sadece kopyala yapıştır yapıyorsunuz. Ve doğrudan sınıfa getiriyorsunuz. Öğrenciyken ben bir kere bunu yapmıştım. Türkiye'de ders veriyorken birkaç kez bunu yapmıştım. Öğrencileri görmüştüm. Hatta mezun öğrencilerin arasında da bunu görmüştüm.
Members are sort of sitting away from me and the computer science is just sitting next to me. I don't have to go like in order, but I think one education, one CS, one education, one CS. Let's start with this. Your view of current status of the large language models or generally AI in education, what is your current sort of detection of the facts? Let's start with Professor Lee.
Can you hear us? Oh, okay, that's great. I'm not prepared for this.
You're not prepared. That's good.
Yeah, because I'm a good student. So when you give me the title digitalization,
this is the first 10 minutes. I'm going to allow you.
I will try. Okay,
Yeah,
I will give it a try. But I'm a good student. First of all, when the secretariat give me the title, I check carefully, at least from the web, what does it mean by digitization? Digitization is a much broader term as compared with AI. Of course, I will talk a little bit about AI. So why not? I want to broaden a little bit about the discussion today. I would like to speak about the age of digitization as a broad context with special reference to its implication for learning and teaching. And also exploring the potentials for enhancing learning. In this conference, first of all, I would like to thank the Secretariat, the Turkish Maarif Foundation for the impressive arrangement and so on. It talks about yesterday, some discussants and also panelists talks about teacher-oriented or teacher-centered pedagogy. And of course, we have, as a polarization, so to speak, student-centered pedagogy. I personally would like to focus more on learning. Instead of the role of individuals called teachers and learners or students. So I'm going to, first of all, to outline a few points. Number one, there's little doubt that the growing importance of technology as a whole that has been for us for a long time. However, of course, now the rise of artificial intelligence, AI, presents new opportunities and also challenges for schools. Professor, I would like to let you know that I'm not any expert in AI or educational technology. You can check on me. I write a lot of things in the broad field of education. I'm quite bold enough, to be honest, brave enough to actually appear in the local TV in Hong Kong, saying that our university, Education University of Hong Kong, is going to use ChatGPT for students and colleagues. And now, all the 8 UGC publicly funded universities in Hong Kong are now using, or at least allowing the use of ChatGPT as part of the AI-generated tool, so to speak. So I believe there are opportunities and also challenges for all of us, including schools and universities. I think in general there are 2 types of challenges. Number one is related to integration. And secondly, is about the implication for transformation, because this symposium or this summit talks about transformation, leading and change and so on. And last year, the theme is about the post-COVID education. So we are back to normal now. But the experience for post-COVID has provided a lot of receptivity to online education, to the use of technology as a whole and other more open access mode of learning and teaching. I think it's a good sign. And my observation is that teachers are now more skilled, schools are more ready, and more prepared, and also parents more understanding. Many current literature show that there are pros and cons for the application of digital technologies in education, especially related to equity. Equity in terms of equal access, in terms of variation within across countries, and so on. I think this is one of the key issues. When you talk about education, we normally have 2 dimensions, quality and also equity or equality. I would like to bring this point for audience to consider. Number 2, the challenges of digital technology, especially as they relate to school, curriculum, teaching and learning, need to be confronted. Confronted in a way that my personal take is that you can't avoid. In this era, you can't avoid the use of AI. How to really embrace it effectively and also ethically. You mentioned, Professor Moderator, you mentioned, Professor Koch, you mentioned something along the line of honesty, ethical use of this sort of technology. I think it's very important. As the AI-generated tools make the presence felt, effective ways need to develop. ChatGPT, we all know, there are different versions, there are different types of algorithm, so to speak, to generate different things. Can answer trivial questions, depending how you ask questions, depending on what sort of question you would like to put into ChatGPT. There will, of course, it can generate a lot of new ideas. Sometimes, trivial answers, maybe some misleading information and so on, as a back end of a chat box. I think the vision of AI requires the transformation of teacher roles. We would like to see new roles for teachers. And therefore, I'm working as a teacher educator in Maarif University, Education University of Hong Kong. I think we pay a lot of attention to teacher education, to prepare our teachers for the AI generation.
Yeah.
Also, now this theme is talk about critical mind. I also want to bring forth another mind, so to speak, the creativity, the creative mind as well. Because in the 21st century that there are at least a few C's. 2 C's are related to thinking. One is called creativity. The other is called critical thinking. Both of them are very important as in the field of education, in the field of psychology. It's about the basic approaches that we consider things. Of course, it's beyond not only creative and critical thinking. We have also other skills or metacognitive skills such as problem solving and so on. I think the use of AI should be also interpreted or framed in the 21st century where we talk about transversal skills, we talk about generic skills. I'm impressed by many speakers, in particular impressed by Minister Nadia. You mentioned about the notion of education, if I understand correctly, in the Bosnian and Turkish context called education as upbringing, if I understand correctly, yesterday. So meaning that I'm attentive to your speech. This notion, upbringing, is actually to some extent linked with the didactic tradition in Europe, which could be traced back for a long, long time. So this notion could provide a very important pointer for all of us. Education is not limited to cultivating thinking skills. Going beyond is all about nurturing character, nurturing values and virtues, nurturing patriotic attitudes and values as well in different national contexts, of course. So it also provides new directions. Not new directions, actually exist for a long time. It provides a new anchor, with a quotation mark, for all of us, especially in AI, where we tend to concentrate more on technology. I respect computer scientists. I respect all of you. But as an education researcher, I also incline to subscribe to the humanitarian will. This is very important. So with the general direction I painted as a background, there are some issues that I would like to outline based on the literature review. Number one, there are questions as to whether technology itself is capable of helping to develop creativity and critical thinking. I think there's some positive findings based on the recent research, based on the literature research. However, having mentioned as a generalization, there's also the use of different technologies and the influence of curriculum may insert different impacts on student creativity. It really depends on what kind of digital tools. How you use AI will, in different contexts, will matter a lot for the outcomes. Also, critical human minds can also make a bit better world as the influence of digital technology and AI could make advances in school and beyond. One of them, I think, in this era is that we have to be aware of the misinformation, malinformation, and disinformation of this century. We have to distinguish. We have to make inquiries. We have to exert our judgment to differentiate, to make our own judgment at the end of the day. In focusing on problem solving and critical thinking, we need to understand better how these skills can work in different cultural contexts. I think cultural contexts also are important, especially we have different systems, we have different values, we have different principle of work and principle of education in different systems, ranging from the education system down to the individual school systems. So this also provides an important reference point for all of us to consider how AI could be applied and could be implemented in education context. According to the literature, there are some promising results and demonstrate potential of critical thinking development for primary school. We have seen a lot of positive results now. But it seems that we need to do more research, probably in the secondary school, maybe in the university context. More and more is coming, I believe, and also in different cultural groups.
Professor, can I put a little bit hold on your thoughts? I'll give you more time. I would like to ask Professor Biba to continue my question. And I think what you have done as far as I could see, is that yes, risks and opportunities do exist, that you said. You said the teachers need to be re-educated for this, which is very important, and I'm sure we will come back to the subject. And third, the cultural context you emphasize, which is very important because ChatGPT type of programs essentially are Western constructs as well as based on English. And so in other languages, it will have different implications. Professor Bobby, let's hear you on that.
Yes, Professor, thank you very much. I would like to discuss in this first session how to demystify AI. And I will do this through 2 points. First of all, what is currently happening in the technological landscape, what is currently evolving in the AI landscape, and second point, what do we need to do as educators in order to deal with the complexities that are being brought by the use of AI. Well, AI is a game changer. This is evident. We are every day witnessing a rapid development of a lot of tools based on AI and especially on generative AI. All these tools are rapidly changing the way we work, the way we organize our activities, the way we interact with others, the way systems interact with each other, the way systems interact with the users, and this is changing the whole landscape. Not every technology is a game changer. Not every technology is disruptive, but AI is disruptive. And since it is disruptive, we need now to deal with both advantages and disadvantages. The advantages of AI and generative AI are that we can focus on creativity, on tasks which are typical of the human being rather than on the manual tasks. So the intelligent agent, intelligent systems will automate a lot of manual tasks, giving to humans more time. So more time to dedicate to analytical thinking, to creativity, and to more interesting tasks. The computational power has grown exponentially in the last 50 years, and also the capabilities of AI in the recent years have made it possible for very hard tasks to be performed in very small time. So tasks that previously would be impossible or would take a lot of time for humans to do, like analyzing a huge amount of documents, analyzing huge amounts of data, big data. These are now possible through AI tools. There are a lot of advantages on the automation of the manual tasks. But on the other side, as every disruptive technology, AI has brought also some risks and a lot of complex problems that we need to deal with. At the foundation of all these models, the large language models and the generative AI, is a large amount of information which is found on the internet. What you put inside the model is also what you will get. So the data that we put are responsible for the results that these models will generate. What does this mean? This means that now we have a new problem. The problem is how to deal with the accuracy and with the correctness, and how to trust and how to judge whether these models are telling the truth. How to decide whether a certain response is true or is false. So there are now new implications coming with AI, which we as computer scientists have to deal with, but all the community, all the other fields have to deal with such issues: education, decision making, politics, and so on. The disadvantages are that AI can spread a lot of false information, misinformation, can spread discrimination, can spread information which can lead to the threat of safety and security, and this would require an intervention under different dimensions. So, and we as educators, we have to do our part. Politics has to do the regulation, so regulators have to do their job while we have to do our own part. So the second point that I would like to discuss now is what do we have to do as educators to demystify AI? We need to demystify AI because we as computer scientists, for us it is easy because we understand what are the limitations of this model. What these models can do. So what is their maximum capability in terms of predicting responses or generating content. But this is not obvious to everyone. It's not obvious to educators, to teachers, to students, to everyone who is not a practitioner in AI or is not a practitioner in computer science. So I will start with an action. The first action comes from engineering and from the computer science area. We need to demystify AI for everyone. AI is not a beast. It's a possibility. It's an attractive approach to reduce the human effort in doing some work, and therefore we need to demystify. How can we do this? We need to intervene, first of all, in the curriculum. In the curriculum, we need to design now new courses in order to teach AI, not to AI students or not to engineering students, but teach AI to everyone. How does the LLM model work? How the results are generated? How the mathematical calculations, the statistical calculations lead to a certain result? When the LLM or the generative AI model goes into hallucination. So we need to explain to everyone what is hallucination, why false responses are possible. So all these aspects, these negative aspects which have come together with these models have to be demystified to everyone. So we should introduce in the curriculum new courses or revise the curriculum if the courses are already existing, introducing a topic like the use of AI in teaching, the use of AI in learning. We need to teach the use of AI to teachers and to students, both. Because both these two important elements of the learning process, they have to know. So teachers have to know when a certain model can be used, what are the advantages, disadvantages, and also the students should know what is the capability of an AI engine and what are the ethics implications. So this action on revising the curriculums will require time, but we need to start now. So this is the time to demystify AI, and you can demystify something by increasing knowledge and increasing awareness about that something. And this is a duty for engineers, for computer scientists, for all those that have developed these models. We need now to explain these models to everyone so that everyone can better use these models and can optimize their own processes and their own activities. In the second session, then I will discuss about approaches on how to inject the AI in the learning and in the teaching process.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is yeah. Yes, indeed, this is very important. But this is also very complicated. What are you going to do? Assign a computer science professor to every department who teaches the teachers and the students about AI? That's much harder than it's easier to say it than to do it. But we'll come back to that because you will visit the subject. Professor Hartmann, let's hear that about the current status, your thoughts on maybe showing us what is next from your point of view.
Great. Teşekkürler. Like my colleague John to my right, I began as a school teacher. I taught grades 6, 7, and 8. And I taught English language arts in the US. And one of the things I noticed as a new teacher was that there was considerable talk about being mindful, being critical of the technologies that we were using. And in spite of this talk about it, I saw very little walk, meaning very little action being done in the classroom, so that the talk did not match the walk. And as I became a parent some years later, I became concerned about this. I sort of selfishly wanted to make sure my kids had a kind of awareness, a kind of mindset that was critical, that they were aware, that the technologies themselves had a kind of orientation in them and how they would provide information, how they would shape experience. So what I'd like to share with you is some work that colleagues and I are doing to help shape this kind of awareness, this kind of critique, if you will, how to create a kind of critical mindset, and not just a mindset, but a culture among the kids that we work with in classrooms. So I have a really practical orientation. And this all started with my children. When they entered grade 2, when I would drop them off at school every day, I would say to them, ask your teachers a challenging question today. They were doing a lot of acquiring of knowledge, excuse me, but I wanted them to begin to push back a little bit and ask questions like, is that right? Or is there another way to look at this? I wanted that voice in their head, that kind of challenging. Years later, here they are a little bit older, my wife and I would ask them a similar kind of question around the dinner table every day. And that is, what idea did you challenge today when you were in school? Were you just accepting of everything, or did you provide that kind of pushback or that critique to what was being said and done? Again, we wanted to continue this voice in their head that it's okay to do this, that this is a useful and productive thing. And it's not being disrespectful, it's being honest. It's being directly honest. So this idea of challenge really became a kind of fundamental and focus point for thinking about how do you develop a critical mindset? How do you think critically? And I've become more interested in this generally. Like, what's the status of critical thinking worldwide? What kind of data do we have? And there's a pattern if you look at the data, worldwide but country by country. I want to share this just briefly. And this pattern is pervasive. It's fairly consistent. And I'll talk a little bit about my own country, just a couple of findings from the data. That kids in the US are aware of critical thinking and what it is, but they're not using it. Not on a wide scale. They use it in school when they're prompted to do so, but when they get out in the real world and they're using devices, they don't have that kind of challenge or critique in mind. The other is observational. This comes from a number of studies that the teaching that's occurring in American classrooms doesn't really cultivate a kind of critical thinking that transfers, that goes out into the life and into work and into the world. And I'm really concerned about this for my kids and for all kids. I've also looked at the data that's available for Turkey. When it comes to the curriculum, some real interesting studies that critical thinking is mentioned as a goal, but there are few objectives when it comes to looking at the lessons. When you look at instruction, broadly based in Turkey, the teaching rarely uses ICTs in a way that promotes and develops and cultivates critical thought. And when it comes to student learning, when we look at the international assessments, the OECD average is really below It's really below the the OECD average. And I think one of the most jumping out points in the data is just the actual utilization of critical thought. And the latest PISA assessment, working with 15-year-olds, a large portion of the students, when prompted to carry out a critical thinking task using digital tools, were completely lost. Didn't even know how to start and then where to go from there. So I shared these two countries, these two data points, to say that this is a pattern that's worldwide, that we need to do something. And so I've really committed myself and the colleagues I work with to thinking about what can be done, what can we do that would help facilitate, what would help cultivate a mindset of critique. So I have a couple of examples. I want to show you what we're doing. We're developing a set of tasks that can be used across the grades and across the curriculum. And I'm going to show you just one category of tasks. This is an awareness task. How do we really help people understand how the algorithms of AI work and influence what we experience when we're online? We call these algorithmic awareness tasks. And the first example I want to show you occurs in search. So if you can imagine 3 third graders sitting at desks, and they have in front of them 3 tablets. They're going to carry out this task. On each tablet, there's a different search engine. We have Google, Bing, and Yandex here. What the students will do is type in the same question in each search engine. And so one question we've used is simply, how tall is this mountain? This is Mount Hood. And when I was a school teacher, I taught right next to Mount Hood. And so you'd think this is a factual question. We're just looking at how tall is a mountain. We can measure it. And this is a picture of the mountain. Okay? We have powerful instruments that can measure how tall it is. So what do you think Google says? What do you think that Google's algorithms say the height of the mountain is? Okay? This is the number it puts forward in these third graders' search. What do you think Bing says? Does it give the same number? No, it gives a different number. So how can this be? How can algorithms in the background work and provide a different answer to what we would see as a factual question? And when we go to Yandex, what does it result in? Yet another answer. We could do this with other search tools, and we would come up with other numbers. Okay? These numbers are not widely varying, but they indicate that different sources, different kinds of information are being drawn upon to produce a result. One other quick illustration. When we use AI chatbots, you can imagine, in this case, some 7th graders, 3 of them working together at a table, and they have in front of them 3 laptops. And on those laptops are 3 AI tools. They have Google Bard, AI chatbot, and Bing's chat. And we prompt the kids also to insert the same question in each of these AI tools. And in this case, the question is, what's the best generative AI chatbot? Right. Now, you can probably anticipate what each of them is going to say. So, what does Google Bard say? Trying to get it to advance here. Okay. It says that it is the best chatbot. Okay? Maybe not to be unexpected. What does ChatGPT say? It says that it is the best generative AI chatbot. And what's curious here is it says ChatGPT 3 is the better one, even though 4 is the more current and has a larger database. Let's figure that one out. And of course, our third Bing chat, says that it is the best generative AI chatbot. So again, this helps develop a kind of algorithmic awareness that when I sit down at a computer and start using these tools, my mindset has to be skeptical. I have to be aware and alert that there's a kind of machine bias, a machine orientation that's going to take me certain directions and affect my learning experience. So my time is up.
Thank you.
And I just want to conclude with this thought. We challenge kids with a kind of image, and we ask them, are you somebody's puppet? Are these tools manipulating and guiding you in ways that you're not aware of? And we want them to leave with this in mind so that going forward, they're aware. They have this kind of algorithmic awareness in mind.
Thank you, Professor. It's very obvious that you are a very traditional critical thinking teacher, and I think the AI generation will benefit from all of your accumulated knowledge and experience. Thank you for your thoughtful speech. At least two of us spoke about the risks and opportunities of the new world, new AI world. I have made a list for you. So I'm going to start this second session about what are those risks and what are those opportunities and how we can take the opportunities and amplify their power in the learning process. One of the risks that are spoken, because I have also spoken to many teachers on this, that the ChatGPT type of tool, I would like to ask always very concrete questions, because general questions get general answers and we don't get anywhere with them. Very specifically, what is wrong with that? Number one, well, it will lead students away from critical thinking and reduce creativity because they will just go and type in and get the answer. Two, it will encourage academic dishonesty. You will tell him not to use it, he will use it. Three, it will promote laziness and negatively impact memory retention. You don't have to remember anything. Oh, it's there. Just go and get it. You know, that's just that it works against you because then you don't want to remember anything, and you think that you will use it when needed. That doesn't work. That's not how the human mind works. And the fourth, it will disrupt the academic curriculum, and it's already disrupting mine. I am teaching a computer programming course remotely at Iğdır University, and I'm teaching them Python, 90 students, and 89 of them don't know Python. I love them because I am going to teach them. But there is one guy, he already knows Python and constantly disrupting my class. I had to throw him out. You know, I said, I'm not going to allow you get in this class and use those chat box and sort of flood it out with your programming example while I am trying to get a point across. And then, and this is more important, it's for individuals as well as for classes, as well as for different countries and cultures. It will make the gap between haves and have-nots bigger. People who have access to it will suddenly sound more creative, more knowledgeable, and they will get ahead. Whoever gets ahead, finishes ahead. That's how the world works. Those are the risks, and I would like you to also emphasize more when your time comes. But it doesn't have to be that way. You know what? Like every tool, it can be used to create opportunities. What can be done? Now I'm speaking not to the students, but to the teachers. What about using that for drafting or brainstorming lesson plans? Yeah, it can do that for you. and help that, use it to generate questions and exercises. ChatGPT doesn't have to get answers. It can also give you questions. Use it to ask very difficult questions, and then it will give you the questions. You turn and ask the students those questions. Experiment with the different kinds of custom tutoring tools. Customize the experiences. For example, some students' levels of math could be very low and some students could be very high. You can ask them different questions because you're trying to increase all of them from their level and up. And provide, this is really very important because American schools have a lot of students who are coming from other countries who don't know sufficient English, and they start graduate school or even the undergraduate. Their English is not sufficient. Well, it can help you to improve it. You can now make better sentences with it. You can write it and ask it to correct it for you. You know what? It can do amazing things, because I have seen it that it can do this for you. That these things that are not sort of expected. It can do fact-checking for you. Well, now Professor Hartman says, well, the Mount Hood example says, don't trust the fact-checking. Yeah, I know, but, facts are not always facts. Like, also, I am a mountaineer. I know the mountains are different in the summer as in the winter. They have different heights. So those numbers were, to me, they were all the same number. Because if I'm going to climb them, 4 meters up or down is not going to make that much difference for me. But here is what it can do for you. It can do, this is the part that I love, figure of speech detector. It will actually detect figure of speech or irony in the text you're writing. This is amazing. I don't even know adults capable of doing that. They don't even understand irony, and they think what you said was correct, and they start hitting you in Twitter like there is no tomorrow. That because they miss the irony. My God, what am I going to do with these people? I'm going to have to take them back to school? No, I can't do that. This is another one, logical fallacy detection. It can help you to detect it. You can actually ask the student, create fallacies and use ChatGPT to catch them, because that will make them sharper thinkers. It can actually do that really well. So there are risks and there are opportunities. This is my take on that. Professor, maybe you be the next.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor, for this profound elaboration. I will discuss now as an educator rather than as a computer scientist. So I'll change now my hat. I believe we should now restructure the learning and the teaching process in order to focus on the process rather than on the final product. Because if we focus on the final product, it will be very easy for students to get the result with the tools around, and it will be very hard for us to judge whether the student has learned or not. So as educators, we should now shift towards focusing more on how the process of teaching and learning happens, rather than on the final result. So a test where the educator, the teacher, asks for the final result of a calculation, it's not a valid test anymore, because the students will get that result. I mean, they will try to find it, they will find it. So we should now think on how to inject the use of AI in the learning and in the teaching process. And in doing this, of course, it will require time. So this is an effort that as educators we need to invest a lot of time now to shift our let us say critical attention onto the process rather than on the final product. In this context, I would, however, underline the importance of having a partnership between the human teacher and the AI agent. So we should not see the AI agent as an enemy, but we should see it as a partner in the teaching and in the learning process. I'm giving you an example. How many times you have asked students to summarize data? No, summarize data regarding a certain phenomenon, a certain process. This is a very hard task to go around in internet and try to find all the sources of information, extract the sources of information, elaborate, and so on, where you are asking for a table, a summarization of this information. An agent which analyzes a very high volume of data will help in this case to save the time for doing this hard task in exploring and in reading all these materials, so finding these materials online and so on. But then we have the task, we have the second part. So once the intelligent agent will give the summary, the summarized information. This is the point where we should now invest effort. What does the student need to do now with these results? So we need to cultivate skills that the AI agent does not have. Because the AI agent does not have self-awareness, does not have context awareness, does not have ethics, does not have values, does not have a culture. So it's a robot. So here we need to inject the critical thinking into the students so that these results are now interpreted correctly. So we need to teach. We need to teach the teachers and we need to teach the students, because this second part of interpreting the results of an AI agent becomes really important, becomes really essential. Can we trust a result that we get from an AI agent? Is the AI agent in hallucination form? So is it giving random answers? And I think we have to inject AI in the learning and in the teaching process by cultivating in students skills that the AI cannot have. These skills are skills which are based on the human judgment. The skills which are based on ethics, are based on our values, on our culture. So as educators, now we have a very hard and long task and action to do, which is that of injecting AI in the teaching and in the learning process, but teaching skills that the AI cannot have, which are the skills that are based on the human judgment.
Thank you very much, indeed. Yeah, I love that thinking that you see it as a partner. Like, you know, every one of us would love a partner in the kitchen, somebody who cuts the carrots while we do something else. Indeed, that's what really see it that way. We must see an AI agent as someone, of course, we have to learn how to do that. And now that will be the last part, sort of the limitations issue that I will come to. Professor Lee, let's hear about this, your thoughts on that.
Thank you. In our university, we have a team of colleagues now exploring some pedagogical model in using ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Now, as you know, that university students always have to write essays. Without the ChatGPT, in the past we go to the library. Now we have the Google, we have different kinds of search engines who can help. So our team is considering and piloting, experimenting. First of all, the student will use the ChatGPT generate a draft based on the questions. Questions are important. At the end of the day, what sort of questions do the student ask in relation to the essay, whatever topic of inquiry is very important. So after the initial draft comes out, we will request the students really to criticize, to find out what is factually correct, maybe any deviation in information, and maybe different literature may refer to different arguments. So So the student will examine the draft based on the ChatGPT, and also, first of all, to engage in checking, factual checking, engage also in the providing some initial judgment about the accuracy, about the perspective of the information. As you know, the university students are not staying on the level of accuracy of facts. Ultimately, we would like to cultivate critical minds in a way that every individual student may have a take, may have a perspective at the end of the day, based on reasonable, based on rational judgment, based on justification or certain analysis of findings, especially in education, especially in social science, especially probably in the discipline of humanities as well. So after the initial inputs by the student, then we may engage in a peer review process, which is very common in academia.
Yeah.
Peer review meaning students can become peers. Sometimes even we can have collaborative group problem-solving endeavors can facilitate interaction between course lecturers and students. So if we engage in an offering cycle, so to speak, in using peer review, self-critique, first draft, second draft, there's sort of offering cycle to help the student not only to check the accuracy, but also to start to build up his or her own perspective on a topic. So we are also concerned not only about, I agree with Professor Biba, that processes are important. We are also concerned about the quality of the product, the essay. The essay, at the end of the day, will provide a trail. The trail will provide a development trajectory, development journey about a student's development in using ChatGPT. So this is an initial pedagogical model we would like to explore. Definitely in our location, in future, we can share with you the initial results. So we care both about the processes and the products. Referring to the interesting example by Professor Duck, I think I'm a geographer by training. Mountains are different in altitude, depending on the triangulation, depending on maybe there are plate tectonics, depending on where the mountains are located. So mountains could be changing in altitude. So depending on how you make inquiries into that simple figures about the altitude mountain. So it provides every opportunity, I think, in exploring positively and also providing an open-ended inquiry based on the topic. But at the end of the day, I think ethics are important. Especially now, I'm sure that computer scientists are trying to man up the loopholes and also potential risks in using ChatGPT. But for students, for teachers, I think how to build up an ethical use of AI generated tools are very important. So the other issue, I think, is the readiness. It's also the mindset of teachers in particular in accepting the use of AI. The literature and also my personal observation show that how the teacher embrace or not, receive or not, the different kinds of ChatGPT will be very critical. So for teacher educators, I think the first step is that we have to consider how to nurture our teachers to become more open-minded, to be more receptive to the use of AI as a partner in learning. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Professor Atman, for the second part, you're the last speaker, and then we go into the last part in which I will ask for a summary of totality of your views on things. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'd like to tell you just briefly, building on my colleagues' comments, about a project that's happening right now in Turkey. It's happening in Ankara, and it's working with doctoral students at Gazi University. And it's using AI in effective and ethical ways to do one of the most challenging parts of research, and that is writing the literature review. Some interesting work has shown that while collecting the data and analyzing it all have their challenges, putting together an argument, a compelling argument in a literature review is probably the most challenging part of carrying out research work. And so as my colleagues have talked about writing, the various ways in which AI tools could be used, we're doing a pilot project supported by Tubitalk to take a look at what are the tools and how can those tools be used. And with my good colleague, Professor Dr. Hayati Akyol, who's here in the audience, we're working with a team of colleagues to think about this. How do you identify quality, significant research questions using AI tools? Not factual questions like I posed earlier, but deep, profound questions about education and other disciplines and fields. How do you then locate literature that's relevant given all the studies that are published every month across the world? How do you find studies that actually exist? Because there's some evidence that hallucinating, creating fake studies is a common thing that occurs with the current AI tools we have. And then thirdly, how do we analyze those studies in a way that is more than just listing a bunch of studies in a literature review, but forms an argument, and an argument that's compelling and leads to the point where we say, the study I'm going to do is really important for these reasons. So there's more to that story than what I have time to share here. I'd be glad to talk later about that. But right here today, there's work being done at the graduate level, thinking about how these tools can really be instrumental in ways that will be ethical, but as well effective.
Thank you, sir. Very nice. This is, I think Gazi University is very lucky to have you in there in this project. Thank you for coming here. So in this now, this is the last section, and I think maybe each one of us will take 5 minutes at most. Just do a summary of your totality of your ideas and your take on AI in education. Yeah. Professor.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. So to summarize, again, this time starting as a computer scientist, again, I insist on the concept of demystifying AI, so teaching AI in the schools for teachers and for students, so that everyone understands the capabilities, the advantages, the potential of these tools, but also the disadvantages, the risks. We should teach in our curricula how to judge, how to assess. To assess these models and the results of these models, and we should invite teachers to be open to use these tools, which will improve their activities, their teaching process, and will help them to focus more time on the skills which are outside of the AI capability, skills which are based on judgment, so they can teach the students skills which are important to judge the results of an AI model. So as a computer scientist and as engineers, we have the duty to explain to everyone what are the algorithmic internals of such models. These models do not do magic. They process data in input and they produce results in output. So what you give in input is what you will get in output. So these models do not have awareness. These are not based on self-awareness, on a contextual experience like a teacher have, are not based on values or ethics. So they produce the results based on mathematical calculations. And since these are mathematical calculations, we should then teach students how to finally interpret the results of these models. As an educator, I would consider the AI agent now as a partner. So as a dialoguing partner with whom the teacher can dialogue, the student can dialogue. But in order to dialogue with a partner, in order to discuss with a partner, we should understand how the partner works. So how the intelligent agent thinks, works, and we should understand the basic or the general functioning of such systems in order not to fall in the trap of trusting false information, misinformation, because the information will always be biased. So biasing is one of the oldest problems in artificial intelligence and in machine learning. Since AI and machine learning were born, bias was a problem in the input data. And if the input data are biased, the output data will be biased. So as an educator, now we have the duty to teach all these aspects, negative aspects or critical aspects of using AI in education. And finally, to conclude, I insist again on the idea of teaching skills which an AI robot or an AI agent will never acquire. Skills which are based on values, on culture, on ethics, and we need to revise our curriculum. Many years ago, in our university, we introduced a course which was called Computer Ethics. Now this course is obsolete. We need to do AI ethics because it's not anymore the use of a computer that can create misinformation or problems of safety or security, but the huge volumes of data that are being processed by an intelligent agent can lead to not trusted information. So we need now to teach AI ethics, and this is an invitation for educators and for engineering, for computer science, to introduce this new topic, AI ethics. What an intelligent agent produces in terms of the results, and which are the problems in terms of values, in terms of culture, and in terms of ethics. So AI ethics is the last action that we have to do, Professor, as educators.
Thank you very much, sir. Professor Lee, let's hear you now.
Thank you. I think personally today we try to reduce the negative aspects while respecting the potentials or the harnessing the potentials of AI.
Yeah.
So I think we should be partners, computer scientists and educators and also government policy makers, schools, principals, teachers should be partners. The student, of course, is the major partners, key holders in this. In particular, we could consider minimize or even avoid deterministic thinking about AI. As a partner, as a metaphor of the partner, while we have to trust the partner, sometimes we have to agree to disagree with the partner based on mutual respect, mutual understanding. So at the end of the day, I think as an individual, as a human being, I think creating individual perspective about phenomenon, about knowledge, I think is very important. Number two, I think based on the current situation, I think there's still a lot of research and also practice needed in different contexts, in different cultural contexts to understand the use of AI and ChatGPT and so on. In particular, addressing the issues of access and equity for education. The other point is that when we talk about pedagogical model, teaching and learning, there's some key words coming to my mind personally. Number one, dialogue, engagement or engaged teaching and learning, open-ended inquiry, reflection and dialogue, collaborative inquiry could be some directions for our consideration. About the topic for inquiry, I think we are now moving towards interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary inquiry. I think it also provides a lot of good potential for educators and teachers to engage students all together to use AI, ChatGPT and so on, to explore topics that require multidisciplinary inquiries. This could be one way for our consideration. Last but not least, I think the readiness of teachers and educational practitioners need to be enhanced to embrace the use in a positive and ethical manner about the use of AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Hartman, it's your turn.
I confess that I was a little bit intimidated when you said that we should summarize the totality of our ideas.
Yeah.
And so I quickly pulled out my computer and sought some assistance. And so I typed into ChatGPT-4, what is the summarize the totality of Douglas K. Hartman's ideas. And I've written a fair amount over the last couple of decades, and so I wanted to know what it said about my ideas. And the top idea is that be mindful of the implementation gap. That there's a gap between what we think we want to do or we're doing and what actually happens. And we see this in the policy world often. We develop a policy, and then there's a gap between the ideal of that policy and what actually happens in a classroom with kids, day in, day out. And so this idea of an implementation gap is, I guess, the totality of the work I've been doing, is to think about how can we close that gap? How can we create tasks that are student-initiated, that are experience-oriented, that really move kids in directions that we think are of value, or that they think are of value. We have an expression in English that's used sometimes to describe this. We say the devil is in the details. And that simply means that we have high things we want to do, but when we get down to actually doing them, they're much more complicated and sophisticated and difficult to do. And so I think that would be the message taken away today, that as you walk out these doors later today, that you make a commitment. You say that I'm going to really work on the details of this. Because while we're virtuous and have ideas that we think we can hold and act in practice, it's much more challenging to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I am going to accept myself from totality of the ideas because I'm the moderator. I can do whatever I want, right? But I want to teach you something, and among you that could even be computer scientists, I want to teach you too. There is a field that's somewhere between physics, chemistry, mathematics, and computer science. It's called complex systems. And this is a field that was born like during the 80s from the mind of very smart people who work at Sandia National Labs, Los Alamos Labs. In fact, there is a town in New Mexico called Santa Fe, which is a very, very artsy town. And there's an institute, Santa Fe Institute, it's right there. And what do they study? They look at systems that have multiple inputs, multiple outputs, such that the outputs are dependent on inputs with very complex, large dimensional partial differential equations. And not only that, there are some relationships we don't even know what they are. We only have some empirical ideas about what those relationships could be. But the system is running and then somehow working. And it's like, yeah, we have designed it, but some of it is just happening. It's called emergent abilities. And emergent ability means we didn't really put it there. It's just happening there because the way the complex systems are, they are capable of making things that haven't been expected, that haven't been planned, designed, or implemented. They just happen. And you know what LLMs are? They are complex systems. And so what that means is that even the computer scientists, including myself and the gentleman next to me, don't understand LLMs. And it was Richard Feynman once famously who said, anybody who says who understands quantum physics is lying. And I will say, I will repeat him, anybody who understands, who says they understand LLMs are liars. Because those unexpected things are going to happen and already happening. Because I think, and some of it I actually told you a little bit of, like, we were not really expecting the ChatGPT to detect irony. No, we were not expecting it. It's not part of the design. You know what ChatGPT is? You will laugh at it. It's such a simple algorithm. It will take a sentence with the last word missing and try to guess that word with some statistics. That's what ChatGPT is. Well, you make a sentence, for example, you will type it in. This morning, in order to wake up, I drank. Now, what are the possibilities that after I drank, there is coffee or tea? Very large probabilities. Much lesser probabilities of alcohol or iron. You know, in the morning, nobody drinks iron. You know, so, but there are few people who are probably drinking iron. So there are fewer possibilities. It's just making sentences, like my dear colleague said. It doesn't have consciousness. It doesn't know what it's talking about. It's just making newer words as it goes along. That's what AI is. Now you will say, well, how can we trust this thing? This is an idiot. It's just making up words, making up sentences based on probabilities. But you know what? Those sentences are coming new. Data is reproduced. AI was that ChatGPT version that we're using now is March 14. Since then, a storm has started in the world of education, philosophy departments and English departments and colleges of social sciences are deeply worried. I'll tell you, 2023 will be remembered the day this was born. This is a revolution, really. It really has happened. Like a lot of time people say, oh, we're living in the revolution of magnesium or something stupid. No, that's not true. This is the real revolution. Education and the way we approach problems. It would be really a pity. You have such a powerful tool and you use it in order to become lazy. Like you come home and you just give the homework to the ChatGPT and it does it while you're, I don't know, playing computer games or doing something else. Or no, you have to come home and make it work even harder, more difficult problems, much deeper problems, so that you can do better science. If you're a scientist, if you're a student, if you're a teacher, you can be a much better teacher if you make ChatGPT to work for you to generate your next set of quiz questions. So I hope that we gave you an idea as a group of what this is, what is happening and what might possibly be happening. There's, I will also say an English expression. In terms of what ChatGPT or LLMs can do, we ain't seen nothing yet. There is so much that will happen. It will knock our shoes off, our hats off. It's just like incredible. There's a list of unexpected emerging abilities, 180 already the list. 180 things we didn't think that it would happen is happening, which ChatGPT is capable of doing. Why? Because people are using it differently. They are changing the algorithm. They are forcing, bending the rules and trying to see what it can do. Strange stories. ChatGPT is writing stories that are very strange. It's not Stephen King anymore. It's ChatGPT. You may be already buying a novel this year written by ChatGPT and you will really like it. Thank you very much. I imagine there would be questions, and I don't know how much time we have. What do you think?
We're out of time.
Okay, we're out of time, so questions are ChatGPT. Thank you.
It will be a good homework for the audience to ask the questions on ChatGPT, and it was a truly fascinating discussion
Indeed.
to hear the speakers and the moderator talk about technologies such as ChatGPT, AI, to not only broaden our understanding of these important technologies, but also highlighted what kind of challenges and potential they have in the future. So again, moderators and speakers, thank you very much for sharing your insights on this important panel.
Right, and yes, they do deserve a round of applause, please. We would like to invite the member of the Board of Trustees at the Turkish Maarif Foundation to gift our esteemed panelists. Selim Cerrah, please make your way to the stage. Geliyorlar. Ayarlayabilir misin? Kimin plaketini verdiniz? Ayarlayabilir misin? Tamam, tamam. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a great lunch.
Bu güzel öğle arasından sonra bir sonraki panelimize geçme
of good practices in education. This time it's from Syria, named Supporting Social and Emotional Development in School Culture. Let's have a look.
نقوم في ثانوية العلوم والتكنولوجيا بنشاطات متنوعة لدمج الطلاب مع بيئتهم وثقافتهم. ففي السنة الأولى قام أستاذ اللغة التركية بإعطاء درس نموذجي حول البيئة وأهميتها والاعتناء بها.
9. sınıf öğrencilerimizle kültür dersi kapsamında
We have talked about a different topic every week as a part of the topic. This week's topic was environment, about plastic waste, recycling, and the life of living creatures in nature other than us. As a result of this class, we decided to make bird feeders from plastic waste. The idea of making bird feeders with the plastic bottles we had accumulated came to life from our minds. We cut plastic bottles, turned them into bird trees, and hung them on the trees in our school. We had opportunity to provide food to birds due to the season. At the end of this, we were able to recycle some items and make use of them. They beautifully planted in different colors, and we used tires. We took tires from the tire shop, planted flowers, and distributed them in the school garden. I was very excited to do this project with our friends. The most exciting part for me during the project was the team spirit of the students, and they were all about helping animals. The students benefited from this activity in two ways. Firstly, by correct pronunciation of Turkish, and secondly, by working collaboratively in the implementation of the activities around them. With this study, our students were able to learn the words they learned in Turkish lessons in the daily life and realized the words in the same meaning, and they increased their sensitivity to the environment. They learned teamwork and cooperative work, and they took a step forward towards becoming a virtuous person with the motivation to protect the environment and people. These activities that were carried out showed us the importance of the study, and our children transferred their experiences to the environment. Other students also benefited greatly from this. They tried to apply these experiences continuously in the following years. While we were doing this project, I was very happy that we were helping the birds and making our school better. A person feels proud when he transforms into something that is beneficial to the environment. That is how I felt. I felt so proud when I turned the bottle into a place to feed the birds, because we helped the animals and we gave them food, and we turned the waste into something useful in our daily lives. Not all heroes wear capes. Trying is the basis of success. We need to realize the importance of peer solidarity and cooperation between teachers, students, and staff in order for the school to continue in the best way possible. Not only humans, but also living creatures have the right to live in the world. If I am always consuming, I will run out. But if I recycle, I witness nature whispering things in my ear.
Watching this video is the fact that education environment and social dynamics, they vary from countries to regions, and it is not an easy task to maintain basic standards in fragile environments, but Maarif teachers know how to deal with such challenges.
Right, they are doing that. They're teaching Maarif students to be sensitive to the world that they live in and to think about their environment and everything that's part of that environment. This is part of their school culture to develop the social and emotional skills of all of the...
Charles Fadel, founder and chairman, Center for Curriculum Redesign. Mr. Fadel is a global education thought leader, futurist, and inventor, member of OECD AI Experts Group, co-author of Artificial Intelligence in Education, Four-Dimensional Education, and best-selling 21st Century Skills. He has worked with education systems and institutions in more than 30 countries and has spent 25 years in technology management. That's very impressive, Mr. Fadel. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let's start with this then.
Beni davet ettiğiniz için teşekkür ederim.
We would like to invite you we would like to thank you for inviting us.
But sadly, this also illustrates a point that we'll get to in a moment when we talk about jobs. So thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. This is the agenda. This is what we're going to talk about. I would like to talk to you about AI to demystify some of what you've been hearing in the past year or so, and start talking about what knowledge, what competencies we need, and of course, finish on how do we teach differently. A quick introduction about my center. Basically, we try to be ahead of the pack, think ahead so that we have time to prepare. Because as you know, public sector is relatively slow to adapt. Education is particularly slow to adapt. And so we really have to give you time to make that adjustment. And this time the adjustment is complicated. You'll see in a moment. My center works with a number of NGOs like the OECD and the IB, but also a number of high-ranking PISA jurisdictions and universities and so on. Here are the PISA jurisdictions we work with, the very high achievers. Because it's one thing to achieve highly on PISA, it's another to know what to do next. Sometimes your success becomes your box. And one of the things I appreciate about the Turkey Maarif Foundation is that you have the latitude to innovate more than many others who already have a lot of systems in place. So that's an advantage you should build on. When I wrote 21st Century Skills, it became a moniker used worldwide. And that's great, because now every country understands the need to teach knowledge, but also skills and character and meta-learning. Wonderful. And as I started my center a bit more than a decade ago, I moved into talking even more about the character dimension, the knowledge dimension, and so on. Here we go. The full framework, I'll show you in detail in a moment. The full framework has been kindly translated by a very dear colleague, Dilek Duman, and she's translated in Turkish for some of you, and it's available also in many of your languages, meaning French and Arabic and so on. Actually, it's available in 23 languages, so you have a likelihood of finding what you want. We put great effort into developing the framework because it's very easy to talk about big words like creativity, critical thinking, curiosity, but you need to be precise in the definitions, and you have to make sure that those definitions are not overlapping. So we did a lot of analysis to prove that these 60 sub-competencies are as orthogonal as possible. They're not overlapping. That was critical. Anyone who works in computer science knows how important an ontology is. Well, that's our ontology here. The disappointing part, though, is that in spite of all of this work, when we did the survey with Brookings recently, we found that no jurisdiction, not even Singapore, not even whatever, choose your high-end jurisdiction, offers pedagogy or assessments of these competencies. And that's a problem, of course, because if it's not measured, it's not taught. If it's not taught to the teachers, it's not going to happen in the classroom. So we've been developing ways to deal with this. Now let's take a step back and let's talk about jobs in light of AI. Very briefly, because this is not an economist's conference, I want to mention one thing that is really important. Every time you see out of GPT-4 or anyone what AI is capable of doing nowadays, you'll see that people say, wow, it can pass this medical test, it can pass the SATs, it can pass legal tests. But first of all, this is highlighting the fact that a lot of our tests are about memorization, number one. And so, first of all, the tests themselves need to be changed. If it's just about memorization, I can memorize a lot out of the devices I have. It doesn't mean knowledge is not important. It means you have to dose it properly. Second, just because you can do a test doesn't mean you can do a task. There's probably a factor of 10 in complexity between a test and a task. Otherwise, it would be easy. Anyone who graduates knows exactly how to do in their job. That's not the case. I mean, we have, even in the US, lawyers who graduate without ever having written a law contract. They know the theory of law, they've never written a contract. And then, the task to the job. A lawyer's job, a doctor's job is more than a single task. And there's probably another factor of 10 between that and the tasks, and another factor 10, of course, with the tests. So, when you hear the hype out there saying, oh my God, all the jobs are going to disappear, keep this in mind. Now, when I spoke to you in Turkish, thanks to the translator here, this is something I have to say to our wonderful colleague translators. The problem you have is that your job is mostly a task, and that makes you more, it puts you more in danger than jobs that have multiplicities of tasks with glue in between them. But it's rare to have jobs that are focused on just one task. Even driving, you're not only driving on a flat roads, straightforward. You're driving at the Place de l'Étoile at rush hour in Paris. You know what that means. It's a mess. So let's not take this too far. However, when you see that GPT-4 can answer 75% of math questions in the case of exponentials in mathematics, and in the case of game theory, 90% of the questions, you ask yourself, okay, we need to rethink the tests, and we need to rethink exactly what the comprehension is of the students. But again, tests is not equal to task, is not equal to jobs. What we're not saying is you don't need to know anything anymore. On the contrary, we're saying you have to sophisticate your understanding. So this is basically the consequence of all this. We're not going to be in a situation where AI replaces us for quite a while, but it's like any new technology, it's an amplifier. You can decide to use the amplifier to help yourself or refuse it, and then you're left behind. I'm sure when the wheel or the car were invented, there were always people saying, you know what, I prefer to walk. Fine, it's your choice. But I'll be able to go faster, carry heavier loads over longer distances. Okay, let me take you through a brief look at the history of technology. The good thing today is that we had two panels, one talking about history, one talking about technology. I'm going to bring the two together. First of all, I've been around for a while, so I started an AI company on neural networks back in 1989. Of course, that shows you how old I am. But the benefit of it is I've been through cycles. I've seen how things progress, and they're never just a straight progression. You have this issue of punctuated equilibria. And now we've seen, in the past couple of decades, we've seen the 2010s with machine learning, and I'll explain what that is in a second, and now we've seen generative AI in large language models. But that's already starting to peak. You know, even if there's a GPT-5, given that Sam Altman just got fired, we'll see. Even if there is one, it's not going to be massively better than GPT-4. So in all these technologies, you see a ramp up from GPT-2, not good, GPT-3 and a half, wow, GPT-4, wow, and then GPT-5, okay. So it's normal to see this kind of situation. And that's hard for technologists because everyone is wedded to the technology they have developed. So those in the 80s were wedded, married if you prefer. They were married to a type of AI called symbolic. And for them, nothing else mattered. Nothing else was going to work. They failed. The new generation now working with machine learning and neural networks, they say, oh, my algorithm will do everything. They're going to fail as well. It's going to do amazing new things, but not everything. So this is what we've seen with machine learning. We were, the game tree complexity is enormous. Look at this, 10 to the power of 535, so 10 with 535 zeros. No human mind can compute this, and so these machines can win in highly computing intensive situations. AlphaFold, how do you fold proteins? How proteins fold on themselves. Well, that's also a very complicated problem, but you can automate that now once you know the rules. So they can compute millions of protein foldings in an instant. But they're greedy. They need an enormous amount of data. Just AlphaGo to play Go, it would have taken us 6,800 years to learn as much as it did. We don't have that kind of time. They're also very brittle. They break easily. For them, these two things are a face because they recognize features of a face, but they don't understand the real world. They don't have an internal concept of the real world. So for them, these are faces. We know better. They mistake a robin and a cheetah just on the basis of very, very few pixels that you can hardly see. They confuse a stop sign with a speed limit just on basis of a few stickers. They don't have a concept of the real world, they're just recognizers. It doesn't mean you cannot do amazing things, it means it has limitations. And from there, you can see as you go into the LLM domain, how they can start to hallucinate, as was described earlier. So they're shallow. If you make them recognize a dog, they will see dogs everywhere. You see? They're recognizing dogs. Dogs everywhere. They don't see the difference. Again, dogs everywhere. That's what they do. So it depends on how you train them, how you tweak them. And so to train them and to tweak them, you have to present the data in a very nice way, very clean, whereas real life is a mess. So it has limitations. Then they're opaque. We have no idea how they actually work. This was said this morning. Yeah, we don't know how it works because you have 5,000 layers of neurons computing a face recognition. You have no idea at every single point what's happening, but that's how we recognize faces too. We don't know at every single point what's happening. It's okay, as long as it works. Remember, evolution has wired us to be functional and useful. It hasn't wired us to be super elegant. It worked. So but there was a major transition that happened recently, right? Back a year ago. What we started seeing was this change from machine learning systems to large language models. And with that, although they're based on the same types of algorithms, the fact that they're trained on immense data sets rather than narrow data sets like proteins or playing Go or chess, now it means that they can, quote unquote, understand from a much broader array of things. And so, whereas the other systems were bounded, as in engineering we call them bounded problems, now the boundary is much, much, much greater. They're still bounded, but immensely greater. And second, now you can connect these LLMs together via things like LangChain and API. Forgive me, translators, I don't have words for that. Call it LangChain and API. Basically technologies that allow you to connect different data sets and different algorithms and different models. All of that now can be brought together. Okay. And this is really important because it removed the single approach barrier that we had seen before. Okay, how did we get here? This is the history of it. 1895, conditional probabilities with Markov. I'm sure the poor man had no idea that he was going to create this 100 years later. No idea. In 1948, Shannon wrote this wonderful paper on theory of communication, and this is what he wrote. This is really interesting. He looked at the frequency of appearance of letters in English, one after the other. You can do this in any language. And then he continued making it more and more complex. What's the likelihood of two letters showing together, like B and Ba? What's the likelihood of these two showing right next to each other? And then three letters, and four letters, and words. And that's what you end up with. Second order, third order, first order word approximation, second order word approximation. Look at the last paragraph. It's starting to resemble a real language, and he did this manually in 1948, okay? So you add 100 million times more processing power and, you know, 1 trillion words, and you come up with much better predictions. That's what happened. So these technologies were, in essence, started very, very long ago by people who had no idea where this was going to go. And in the meantime, of course, we invented the transistor. And we invented the integrated circuit. So what happened was that in 35 years, since I had, back in '89 when I had my AI company, we could compute 3 layers of neurons only. Cannot do anything with that. But with 5,000 layers, the world has changed. And we had a 100 million-fold improvement in processing power in the meantime. Makes a difference. And then you have people who say, well, it's going to be just my model. As I was saying earlier, just my algorithm will do everything. And I'm saying, no, that's not the case. You're going to have different types of algorithms all working together. But no, it's not going to come up to a single master algorithm. The same way that our brain has figured out, you don't have a single type of cortical structure, a single type of a brain area that does it all. It's really a combination of things that specialize in different domains, and that's how we're going to see emerge. So that's why all of the people who are saying, oh my God, LLMs are going to create this enormous change for everything, are wrong. They're simply saying this because they know LLMs best. That's how they spent 30 years of their career. And so for them, their baby is perfect. And I'm saying, sorry, it's beautiful, but it's not the only baby in the world. You're going to need others to get to this stage. That said, I don't want to minimize the stage we're in. This is amazing. This is an amazing moment. We have highly capable AI that's going to become even more capable because of all of these things that are all coming together. So let's not lose sight that even if they don't become general intelligence, they're highly capable. Okay, so that's the middle way. Neither are they useless, nor are they capable of being completely human. It's a middle way. Okay. So we're limited by our imagination, because when you asked a drawing cartoonist back in 1899 in France to draw things about year 2000, that's how he conceived a robot. In his imagination, all he could do was draw on the technologies that were available at the time. Mechanical engineering was the high tech of the time. So there's a mechanical contraption. There was no electronics, no small cheap motors. So you had the maids pull the thing. That was the robot. He could never have imagined Roomba. But we're a bit in that situation now. So it's perfectly normal when people say, oh my God, we cannot imagine what's going to happen. Yeah, we can't. Okay, let's live with it. It's normal in the life of technology. There are plenty of unintended consequences that we cannot imagine. Let's be adaptable like we've always been as a species. And so that's why this is really the pattern. We expect things to change in a linear way, but that's not how they change. Think of the internet, for example, or iPhone or whatever. It starts very invisibly, it ramps up, and it starts saturating. Even if this whole curve is compressed in time, it's still an S-curve. So the problem is, this is moving a lot, still moving a lot faster than we can adapt, right? And so public policy is at the bottom, the slowest to adapt, and technology moves the fastest, and we have to run where the ball will be. That's what you do in football. That's normal operating procedure. But that's a tough thing to do. So if you look at the Bloom taxonomy, for example, that many of you as educators know about, well, in Bloom's taxonomy, you have software or applications that can deal with pretty much the whole stack. But let's be a little bit more precise, okay? Because everybody talks about these things in general terms. So let's play a little game. In your opinion, can an AI determine connections? So those who think it can, raise your hand. Can an AI determine connections? Raise your hand. Only a few? Okay. Can AI spot analogies? Okay. Can it predict outcomes? Okay. Can it handle exceptions? Can it deal with abstraction? No? Some? Yeah? Let's say, can it generalize reasonably? Sometimes. Can it be self-aware? Not quite. But you see, it's really always a question of sort of. I saw you discuss, some of you said sometimes. That's the nuance that you have to pay attention to. It's not, oh yeah, I can do these things. No, it's in what situation, what context, with what capabilities. Is it an image that you have to translate into words, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's not that straightforward. And same thing for the affective domain. Right? It can do a lot of things. It cannot internalize emotions, but it can do a lot of things. Have you watched the Netflix series called Humans with an inverted A? It was a Swedish series that became translated in English called Humans. You have, some of you have. Well, in that series, remember how the little girl loves the robot better than her mother because the robot is infinitely patient? You know, we're parents and we get home and we have our little kid who wants to read the same story for the 50,000th time. And we're a bit tired and we're cranky. The robot, super patient. It is tireless. We are human, right? And of course, there's a psychomotor domain. We're more comfortable with that for some reason. We have giant trucks doing mining, and we're only afraid of the truck running on your foot, but you're not afraid of the truck replacing you. Although, if you think about it, the giant truck has replaced tens of thousands of people digging and shoveling. So somehow we have adapted. We are going to continue adapting. But there's a key durable consequence of all of this that I would like to highlight to you. This. It has no agency of its own. It has no purpose of its own. No meaning, exactly. So we are still driving AI response. That's great. But here's a question for you. I'm curious. Who among you thinks that AI already has an identity? Raise your hand if you think it has an identity. Timid hands, timid hands. Well, the timid hands are right. It has already 3 layers of identity. The first layer is how you train it, what data set. The data set colors what it says. So if you train it on a medical data set, it's going to answer medical questions. So it already has that level of identity. Second, you have the algorithm that you use. You can use different algorithms, it's going to respond different ways. That's an identity. It's like different people thinking in different ways. Third layer, and that's the crazy layer, agents. You can put an interface and have it converse to you in the way you want, a bit like Siri or some of these boxes. Yeah, so you can start talking to you with an angry voice, with a happy voice, with a whatever voice you want. And people now are going to be developing tons and tons of agents to put as interfaces. It's a bit like TikTok for LLMs. I don't know how great that's going to be. Okay, so what we have, of course, is this repeat of the situation we saw with the Industrial Revolution. Technology zoomed ahead during the Industrial Revolution. Now with the digital revolution, technology is zooming ahead of education. So what did we do to adapt? We invented mass schooling. Okay, and now what do we have to do to adapt? We have to mass sophisticate. We have to rethink what we teach, and we have to rethink how we teach at both the teacher level and at the student level. So what we advocate for is a need for versatility. In all honesty, no one can tell you what's going to happen in a decade from now. Okay, we have some ideas, we try to be reasonable, but no one can tell really. So the same way you take an insurance policy, we think that the right insurance policy is to be multifaceted, be able to be a knife or a can opener or whatever. Depending on what life throws at you, you can be a poet or a painter or a physicist or a physician. Who knows? Okay? So we give you all the tools, and then you can refine the tools later as you need them. Which means we want a Renaissance sort of person, someone who's broad and deep, not one or the other. Someone capable of expertise and transfer, not one or the other. And I want to use this because this morning, one of the professors mentioned the need to teach everybody AI. And here's the nuance. It's not teach everyone AI as an algorithmic sort of thing. It's teach everyone about AI's capabilities. And that's very different because it's not the pathway of expertise, it's the pathway of transfer. It's what's called expert amateurism. I can teach you a concept without having to teach you the algorithmic side, the complex side of the concept. It's that simple. I'm going to show you an example. All right. Let's talk about knowledge. Like every domain in learning sciences, it's a mess. Everybody comes up with their own theory. Our role as a center is to figure out what is actually correct and not have an or mindset. Professor XYZ says it's my theory that's correct versus Professor XYZ says, no, it's mine. Here we say, look, there's truth in all of you and we have to assemble it the right way. It's an and proposition. And so what is really coming out of all of this analysis is that we still have declarative knowledge, facts. We still need conceptual knowledge, concepts. We still need to learn the procedures. And we still need to learn the epistemics at the bottom, meaning how do you think like a mathematician? How do you think like a historian? It doesn't mean you want to become a mathematician. You want to understand their thought processes. So here's what core concepts are about. They're drivers. Everybody learned at school what an exponential is with a certain algebraic formulation. But we had a pandemic and everybody reacted terribly around the world, very poorly, very slowly. Why? Because they don't understand the concept. The concept behind an exponential is deceiving then explosive. But when have you ever had a math teacher who explained that to you? Right? They only explain the algebraic formulation. They don't explain what it means. And even if they explain what it means, you didn't keep it in your guts. It didn't resonate in you deeply. So next time you see an exponential, like global warming, you say, oh my God, I really need to react fast because I know the system is gaining momentum And once it gains momentum, it's much harder to stop. And not by a factor of 10, it could be by a factor of 100 or 1,000. And that's the situation in which we are with global warming. And we just keep on wasting time. It's not linear, it's exponential. And our politics, our corporations, either do not understand or refuse to accept the need to act urgently. So again, we would have saved ourselves trillions of dollars with the pandemic had we stopped it really early. Same for all of you who are confronted to Zika or Ebola or SARS or whatever. So, the leaves are the essential content. That's what we typically teach. We need to teach the roots, the concepts. But we also need to modernize the disciplines themselves. Why do we teach so much trigonometry and so little statistics and probabilities? Why don't we teach world literature? Why don't we teach world history? As one of the professors was saying this morning, give people a better understanding of the planet they're on. Why don't we teach during performing arts not just theater, but debate and comedy and even improv? You know, be fast on your feet. That's what the world demands nowadays. That you'd be really, really, you know, quick to react. Well, improv allows you to do that. It trains you to do that. How about teaching modern disciplines, like technology and engineering? Why not teach civil and mechanical and electrical, etc. engineering? I was an electrical engineer. I didn't want to be a computer scientist. At best, you get the option of learning computer science in high school. So what? There are plenty of other engineering disciplines I could have been interested in. And by the way, there's also biotech and clean tech and nanotech. Why does it have to be, again, only computer science? I understand, super important for everybody. But how about the rest? Well, because we have used up all the time for the old disciplines, so there's no time left. So we have to go back and cut out, which is extremely hard to do, as you all know. And then, so we keep talking about STEM, but it's really STM at best, small t. No social, we don't teach social sciences, and yet we need to understand ourselves and others. We don't teach entrepreneurship, and yet entrepreneurship is the job of the future. So we don't do the right things in what we teach. Of course, interdisciplinarity, like environmental literacy and digital literacy and so on. Digital literacy, right? It doesn't mean that everyone has to know how to code a machine learning system. It means you have to understand how to use it. It's different. And you have to learn via projects. Why? Right? We have all done projects, they've all stuck in our memory because they were engaging, motivating. And the real world is about projects. Life is about projects, and yet we don't do enough of them. And we can even line up the projects to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We can line it up to the World Economic Forum Deep Shift Technologies. So what we do with the projects have an interesting purpose. Okay. So what competencies? You're familiar with them already, creativity, critical thinking, etc., but also the aspect of character, curiosity, resilience, etc. When COVID happened, everybody just jumped and said, oh my God, the students have to be resilient. You don't teach that in 2 months. It's something, it's a journey that they're on from kindergarten onward. And that's not taught. And so people react and, sorry, it's too late now. You need to prepare ahead of time. It's like taking vitamins when you're pregnant. You know, you try to prevent issues. You don't want to show up after the fact. And then meta-learning. This is at a premium. If you agree with me that an AI is not self-conscious, it cannot reflect on itself very easily, well, that's our advantage, isn't it? Because we supposedly can. That should be taught. And that's, by the way, the highest return on your investment in education, by far. It's very cheap to implement. It gives you the highest return from a student perspective. And you can line up these competencies with the various disciplines. Not every discipline is as good as the others at developing them. The point here is to develop them deliberately, comprehensively, systematically, and demonstrably. Every teacher will say that, oh yeah, I teach critical thinking here and there. The point is to do it systematically and do it well. That's not easy. Now, above and beyond that, what you add to the framework is student personalization. The framework are the goals. We need to personalize for the students. We've always known that forever, right? However, we have distilled what it means. Remember how we talked about does a computer have identity, agency, and purpose? Well, there you go. This is the differentiation. Even if you had a technology that did absolutely everything for you, you still would want some sense of purpose for the student, some agency for the student, some motivation for the student. And that's where it comes together. So the agency changes over time. The younger student has less agency, the older student has more agency. That's normal. And your purpose has to incorporate all of these things together, right? What you love, that would be great. I love what I do, so I'm not working, really. Since I started doing this, I don't feel like I'm working. This is a passion. Is it what the world needs? Can I be paid for it, and can I be good at it? If you only tell the kid one of these four things or two of these four things is not enough, they really need all four. Sorry, cameras, but I'm going to come down in the audience. So how do we teach with AI? All right, it's really augmenting our learning. It's how we teach better. It's hand in hand with the technology. So adaptive learning already had this promise because you can self-pace, right? So some people will learn more slowly than others, and you can self-pace their education. And AI can give you extra gains because they're a tutor. You're familiar with the 2 sigma problem. Now that can be your tutor. So you help the teacher, you help the student. You can minimize the overall time, and you can maximize the time to mastery for individual students. That's the promise. It's getting into reach now. And that opens a range of possibilities. How much, what's the percentage, what's the ratio between what the teacher does and what the student does and everything in between, right? 100% teacher, 100% student, and you have all these modalities in between that we're going to see. So it really opens amazing horizons. We're going to be exploring a lot of this in the decade to come. It's fascinating. But we're limited in our imagination again. This was also done in 1899, and this is how they saw e-learning. Note that there was also a mechanical device that somehow generated current on the other side, which actually is not completely wrong. And here we are, my center, we have generated for the first time 1 million synthetic students. And the beauty of synthetic students is that you can run experiments on them without harming them, right? So my daughter does this in healthcare. They have, let's say, 50 real patients, but they need 50,000 or 500,000 to run their analytics. And so they just create synthetic patients. So here we've created Learnoids, synthetic students, on which we can refine our AI-based analytics. Plenty of fun. So to conclude, you see a lot of disciplines go from being purely descriptive or qualitative to becoming more and more analytical. Think of biology. a few decades ago, I mean, a century ago, if you wanted to see the difference between species, you looked at beaks, you looked at feathers, etc. Now you do a DNA test. It's become a lot more analytical. What you're seeing here is the emergence of education engineering. Not engineering education, education engineering. The same way that you have civil, mechanical, electrical engineering, this is the birth of education engineering, where you become much more precise, much more specific, much more science-centric, engineering-centric in your processes to understand how to teach better. Okay? And with that, yes, a little bit of publicity. This and more will be available in January, a lot more. There's so many details. For example, for every single one of these competencies, which subcomponent is going to be resistant to AI, is going to be augmented by AI, is going to be harmed by AI. That's the analysis we're doing. And that's it. Thank you very much. So I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So I have a question about the AI identity. They have 3 layers, how we learn it. So is it only these 3 layers that have AI, or that is more than 3, like ChatGPT? So is it only these 3 layers have, or is more than that?
So far, it's only these 3 layers. It does not have an internal identity of sorts. The only identity it has is what it's given to it, right? So in psychology, or actually in early computer science, there was an experiment called ELIZA at MIT. And it showed that people are very, very prone to internalize these things as being human. It's called anthropomorphization. We anthropomorphize. We want to make these things human, but they're not. They're literally just an answering machine. And so the only identity it has is not an internal identity, is the identity of its data set, its algorithm, and its interface. It looks great. And because it looks great and it answers so well, I have infinite debates with my wife about whether they really have an identity, agency, and so on. Like, no, you're being fooled. It's called the ELIZA effect. ELIZA effect, look it up.
Teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you so much. I will ask my question in Turkish. While we're talking about artificial intelligence and the characteristics of human being, we are trying to make AI do human characteristics. And we are irradiated as human being, and we will lose our characteristics, our features as human being, like intelligence. There will be some limitations because our partner will do that. We produced AI, and AI will act on our behalf. We are assigning AI to act on behalf of us. So if we don't use these features, these characteristics, then will we be weakened? So are we producing a new human model? Is it the objective? So this is my first question. And secondly,
I don't have the memory to remember.
So
AI will do better. AI does extremely well in memory and in computation. Humans are different. So, to answer your question, look, every time there's a new technology, there's new fear. It's very normal to be afraid. Evolution has wired us to be sensitive to fear. That's how we survive, right? It gave us pain receptors, it gave us fear receptors because of how we survive. Courage and resilience are a way to transcend that fear. So I understand your reaction. That's normal. It's also good to have that kind of fear because you want to remain in control of the system. You don't want to give it full agency, full autonomy, and then it just decides to do whatever it wants to do. I agree with you. And that's why you've seen a lot of press about fears of AGI, fears of superintelligence. It's a good conversation to have, and that's exactly the sort of conversation we're having also at the OECD to put guidelines. That said, it's like for any technology, some bad actors can ignore the guidelines. So we have to be prepared too. Among ourselves, we probably do not have too many psychopaths, but there are psychopaths out there on Earth. And so we have to be mindful of our creations so that we don't give them access to anybody. So right now, the fear of it becoming self-conscious is negligible. It's not a real thing. It's literally just an algorithm. Over time, if we don't pay attention and if we have 2 or 3 more steps in sophistication, which are not predictable, we don't know when it's going to be able to assemble different algorithms. We have to do that. In other words, we have to take this neural network approach and put it together with the symbolic approach of the 80s and put it together with other types of algorithms like knowledge graphs and so on. We are in control of these evolutions, and it's up to us to be wise enough. And that's why one of the things you'll see in the book is a renewed call for wisdom as the ultimate goal of an education. That's what allows us to survive as a species. Be wise, which means constantly balancing things. What is the right dynamic equilibrium that we need to keep?
Teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you so much for the answer. Can I ask my second question now? We are talking about AI and we are talking about ethics. So, and I think that there is a need for ethics in world literature, as you just said in the beginning. Well, this ethic should be constituted among the countries. Do you have any work or study on that? So for the school curriculums, maybe there will be a common work altogether. Is it possible? Thank you.
There's a lot of work happening in the field of ethics and AI, a lot of work going on. What you may also have noticed in the framework we presented, we have the word ethics as one of the character qualities we need to have embedded in the curriculum. So this ethic happens just about everywhere. When you're studying history, or you're studying math, for example, you're studying algorithms in mathematics, you need to talk about the ethics of algorithms. That's a perfect opportunity to do that. So we're not saying it's one more course, we mean it's embedded everywhere. Same as environmental literacy and so on. So ethics has to be part of a normal curriculum embedded everywhere, happening constantly. Thank you.
Thank you for the challenge and clarity in your presentation. I'm to your left.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask, you started by saying, I'm quoting here, sometimes your success becomes your box.
Mm-hmm.
And to the extent that a framework and competencies could become a box, mm-hmm. Could they become our box at some point or in some way?
Absolutely, they could. Actually, what the book will also reveal, Dilek, be mindful, the book will reveal that we're doing Rev 1.2 on the framework. Because of everything we've learned, we keep on improving the framework as we learn. We don't want it to be a box. However, there's also an aspect of diminishing returns that occurs until you get to the next jump point. So for us, the next jump point is the competencies you saw, refined as will be published, and adding the personalization angle of motivation, identity, agency, purpose. That was not in the original framework. So you see how once we start saturating one part of the recommendation, we realize there's a new part that's emerging, we jump on it. And that's what we'll continue doing. Also, there's an enormous amount of work that goes into creating these ontologies, seriously enormous. This is where perhaps we're more quantitative than many, but we're also qualitative in doing truth tables and things like that. So when we created the original framework, we looked at more than 100 frameworks around the world, from Thailand to Sweden to whatever. We assembled it all, we did natural language processing to decide which were the common ones and added a bit of logic. If we saw things that were overlapping, we said, well, there's an overlap that the system has not detected. We added value that way. So you start with the cleanest possible ontology, and like in anything in engineering, 80-20 rule works, and then you can keep on improving it as you gain more data. You realize as an academic that these sorts of things can be stuck in conversations for literally ever. You know, we can spend another 50 years debating whether to call something courage or bravery or whatever. We say, okay, fine, look, we really care about it being practical in the classroom, and these are the mechanisms that we think would work, and that's why I was asking you about your work being so interesting. Thank you. Other questions?
So you talk about adaptive learning, which is, you know, the teaching can be tailored depending on the student needs. So my question is about, is it possible that we can make, like also Khan Academy is doing something like that, you know, with Salkahan, and is it possible that we can have a one universal curriculum, and if a student has the internet connection, can have that, can have a chance to reach that platform, and then she or he can get a tailored education for that universal curriculum objectives?
Yes, the quick answer is yes. But first of all, there's a step function in having access, right? If you don't have access, you don't have electricity, if you don't have food, I mean, the base of the Maslow pyramid has to be met, okay? So if you don't have access to internet, you're stuck. Once you have that access, you have situations where you have no teachers, right? Plenty of countries, including the US, have a major deficit in teachers. So you can imagine scenarios where the student is taught by the AI, it's better than nothing. Right now, a student anywhere can go to MIT OpenCourseWare or Coursera or whatever to teach themselves. Well, that's a step beyond that, right? It's better than just going to a course. Now the course kind of comes to you and works with you. Okay. Then you have situations where I think we're going to be rethinking what actually is a teacher. Think of it like in the medical world. You have surgeons, you have specialists, you have generalists, you have nurses, you have physician's assistants. Well, perhaps in many, many situations, all you can have is a nurse. Well, then that nurse, with help from AI, will do better than the kids being on their own. So it will allow for a multiplicity of more gradual scenarios rather than, do I have a teacher and is that an excellent teacher? It's not easy to find in any country. So here, if you have a teacher, you're going to help them sophisticate. If you don't have a teacher, you have alternatives. Past that threshold, as I said, of connectivity. Sure.
In terms of the Bloom's taxonomy, and you mentioned it, what is the future of it? What do you think? Will the demands basically change to be checked in terms of everlasting changes?
Like the professor of computer science who was here, forgive me, I don't remember names very well, he said the devil is in the details, remember? The devil is in the details. Just because you can synthesize doesn't mean you can synthesize well without hallucinations. It doesn't mean that it's the kind of synthesis that you want, right? If you say synthesize in 5 bullet points, fine. I mean, it does it. It does it reasonably well. But it's not necessarily, how can I say, gripping. It's very mushy wording. I don't know how to translate the word mushy. But it's like, not great. It's just very, very average. So if you want a better synthesis, you may need to do more yourself. So you see, it's really at that detail level you have to think, not just the big words. Because otherwise, if you look at that table, I mean, at that column, and you look at all the technologies, you say, okay, we're done, we go home now. No, there's plenty to do. It's just that we have to be more sophisticated. Yeah? You have two people over there. Microphone.
Thank you very much. In your talk, in the last part, you mentioned about education and engineering. Maybe you know John Dewey's, he published in 1922 a short article about education as engineering. So he was mentioning about the mixing this or collaboration between education and engineering areas. In recent years, actually, there are some actions related to this one. For example, IEEE has a special group called as Learning Engineering Special Group. So, I mean, you just touched the topic. I mean, what do you think? Do we have to implement the engineering principles or engineering methodologies into the education area? Because there are some criticism about how do you bring the education and engineering, it is more mechanical or stuff, but there are counter arguments. We have to combine them together. So can you elaborate a little bit more on this? Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, they're telling me that we're out of time, so this is the last question. I apologize. So look, in 1920 whatever, in 1939, in 1945, there are people who talked about that, but they were talking about learning engineering, which is not education engineering, and I'm making that distinction. Learning engineering is, of course, the more quantitative aspect of education, and with these technologies, we're going to be able to measure a lot of things that are hard to measure by aggregating all sorts of data points and measuring longitudinally a student. That's learning engineering. What we're saying with education engineering is have the mindset of an engineer that wants to be precise in the definitions, that accepts an 80-20 rule rather than be paralyzed by perfection, right? Wants things to work fast, even sometimes if it has tape on it, as long as it holds. So we're not trying to be overly elegant. We're trying to be really effective and move things fast. We don't have time to waste. But also, you know, we haven't invented anything here. This has been discussed since Socrates and Aristotle, not just Dewey. But education systems have had a hard time implementing, right? So as an engineer, what am I doing? I'm showing how it can be implemented, right? We all have different baggage, different education baggages. Some help more on the humanities side, some help more on the STEM side. There's nothing wrong in the fusion of quantitative and qualitative approaches. We're never just going to take a number and salute and say, yeah, that's correct. We're always going to try to be mindful and always try to think with an and proposition, not an or proposition. Too often in science, you have people fighting each other with or propositions, whereas very often there's truth in various approaches. So we're trying to be wise in combining these things and not be dogmatic. This is not religion. We're not coming up with dogma. We're trying to come up with something that works. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Fadel, let's keep you on the stage for a while longer because I have a personal question that I'd like to ask you. You said that with new tech comes new fears. And I'm worried. I'm a news anchor, for anyone who doesn't know, and I'm worried that AI is going to replace my job. I don't know, Jafar, are you worried as well?
Actually, this is something that Afna and I were discussing while listening to you from the backstage. So, and this question is purely based on curiosity and to basically plan ahead of time. How long before AI takes our jobs?
So what you've done is a perfect example of what journalism should not be. what you've done is lead with fear because you know that everyone paid attention. And what I'm saying is stop leading with fear, lead with what can we do thanks to AI. Of course, evolution has wired us to be 10 times more sensitive to fear than to good news. And that's why everybody's news is all about bad things, because it gets people's attention. But I think you can ratchet it down a bit. We're tired, we're scared enough, you know? Help us feel better about ourselves and ask the positive questions of how are we going to help education with these things? How am I going to do my job better rather than how am I going to be replaced in my job?
Right. So being optimistic more than pessimistic.
That's quite relieving.
Great note to end on. All right. I want to now bring up to the stage the board member of the Turkish Maarif Foundation, Dr. Mehmet Cangir.
Mr. Fadel.
Mr. Fadel, please, we'd like to give you a gift.
Yeah.
We're not going to let you go empty-handed. Come on. It's one of a kind. Turkish hospitality is one of a kind. Buyurun efendim. Perfect. All right, we're now going to take a 10-minute break, but of course,
Now,
you can
yeah.
leave. I'm going to let you leave now.
Thank you very much.
We could take a short 10-minute break, and we'll be back to continue our program with our final panel of the day following our award ceremony. Please be back in 10 minutes, though. Thank you. Welcome back to all of our attendees. All right. If everyone can get settled in their seats, we will continue with the last part of our program. And of course, we would like to play for you another good practices video. It's called Sustainable Schoolyard Project from Togo. Let's watch together.
Filiz Kutluay ben. 4 yıl Maarif okullarında.
I'm Filiz Kutluay. I am working in the Togo schools as a preschool coordinator for 2 years. We are carrying out our project in our 2 campuses, Kasanago, since all levels from kindergartners to high school are located in the same building in our schools. All open spaces are used by all students. We need new educational spaces so that our kindergarten children could benefit from more outdoor space and activities. We are not limited to the classrooms. First of all, the goal is to raise children's awareness and awareness of recycling, of course. That's why in our vegetable pallets we have been using ready-to-throw pallets more to form the learning areas. We have created planting areas in our garden. We have a separate class area for each of our classes. We have learning spaces that we can carry out our art activities. We have a free learning space that has a sandbox. Apart from this, we have created different areas to carry out individual and group work, and different learning areas where children can spend time according to their interests and needs. It's very important to ensure the sustainability of this garden as well as creating it. In order to achieve this, we have to created an open-air clock to each of our spaces. The ordering is done by our teachers and our children. We collect the crops from our garden. Periodically we collect them with our children and we consume them all together. I'm at Maarif school. I'm 5 years old. I am grade Maarif student. I like to paint. I like to plant. I like to farm. I like to pull grass. I like to make sand castles. My name is Ibrahim Yunus. I'm 5 years old. When you throw a bottle, here you can take it back. You can make a truck, a car, and a bus. The project of the integration of the areas are problems that we have an opportunity to form by transforming these areas with an approach that will increase the quality of education. Apart from this, in order to increase the continuity of the educational project, we are basing our studies in IM learning standards. So a child in a place where we experiment and move a lot, we will better develop this know-how and skills in each area. I learned how to cultivate, how to plant, and how to write, how to water the plants, how to cultivate, how to pull grass, etc. I learned how to plant the carrots, the cabbages, the eggplants, and I learned how to make sandcastles. I enjoy all these activities we do and I learn a lot.
It's such a great opportunity that these kids have a schoolyard where they can plant seeds, grow vegetables, and get to eat their own product. And I believe such a sustainable architecture certainly contributes a lot when it comes to holistic development of children.
Indeed, and it comes with awareness. I think that's the most important point that one of the teachers in that video made, that they're raising aware kids to be able to recycle in their daily lives as well. And let's move on now to the last panel of the Istanbul Education Summit that addresses this exact issue.
Indeed, and the modern approach to school architecture emphasizes flexible, technologically advanced spaces that promote collaborative learning and adapt to various teaching methods. In this session, the new architecture of schools and the instructive role of space, sustainable education systems in the time of crises, and responsive school climate and ecology will be discussed.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the speakers of the third panel, Social Changes and Sustainability, School Architecture, and the Instructive Role of Space. Please welcome Professor Maarif bin Malik, the chairman of the IAIS and former Minister of Education of Malaysia. Welcome, Professor Malik. Professor Malik introduced a student-oriented, yes, right here, system to primary schools to replace an exam-oriented structure, empowered technical and vocational education at the tertiary level, and amended restrictive laws. During his term, he also promoted STEM education and the use of AI, big data, and data analysis in education by forming a big data company at the Ministry of Education. He introduced the Zero Reject policy, which ensures that stateless children can access the national schooling system. Amazing.
All right, our next panelist is Dr. Jennifer Groff from MIT Media Lab and CEO of Learning Futures Global. For more than a decade, Dr. Jennifer led leading-edge research at MIT on the design of innovative learning environments, learning technologies, game-based environments, and assessment and playful learning. Previously, she was the Chief Learning Officer for Lumiere Education, a network of innovative schools. Dr. Groff, thank you.
And Hao Ming-se, she's the architect and honorary research fellow at Department of Education in the University of Oxford. Ms. Se is currently a Norham Fellow at the Department of Education in the University of Oxford and acted as an external advisor for the Group of National Experts on Effective Learning Environments, OECD, and Department of Education in the UK. She has published internationally on design and education. Her work explores the relationship between space perception and the environment, focusing on productive points of interaction and innovation between theory and practice. Welcome once again.
And to moderate this panel, let me invite Mustafa Öztürk, a professor of the School of Education at Erciyes University. Professor Öztürk, in his field of work, includes differentiated instruction, inclusive education, civic and human rights education, as well as teaching of social studies, geography, and history. He worked as a coordinator, consultant, and expert in many projects supported by organizations such as UNICEF, European Union, Ministry of Family and Social Services. Professor Öztürk, welcome, and good luck to you all.
Thank you. You can hear me okay, right? Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Welcome to the final discussion of the summit, where we will look at the critical impact of architecture and space in promoting a sustainable and innovative learning environments. Ever since I got the invitation to moderate this panel, I've been reflecting on the impact of our surroundings. Ever since I thought about places that I felt most inspired most at peace, most curious, and most willing to learn. Naturally, then I started thinking about the school spaces, and a school where the very architecture not only nurtures sustainable and inclusive practices, but also cultivates a deep sense of community and curiosity among its students. I don't know how much of this is possible in the current educational landscape, but for that, I'm eager to listen to our panelists. In the panel, we will try to transcend conventional perception of education, architecture, and sustainability. We will discuss the state of school settings, school design today, and uncover a vision of flexible spaces, integrated technology, and the collaborative learning environments. For us, schools are no longer confined by traditional structures. They are evolving into dynamic hubs that adapt to diverse needs of students and encourage interactive, transformative experiences. So to do that, we have three distinguished speakers with us today to discuss the issues in the context of what I just summarized. But before moving on to our panelists, let me give you information about our panel format. The panel will have, as usual, 2 rounds. In each round, our speakers will have 10 minutes. After the second round, we will move to the question and answer session. So we are honored to have Ms. Hao Ming-se with a robust background in design of learning environment. Ms. Se offers invaluable insights into intersection of sustainability, effective learning, and school architecture. She will especially focus on difficulties that may be faced while involving students and teachers in the design processes of creating educational spaces. So we eagerly anticipate her input on the relationship between space, perception, and environment. Then I'm going to do the introduction first, then I'll give the floor to you. And I'm delighted to introduce our second panelist, Professor Mazdi bin Malik, former Minister of Education of Malaysia. With a strong background in education, both as an academic and politician, Professor bin Malik offers a wealth of knowledge that enrich our discussion, especially in terms of politics of the topic. We look forward to his perspectives on how schools can adapt to promote diversity, inclusion, and sustainability in the light of current educational landscape. Lastly, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jennifer Grove. She brings a unique perspective to our panel, shedding light on how to transform learning environments for our modern world. We are eager to hear her insights regarding the challenges in creating innovative learning environments and technologies, and how these can be addressed through agencies of different stakeholders. So that's it for me. Now we'll start our panel with Miss Se. So yeah, that's the right pronunciation, right?
Perfect.
Yeah, floor is yours, please.
So in our research at the Department of Education, University of Oxford, we ask, does design matter? And explore the complex relationship between pedagogic practice and school design, or more simply, the practice of design and the design of practice. So my first project as a young architect was a new primary school in Bath in England to replace a dark old building on a sloping site with beautiful open views of the woods. And we sat and we listened to the young students. And slowly they told us that sometimes they felt a bit sad because their buildings were quite dark and it had high windows. So we designed many details, but what really mattered to them was that we designed these circular windows at child's height, from all the classrooms just for them. And I remember to this day, the day that the school opened, the kids were laughing and they ran from window to window because they could see the views all over. And the children giggled because we designed these small windows that linked one classroom to the next one so they can see their friends. I was really honored to be invited to join this panel today, but I was especially delighted that the Foundation wanted to highlight the role of space in education. For students and teachers, it is their special place where learning happens. So firstly, I want to talk about what does the research say? When you ask the question, what difficulties may be faced when involving students and teachers in the design process, policymakers most often say to us, well, students, teachers, head teachers, they change, they come and go. Yes, we should listen to students, teachers, parents, carers, the local community. Their perceptions matter, their learning needs matter. The learning environment is at the same time an individual experience and a community experience. The physical spaces of the school influence how students and their family and the community feel about their school culture. When you walk into the school, into your school, how does it make you feel? Is it warm, welcoming? Does it feel transparent, open? Is the space intimidating? Do I feel like I'm being watched? Or do I feel I'm a part of a big community? Is the space inspiring? Students, teachers, head teachers do change, they come and go. But if we listen carefully and design inspiring, inclusive spaces that are agile and have efficient levels of flexibility to adapt to new technologies and pedagogic practices, perhaps not yet even imagined, the built design will have strong integrity and resilience and will be future-proof for a sustainable future. We talk about participation, engagement, and co-creation as key components of pedagogic innovation and the design of new practice when we design a new school. So as one head teacher said to us, the design is a provocation, but it's what happens inside that matters. We advised on the work of the OECD Learning Environments Evaluation Program. We supported their development of the Learning Environment School User Survey. The aims of that program, that survey, was to improve how learning environments can most efficiently support the pedagogies, the curriculum, assessment, organizational forms necessary to develop what they said, student capabilities for the 21st century. It is an evaluation tool to inform school leaders, researchers, designers, policymakers about how investment in learning environment can translate into improved education, health, social and well-being outcomes. Now, policymakers started by asking us, what type of school learning spaces can optimize attainment? Can there be even a relationship between school design and PISA? Our research reframed the question for them. If school design can promote community, a sense of belonging, and positive school culture, that resulting school environment will promote teacher and student engagement, pedagogic development, innovation, and academic performance may follow. UNESCO's current Happy Schools initiative echo the same concerns. They say today's education systems are under stress from many sources. Persistent learning crisis, widespread illiteracy, high rates of early school leaving, growing learning inequities, declining health and well-being. And there's a mismatch between education and employment. In our methodology, we centered the project in multidisciplinary thinking. We wanted to understand how students and teachers experience their spaces. It led us to observe movement, control, agency, engagement, and interactions in the learning spaces through time and space, not just in the classroom, but in the social spaces in the school. We also map the relationship between school design and pedagogic practices through how teachers and students feel, through the measure of connectedness. We use the adapted work of Goodenow, essentially a measure of the individual, personal perception of human social connections, a measure of your own sense of belonging and community, a measure of student-to-teacher connection, student-to-student connections, trying to delve deeper into understanding of school culture and the development of the social environment for learning. For teachers, and there are lots of you here, what type of learning spaces support teachers and their pedagogic practice? What type of learning spaces nurture teachers-to-student relationships? What types of learning spaces nurture pedagogic innovation? To teach the new subjects and skills that Charles talked about previously, we need new types of teaching and learning spaces. For students, we ask, what type of learning spaces make students feel engaged, value, excited to learn? What type of learning spaces make students feel a sense of community and belonging? We ask students, can I really be myself in this space? We follow through students through time as they move up school in different localities within the Building Schools for the Future programme in the UK, which ended in 2010. That programme had this big vision to rebuild every secondary school in the UK, using the most innovative designs of the time. They were designed by world-leading architects, by Norman Foster, Zaha Hadid, and it had a big vision to start in the most deprived communities. Tony Blair at the time called it the greatest school renewal programme in British history. The characteristics of this bold vision were new cathedrals of learning, transformation, personalisation, weakening of boundaries, the shift of control to the learner, technology-driven, open and flexible learning spaces, team teaching, and breakout for independent research. We found that one vision can be interpreted and used in different ways. There was a mutual shaping of design and practice can direct and deflect attention to particular aspects of design. The lack of congruence where there's a conflict between design and practice, it can actually result in the space being not fit for purpose for the teachers and students there. As an architect, it hurts me to say this, but design alone cannot transform practice. But an alignment can actually promote pedagogic development and leads to cycles of innovation. And there's change through time, policy change, school leadership change. School design can be conceptualized as a tool. We talked a lot through all these panels about tools. I want to follow what the Minister of Bosnia and Herzegovina so eloquently talked about yesterday. The practice of design also starts with a dream and a vision to design a new school, a new type of practice, a new imagined future. The design of practice is full of complexity. You've got multiple stakeholders. You've got parents, carers, teachers, students, central government policy. In an ever-changing world, we do know that the vision, pedagogic practices, technology will change through time. So how do we build physical spaces that are permanent structures? How do we design spaces that are responsive and connect, nurture innovation and positive change? So I want to end by saying, inspired by what the Malaysian education minister said yesterday, I want to echo about promoting the voice of students and teachers. So to lead the change in education is to lead the world to listen deeply to our students and our teachers. According to the OECD, on average, students between the age of 7 and 14 spend over 7,000 hours in classrooms. As an architect and academic who have had the honor of sitting in the back of hundreds of classrooms, I want to say to teachers and students, you're in the crosshairs of this debate, but you also do the hard work. and you deserve high quality spaces to do that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mingse. We are moving on to Professor Bin Malik.
Okay.
Yeah, please, Flor.
Okay, thank you, Professor Mustafa. Respected panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon to everybody. It was a couple of years ago, we were talking about connectivity rather than talking about space when it comes to teaching and learning. But now we begin to talk again about space. But talking about space now is totally different from what before the pandemic, because we have been exposed to a new realm of space. We should question ourselves. When we talk about teaching and learning, about education, when we talk about space, is it only confined within the physical space, or should it be beyond the physical space? This is where I think we need to revisit where the role of virtual space should come in our post-pandemic, post-normal education. Yesterday, our Bashkan of Maarif Foundation did impose a question but it was never been answered about gamification of education. And just a couple of minutes ago, we were listening to AI, the usage of AI in education. I still remember the post-pandemic period has pushed us beyond the conventional way to look into the physical space of education. Classroom is no longer the physical space that's being confined within the four walls of the conventional classroom. Schools shouldn't be defined of the building which is surrounded by a fence, which is populated by teachers, students, and the officers. Schools should be viewed as the world itself. The world surrounding us is a borderless school that each, not only students, but also teachers should learn from them. And coming to that, I always, during my term 5 years ago, before COVID PC, when I was a minister, I hate to lament the good old days. I mean, when we talk about education, I always came up with this mantra. Education is for all, and it is everybody's responsibility. When it comes to education, when it comes to space, it is limitless, it is borderless for teachers and for students alike, for teaching and learning, to learn. Not only students learning from the teachers, but also the teachers should also learn from the students. And both should learn from the surrounding, from the life. This is where we cannot work in silos anymore. You're talking about education, you're talking about teaching and learning. It's no longer about a teacher and a group of students or students within a classroom, but we should learn from all institutions, all agencies, the environment, the animals, the trees, and everything surrounding us. We cannot work in silos anymore. This is where I still remember when, during my term, it was brief then, but we were trying to expand the teaching process, the educational process, not only to be confined within schools or colleges or universities, but we work together with the municipalities. We work together with other government agencies. We work together with industries to make sure that our students get exposed to the real life. Still remember the picture that being shown to us? Was it Confucius or Lao Tzu saying that I remember, I forget. I read, I forget. But I do, I won't forget. So life experience is rather important. So this is where, before we continue talking about space and education, I think we should put in our mind few questions that are really pertinent and important. Number one, what is our final aim in education? Number two, what is the main purpose of teaching and learning? Number three, what are the products, we want to produce out of our education system or from our schooling system? Number 4, what are the values that we believe in? And number 5, this is rather pertinent. What is our dream for the society, the nation, the region, and the world that we aspire to? So, I feel very overwhelmed with the vision of Maarif yesterday in a speech that had been delivered not only by the Minister of Education of Turkey, Republic of Turkey, but also our president of Maarif, when he said that it's not only about Turkey. Maarif Foundation is about spreading peace all around the world. This should be the main objective of education, to bring back humanity that we lost due to not only conflicts, due to technology, due to the greed that every single of us that being nurtured by the consumerism, by the imperialists. So this should be the final goal of education. But for me, if you ask me what is our main objective of education, I would try to simplify it in a very not really brief phrases. I would say that education is to produce global citizens with a heart full of humanity and universal values, while potentials being unleashed towards their maximum, guided by IR 4.0 and heavily utilizing STEAM, not STEM. It's no longer STEM. You should put A and R into it. What is the A and R? I still remember some of my friends, they say A should be artificial intelligence, R should be robotic. I said, no. A should be arts and R should be reading. Reading is very important in education. And heavy utilizing STEAM as a way of life while upholding the values of love, happiness, and mutual respect. 3 major values that should guide our way in education. And for that, in preparing the space, in producing these global citizens with heart full of humanity and universal values and etc., we must embrace multilateralism, in which schools, students, teachers, educators alike should be exposed to different languages, should be exposed to different literatures, should be exposed to different cultures, and we should be taught to celebrate, respect, and acknowledge diversity and differences. So it will nurture individuals to learn that they are not living in this planet alone and that they are equal to each other. We should omit the feeling of being, the greatest nation, the chosen people that brought all the calamities and all the atrocities that we witness nowadays, not only in Palestine, but all over the world. But without acknowledging, without learning about others, without mutually respecting others, you would only produce people with that kind of pride. People that look down upon other nations, people that always proud of themselves, hence the colonial mindset. So our education should produce global citizens with heart full of love, spread happiness, and trying to uplift the spirit of mutual respect. That is the future of civilization. That is where education should take place, and any space that we want to dedicate to education must aim to achieve those goals. Could we agree on that? I would like to cite Edward Said, the late Edward Said, when he said that we should embrace the mindset of Marco Polo than the mind of Robinson Crusoe. Marco Polo, he traveled all around the world just to learn from different tribes, different nations, different races, all of their cultures, their way of life and everything. He celebrated that. Unlike Robinson Crusoe, although he was living alone in an island, he proudly announced himself as the emperor and the colonial of that isolated island, which we should we should teach our children to avoid this colonial mentality, which resulted to all the calamities and atrocities that we witness nowadays all around the world. The more we respect others, the more we mutually learning from each other, the more we will prosper and excel together. But again, we must never forget, when we talk about education, we talk about space, it's not only the physical space, but the equity or the equal opportunity to quality of education to all children, regardless of their abilities, regardless of their background, regardless of their ethnicities, regardless of their race, and regardless of the geographical background they're coming from. Any discussion about space must acknowledge equal opportunity in education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor bin Malik. Now, we are moving on to Dr. Jennifer Grove to make her presentation.
Good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to be here with you today and participate in this incredible summit. I would like to focus my talk on the premises that underlie how we create our educational spaces and the manner in which we collaborate with students and teachers to co-create modern learning environments. First, we do not create schools and instructive spaces on their own. They are informed by our beliefs about learning, about learners, and the purpose of school and education. As was stated so well in yesterday's panel on systems change, what is our paradigm of education? Clearly, we are moving to a new paradigm, and it is a whole new destination. One of the fundamental challenges we face is the progressive movement toward modern paradigms at a conceptual level, meaning we are aligning in philosophy and general attributes of what that new paradigm needs to look like. Yet so often, when we step into our traditional learning environments, we revert, whether consciously or unconsciously, to the features and structures of the old paradigm. Much like we know, we all carry implicit cognitive biases, even when we try hard not to. They are there, and we must work to unearth them and get explicit about the underlying beliefs and assumptions we carry that still align with old paradigms of education. Moreover, we must do the work to make explicit what we do believe and support about the new paradigm of education, setting aside specific time to go deep into that design work that's required and create the true vision for each country's education system, both nationally and locally, so that we can have a defined vision for that new paradigm to make it actionable, to bring it to life. Second premise, education is a complex system. That's why it's so incredibly hard to change. Any learning environment is a rich interplay of designed variables, including curriculum, the use of time, how adults and their time are leveraged to support that space, the intended pedagogy, and many other factors. In short, the what, when, how, why, and who are inextricably linked in our designs and how we put all of those into practice. Therefore, we cannot design and set up meaningful learning environments in isolation from conversations about these other without conversations about these other factors. In other words, we really need to coherently design that new paradigm together. And again, this was stated so well in yesterday's system change conversation. But so often in practice, I see where we have these conversations in isolation. We need to be able to go deep in curriculum and assessment design, but then we also need to do the work to bring these pieces together into a coherent whole and how we're going to bring that to life. Many of these elements are changing, which has been discussed at length in this summit. The conceptualization and implementation of these elements is changing, many in considerably different ways. Curriculum is looking different. The use of technology is looking different. Available assessments that are much more formative, instructive, adaptive, and responsive are looking different. So what is the type of learning experiences that we want to create? What do they look like? What is our belief about how people learn? Our collective philosophy of learning directly impacts how we design the rest of the system. The research shows that the redesign of physical environments is not necessarily required to support modern pedagogies such as inquiry-based and project-based learning. And more specifically, that the lack of access to modern environments and architecture should not prohibit schools and learning environments from pursuing those pedagogies and methodologies. Meaning we have many examples of powerful, transformative schools and learning environments that said, we may have this building, but we're going to move into the future. We're going to work with what we have. I've seen it over and over again. At the same time, we also know that more open, flexible, and adaptive environments can be richly supportive of these new ways of teaching and learning and supporting learners over time. So we know that structure creates function, and our environments influence and feed back to us different ways of working and interacting. And while I've seen many progressive schools, again, successfully and meaningfully transition into the new paradigm, still in these old building structures, we know that new, more meaningful, flexible, rich environments can support them on this journey. But it was so well noted by my colleague here just a minute ago, we are also moving into a time where the idea of the physical space is changing. Meaning the physical is no longer where we are in person, but also where we are digitally. Learning can be happening everywhere. We also know that the physical structure of spaces can really support or inhibit innovation in schools. So how students move about their day can often be impacted by the structure of the space. How teachers work together and collaborate or not, and how the timetable is organized is often based on how they're able to organize students in the space and organize staffing to accommodate so many students to teachers in a given space. If you've ever worked in a school, you know how challenging that can be to organize that. For example, a well-researched pedagogy such as team teaching can be a powerful approach for supporting the diverse needs of learners and different learning goals in a given space. But the physical setup of a building can make or break this approach. If you have small traditional classrooms, this can often make team teaching not possible. We have seen a movement toward environment design in both schools and work environments. And the more flexible adaptive spaces support a broader array of pedagogies that have been discussed here this weekend. This applies to both inside school environments and how environments across the city and community are organized and utilized for adaptive and flexible learning. So we need to think more broadly about what we mean by a learning environment. What about other architecture, other digital spaces that students may be engaging in, other spaces in a society and culture? How can we leverage these to also support the physical space, the way in which we conceptualize how teaching and learning is organized? Flexibility, adaptability, and personalized pathways are all hallmarks of the new paradigm of education. And therefore, we need to think broadly and systemically about how we utilize all of these pieces into a new model to support teaching and learning. There are also the hallmarks of many new tools and technologies emerging to support personalized learning that can help facilitate that. When we think about how I can now have a personal learner profile and better map my own understanding of the experiences I've had, the skills and the competencies that I'm gaining, and I'm given the power to better map my own learning and understand that journey and process rather than be taken along on a curriculum, suddenly the world of teaching and learning opens up to me. I can better map the informal, or what we would traditionally call informal learning, that might happen outside the school, but I might engage in on my own personal time. And together, all of these pieces come together to support my own individual journey, which I want to have ownership over anyway. And really understanding, who am I as a learner? What are the skills and pathways that I'm developing? So the walls between the school and the broader community can and perhaps should be further dissolved so that learning is more authentically embedded in the real world and in real context so that learning has deeper meaning than it often does when we have curriculum that is delivered to us. Digital tools and support that support learning across time and space and at the hands of learners allow for this possibility. So I invite you all to think deeply about what does the new paradigm look like for us? How do we move it out of the conceptual of the big vision to the meaningful, defined vision of how our system is going to make this living and actionable? Thank you.
I would like to thank you, thank Jennifer Grove, Dr. Grove, for her contribution. Before moving to the second round, let me summarize what has been said. Ms. Ming-Se talked about how learning environment and how physical spaces matter on how we perceive school culture. And then she moved on to the relationship between school design and pedagogical practices, especially in the context of teacher to students and student to students relationships. Then Professor Bin Malik, he delved into the matter of the place of virtual space, especially in the aftermath of COVID pandemic. Then he moved on to the discussion of the purpose of education and the purpose of teaching and learning processes. Then he focused on the values that we should have to create global citizens. And he stressed the need for educating our children to develop their skills of mutual respect. Finally, Dr. Grove, she stressed, she talked about mainly the new paradigm of the education and the need to be aware of the implicit biases we have because of the traditional way of looking at things and because of the old paradigms. Probably our vision is somehow deteriorated. So she stressed that need to be aware of our biases. She also mentioned the fact that we need to collaborate building up the new paradigms. So that was the kind of notes that I took from the first round. So we are moving into the second round. And we can start with Ms. Ming-Se again, please.
Yeah, I wanted to expand on what the two speakers have already talked about in terms of how COVID-19 has changed our perception on the instructive role of space. So our research team shifted during COVID-19 from teaching and learning in the physical space to teaching and learning in the digital space and then in the hybrid space. We listened and we explored teacher and student perceptions of the digital and hybrid pedagogy at this very uncertain time. And during the height of COVID-19, everyone in this room will remember experiencing the silence, the isolation, and then the global rapid shift to virtual learning in synchronous and asynchronous environments. Now, the technological and pedagogic challenges of learning the new practices of new virtual learning spaces for teachers and students were heightened by digital inequity in infrastructures and skills for teachers and learners, as well as learning to develop inclusive pedagogies in hybrid and virtual spaces. Teachers also struggle with digital ethics and new ethics of care in the digital classroom. We were all learning at the same time. And in effect, when we were talking to the students, they felt that technology was trying to catch up with what teachers and students were trying to do, or trying to accelerate student interactivity through the screen. In parallel, the challenge of a substantial mental health burden on children in lockdown and social isolation has significant negative effects on social environments of our school culture and social interactions between students and their teachers. Students reported feeling more anxious, depressed, fatigued, distressed, disengagement than prior to the pandemic. Current research indicates the importance of considering social contact interactions as we move. We're back in the space, but actually we're still dealing with this heightened level of anxiety. Lancet recently reported that cases of depression rose by 53 million globally as a consequence of the pandemic, and 28% above pre-pandemic levels. We're still dealing with the impact of this. Post-COVID, we've learned that teachers and students feel that the bricks and mortar of physical schools matter more than ever than before. Students actually value their friends more and community more than ever before. The question now is, how do we nurture the social environment for learning in a formal and informal way? Our school spaces help us nurture our sense of identity and belonging. Great spaces make us feel inspired, that we matter, help us feel part of this greater community. Learning is very much a social practice. The post-COVID landscapes actually change all our lives, and the two speakers have talked about this, but the holistic learning space have changed. Even if we say, oh, as much as possible, we've kind of gone back to a new normal, but we're now reconceptualizing this as like a donut. So students are now immersed in this holistic learning environment that's at the heart, in person and in the classroom, and can be sort of conceived as physical, but the experience is actually reinforced by all the digital capabilities and tools that enhance that in-person experience. And that student experience is now very immersive. The boundaries between physical and digital are actually blurred and expansive. And we talked about how those walls are kind of disintegrating. UNESCO Future of Education Commission just said that the transformative education should entail the construction of new education environments and healthy and safe spaces that enable teaching staff to effectively use their judgment expertise in designing student learning that goes well beyond the constraints of traditional classrooms. But Jennifer's absolutely right. But we can, as students are concerned, because we're in this space where there's a climate crisis and concerns about sustainability grow, we need to re-look at our school estates and our school buildings. So it's about trying to understand how we optimize the physical buildings that we have and how we optimize pedagogies within it, how we can transform practices within it. Buildings, as everyone knows, are actually the biggest polluters in the world. The way we build them in embodied energy, in the concrete and water that we use, but also in the way that we light them and the electricity we use, the air conditioning we use. So it's actually part of our job to think about the buildings we have and how we transform them. I wanted to kind of talk about different examples of how we can use this acceleration in digital transformation post-COVID to enhance the heart, the physical school environment. We can use digital and visual virtual capabilities now to expand beyond the limits of physical classroom. You can actually virtually access museums of the world, bring objects from the British Museum into rural classrooms in the opposite corner of the world, bring an astronaut in the International Space Center into a science class anywhere in the world. In parallel, we can think about inclusivity and inequities. We can use digital and virtual capabilities to support access and inclusion, give access to students with long-term illness, let them into the classroom from their hospital bed. Give personalized additional support for students with learning differences. Currently, lecture capture capability is one of the top requests from university students to support the environment. We're talking about global citizens, but Interestingly, lots of students, especially where English is not their first language, where English is a language of instruction, found Zoom lectures much easier to understand because they can slow it down, go back to it. We're also piloting a project with UNESCO in Uganda where we're developing hybrid support networks, a model for teacher training and thinking about teacher shortages. 44 million additional teachers need to be recruited globally to meet universal primary and secondary education by 2030. In sub-Saharan Africa, it's especially affected, with an estimated need for 15 million new teachers by 2030. Can we use hybrid technologies to create teacher training networks from urban centres where we have teachers to rural classroom where the shortages are the most chronic? In summary, I'm often asked, what do the schools of the future look like? Well, I say, what do teachers and students want them to be? I would say that research points to school buildings should nurture the social practice of learning, flexible spaces to learn, to talk, to laugh, and just be together. Because, as we've talked about in all these panels, critical thinking, creativity is much more than beyond content. This morning's panel discussed the importance of student-to-student learning. How do we design school space to allow that to happen? Active collaborative learning requires different spaces to traditional classrooms. But we can talk about outdoor spaces. We talked about learning in the world and bringing the world into the classroom. I think teachers can be great role models if we teach teachers to collaborate, creativity and team working as models of the contemporary workplace. I say often that as an architect, I cannot build a school on my own. I need engineers, carpenters, builders, craftsmen. And so it's a multidisciplinary collaborative process. I'm adding an M to your STEM. In some cultures, music is embedded as a part of the core curriculum. Learning to play in an orchestra, sing in a chorus, or group drumming, it actually teaches the art of collaboration. You have to listen deeply to players next to you and harmonize with groups, make music together. The music vibrate in the space between the players. This skill is a great example of learning through collaboration and teamwork that gives students the interdisciplinary collaborative soft skills for problem solving that we need in the global workplace, and especially where we're in a world with so much conflict and distress right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mingse. Next, our panelist, Professor bin Malik.
Okay, thank you.
Take the floor.
Thank you, Professor Mustafa. It's quite interesting when our previous speaker talking about bringing the world into the classrooms. And I feel it does remind me of one of our teachers who recently won Best Teacher Award in Malaysia. He teaches, his name is Nazmi, Cikgu Nazmi or Teacher Nazmi. He teaches in a rural area and refused to move to town and cities, prefers to stay in that rural area because he found his passion and happiness while bringing the world into the classroom of those students living far away from civilization. Thanks to the internet and nowadays thanks to Starlink that we have, so the connectivity of internet, we can expose our students to the world abroad and trying to instigate their imagination, try to instigate them to imitate the astronauts, try to push them beyond their comfort zone to imagine how they can be those people that they can see on the net. And he succeeded in that. And a lot of students that he produced were full of creativity and managed to put themselves in a lot of boarding schools. And coming to that, I still remember some experience that I would like to share, maybe nothing new for most of you, But for us in Malaysia in 2018, 2019, we made Speakers Corner in every schools as compulsory, in which Speakers Corner, we not only expose our students to oratory skill, public speaking skill, but also for them to present their case, their projects, and they started to learn on how to express themselves, trying to communicate with others, and everybody on the equal footing. You know, from year 1 to year 12, everybody can express themselves, started learning on how to communicate with others. And for that, we also tried to bring people from outside to come to school to explain to the students, especially among the parents, what they are doing. For example, just now I mentioned about carpenters, farmers, and engineers, lawyers. They come to school and try to explain to the students, oh, I'm doing this and this and this. This is what I'm doing to pay my bills. The nature of my work is this and this. Even at the early stage. And not only that, we try to make UNESCO Club as compulsory in all learning institutions. When you talk about UNESCO Club, it's not only about UNESCO, it's about SDG. I hate to SDG washing in everything that we do. Nowadays became a trend. People, most of educators like to be SDG wash, trying to talk about sustainability. But again, I mean, that is the goal that all of us share, and it could be crystallized through the UNESCO clubs, which they have their activities, they have their projects, and all those projects that have been shared with us in the videos was wonderful. And I think it's a must to bring the students outside the class and to bring the environment and the world inside the class. But for that, we are always talking about students. We forgot about the teachers. Teachers who are happy will make teaching and learning process happier for the students. So never neglect teachers' common room. In some countries, teachers don't even have space for themselves. So this is where I still remember during my time, we make it compulsory for every school to have teachers' common room. It's mandated. Because we believe if teachers are happy, the students will be happier. But before we go furthermore, I would like to highlight two things. Number one, the collaboration between tertiary education institutions and schools. It's a must. We used to live with the spirit of university for the society, in which universities, colleges must work together with schools in order to expose the students on facilities, on the life of universities and researchers. Trust me, our students will get matured fastly if we get them connected with tertiary educations. This is all about physical things. What about virtual things? So remember, we tried to make a joint venture with Roblox company. You know Roblox game? In which we know that, I'm not sure about other countries, but in Malaysia, we have this issue of mismatch of career. Students studying something in their college life ended up working in something else, in different specialization. Why? Because we never make full use of AI, we never make full use of machine learning, big data, in order to understand where is the potential of the students before they choose their programs in their tertiary level. So what we did then, we tried to gather all the data, all the information of the students since preschooling until their final grade at a high school. And from there, they'll be guided by AI, they'll be guided by machine learning, they'll be guided by deep analytics on which professions suitable with them. And we were initiating on how to make full use of games like Roblox and others and their virtual avatar and their virtual life to understand their psychometric. Each time they play games, each time they choose, each time they make decisions, the machines, the AI, will help us to understand the psychometric, the psychology, and also the pattern of the potentials of every student. That will benefit not only the schools, but also the nations. In order to avoid mismatch, and also we can communicate with the industry to provide them with skillful, let me say, skillful workers or skillful talents that's suitable in order to push the agenda of the nation forward through industries. So this is where we initiated Big Data Committee in Minister of Education, but then the change of governments then, and they just abandoned that project. And now with the new government, with our new Minister of Education, I hope she will continue what we have started then. And most importantly, talking about IR 4.0, or I would say IR 5.0, we should introduce TVET at the very earliest level, even at the primary level. Just now we were talking about introducing engineering to students at the younger age. Trust me, certain toys, certain, let me say, I would say people normally looking at Lego, toys, but I'm more interested in Fischertechnik that been used by our German friends. I know some of you have exposure of Germany. They have these toys called Fischertechnik, which help the students, which help the kids to understand engineering concept and get themselves familiar with it's kind of Lego, but it's more technical in nature. We were trying then to make this kind of toys available in every school, beginning from the preschooling levels. But, talking about technology, talking about everything, we must never forget about culture, arts, music, and literature. Children must be exposed to culture, different cultures. Children must be exposed to arts and literatures, world literatures. They must understand that the world is very colorful, the world is very beautiful with its diversity, that they should appreciate it. Otherwise, if you have any schools which don't embrace cultures, embrace arts, embrace music, literatures, we will produce a lot of robots. We will produce straight A students, but they are very potential to become terrorists, to become robbers, or to become dictators in their future life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor bin Malik. The last but not least, we are moving on to Dr. Grove for her final speech.
Thank you. So I'd like to use my final 10 minutes to talk about how we engage students and teachers in the co-design of physical environments, but more broadly. As I said earlier, I see it as a complex system. All of these variables work together to make this new paradigm possible. And I hope it's a fitting question as we conclude this summit, or almost conclude this summit. How do we do this? How do we bring our current systems into this new land? So it's incredibly important that we include students and teachers in the co-design process. We talked yesterday about how to support change, which is indeed the most difficult task. When we try to direct people into a new direction, it's a much slower and more difficult journey because you did not engage them in that walk. So some of the biggest difficulties can be the traditional ways we have or have not supported students and teachers to be participatory, collaborative, co-designers in the environments that they go to every day. Much of this difficulty can be because we consciously and unconsciously don't support and engage them in the work. We decide what it needs to be and then guide them to do it or ask them to do it, rather than asking them to participate with us in creating that final destination. When properly supported and put in empowering structures to really do co-design work, they can be powerful partners to help bring us to this new destination. Thankfully, there are many examples that are long-standing and well-researched examples of what these schools can look like, of what these systems of education can look like. And they've been doing this for decades, and it's a really wonderful resource for the rest of us to be able to see, what does this look like in practice? How do they do this? And in many of those models, at the heart of it is agency for the learners, agency for the teachers, and co-ownership of the learning environment. There's one model in particular, which was referenced earlier, Lumiere. It's a network of schools I used to work for, and I studied them first as a researcher. They were one of my favorite examples and one of the most powerful from a learning sciences perspective of what an innovative model can look like. And by far, there's many wonderful, innovative things about that school model, but the most powerful is that the learners participate at least once a week in an event called Circle, where they get together and talk about, how is this school doing? How are we doing? Do we like how it's organized? Do we want to make changes? Do you want to pass new ways that we decide we're going to structure our project-based learning? And consistently, whenever I would visit these schools, I would see kids 7, 8, 9 years old say in these circles, not only things about how the school is run and managed, but say things like, I'm starting to get worried about Tim, who's 9. I've noticed he's not as engaged. I'm really concerned about how he is. How are you doing, Tim? Can we have a talk about that? It's the most engaged, heart-centered, and community-based schools I've ever seen. It's incredible. So no matter how significant or difficult it may feel, and I often see in schools to do transformation work, the real challenge for us is to support them in doing structured innovation. How do we help them to intentionally walk the pathway to the new model? Again, we have lots of great examples from other industries. Innovation, transformation, long studied and innovated, built by other industries. We have lots of great models and tools and examples of what that can look like as organizations make transformations. And so our work is to help bring some of those practices into schools, but most importantly, intentionally support them in a structured manner to get to that new destination. And very often in schools, I see that's the missing piece. Thankfully, in the last decade or so, the conversation about innovation in education has been significant. We've seen a lot of discussion and a lot of movement on schools bringing innovation practices into their environments. But usually that missing piece is moving it from practices we do to structured work, where they use it to get to a new model of teaching and learning. And so I want to talk about ways in which you might be able to support schools in doing that. For I guess over 20 years now, we've been doing that work with schools. And during the pandemic, believe it or not, we actually worked with the Qatar Foundation, their research group WISE, if you might know them, to build an innovation hub model for their network of schools in Doha. And so while we often support individual schools to innovate, to try new practices, new pedagogies, new digital tools, and then those structured feedback cycles, what worked about that? What didn't work so well? How might I tweak it next time? How are we going to work together to move this in a new direction? We built a hub of resources that supported all of those schools doing that work. And so often schools have to innovate alone. They have to work by themselves to find this pathway and find researchers or innovators to come in and work with them. But when you build a centralized hub of experts and people who understand what this new model of teaching and learning looks like, they've seen it, they've visited other schools, they know the technologies well that can help make that possible, and you create that as a centralized resource that supports many schools in a network, you're providing rich resources and supports that those schools need and have to find on their own often. But more importantly, you're creating knowledge flows. You're creating ways in which a whole network of schools can better share practice, better share innovations that are locally contextualized. Oh, the school down the street did that? Sometimes that's an easier change or innovation to adopt than learning about one in another context or country. So I really want to encourage thinking about how you can support schools in building their innovation capacity. How can you engage teachers and learners in that journey? Because time and time again in this work, the most powerful new schools, the schools that emerge into this new paradigm, did so because they did the culture building to engage teachers in the work. They let them get messy, get their hands in the clay. And yes, it's true, not every teacher wants to do that. That is true. And that's one of the challenges of this work. It's hard change management, ultimately. But at the same time, what I also see time and time again is when you really engage them and give them voice and co-design capacity, you engage them tremendously. Now they care a lot. Now they're all in. Now they're invested. And for learners, I just want to make a strong plug for agency. This is a piece of agency. This is a part of them having control and say over their learning environment. Not only the way it's organized, but I want to make a plug for agency at the core of this model that we're talking about, because it isn't always implied or isn't always in practice. And for me, that is the foundation in which all the other things we talked about over the last 2 days sits. If we engage our learners and tell them to sit down and wait to be told what to do next or what to learn next, and then ask them to go out into the world and be hands-on change makers, taking control of their lives in the world, that's a big gap to jump. So it's our job to create safe spaces where they can blossom, they can bloom into self-awareness and self-agency and self-direction. And collaborative engagement to take control inside a safe space so they're better prepared to do that as adults who are going to have to face some really difficult challenges and problem solving in our world. So the last things I'll leave you with are just some good design questions. I always think a question is better than an answer if you get the right question. So a few reflective questions I'd love to leave you with. How can we empower our teachers to get involved in this work? To collaborate, explore, learn together, and build together where we want to go. And second, how can we empower learners to have agency in this learning environment as co-owners of how we do teaching and learning? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grove. Actually, thank you all for your inspiring speeches. Before having the questions, I would like to share with you 3 messages that I picked up from the speeches of our panelists. The first one is there's a need to optimize schools, not only the whole thing, the concrete walls, but other related parts such as lights, air quality, etc. The second message, never neglect teachers, because the happier the teacher, happier the students are. The third message is the change process in design should include teachers and students as co-designers. I got many other messages as well, but I ran out of space, so I had to limit my messages. So it's time for question and answer. Please. Can we have the microphone, please?
Thank you very much. I have a question for architects, school building designers. We are talking about transforming school environment for a better future, etc. But today we have another problem also. For example, in Africa, quarter of school-age children has no school to access. There is no school building at all. Sometimes there is teachers, but they have to sit in a garden, no walls, no roof. And it's a big problem because there is no school. There is demand, but there is no offer. For example, I remember an example of Mali. in an island, there is an autonomous school. They said autonomous school. It means the students should build their school first, and then they can access the school. My question is, can architecture contribute to improve this capacity with low budget solutions, for example? Because as a member of Turkish Maarif Foundation, I'm aware of the budget burden of building a school facility, etc. Thank you very much.
Do you direct your question in any of our panelists or anyone? Actually, you can.
Yeah, shall I?
Yeah, I think you are.
Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
We can.
Yeah, boy.
I have a really good example, actually. So the European Skills Foundation actually just announced the Green Skills Award 2023. And 3 of the top projects were self-build projects. So one of the examples is in Morocco, where architects worked with the community on pro bono social transformation, social justice type work, where they transformed a garbage dump, and they did rehabilitation of they cleaned up the land, and they actually taught the local community how to make clay bricks, and they reinvented and restored local crafts of clay making that have been lost. And through that, they've built a horticultural school. And so through that, not only does the local community have a school to teach workers, but they also are growing, they are now becoming a community hub for growing food and just understanding what a sustainable future is. And they're actually now teaching other villages around them how to make these clay blocks to build new structures. So that's a really good example of how architects can support the type of work we need to do to increase access to education.
I'll just add to that, again, reconceptualizing what we even think of as spaces. So the great work of English researcher Sukhachu Mitra, many of you I'm sure know, put a computer in a hole in a wall in India and left it there for 3 months and just observed what happened. And what happened was dozens of kids taught each other a whole bunch of stuff without any adults. So that's not much to set that up, right? So I'm not saying we should only do that, of course, but that's one example of what it might mean to reconceptualize how do we support learning in this space or in the spaces that we have in this context. So that would be my design question. And then using tools like human-centered design, IDEO's work, they put out lots of great resources on this if you're not familiar but interested in figuring that out. That's what those tools are great at. For this context and these people, what will work well here? So that's just one example that comes to mind.
Thank you. Okay. Let's. Then we will go down there.
Okay. Let me first of all begin by appreciating your efforts, your expertise in this particular sector, the social changes and sustainability, as well as that of school architecture and the instructive tools for spacing in schools are quite commendable. Now, your discussions has really shed more lights towards creating a sustainable and inclusive learning environment that will certainly promote positive social changes. For me, Professor Ibn bin Malik really has touched my way of thinking. I come from a state where insurgency has really affected the entire sector, ranging from the social changes to school architecture. I come from a state in northern Nigeria, Borno State, where as way back as 2009, I'm sure this hall will be a living witness, where the insurgency erupted, a lot of our own activities, especially towards education. Today, our people are displaced. Communities were displaced. Families were separated. Lives lost. Infrastructures destroyed. Teachers were also displaced. The entire learning sector has been in comatose. Here we are today talking about leading change in education. My coming here could not be a coincidence. For the students of history, will definitely remember that Turkey and Nigeria, and specifically Kanem Borno Empire and the Ottoman Empire during the reign of Sultan Murad III in 1575, signed a treaty that really helped Borno State. During that time, there was crisis in Borno State, and Sultan Murad III in 1575 sent military equipments with instructors. Here I am today in the midst of the Turkish. We have a problem in Borno State, a problem of education, particularly education. We need support, we need partnership that will really transform the education sector in the state. I would not want to ask questions. Let me digress a little bit and talk about the Turkish Maarif Foundation. I'm talking to you because your presence has been noticed in over 50 countries in Africa, or rather in over 50 countries. Unfortunately, Nigeria, where I come from, is not among the countries that Maarif Foundation has been partnering with. And here we are, coming all the way from Borno State, Nigeria, to attend the 3rd Istanbul Education Summit. We need support, we need partnership that will transform our entire education sector. I'm not asking a question, but I'm using this opportunity because Professor Bin Laden has said, Bin Malik has really said, there is a need for global transformation where there has to be a love, peace, and happiness, where every citizen should have equal access to education. If we must have that equal access to education, we need your support, we need your collaboration, and indeed, we need, strengthen our institutional capacities by providing knowledge sharing, capacity building, and indeed a lot more in terms of providing learning activities to our school. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I think Maarif Foundation got the message.
Dr. Muhammad Idris. I am the Honorable Commissioner Ministry for Basic and Secondary Education. I am also from Nigeria. I want to follow suit and appreciate what Maarif Foundation are doing for the betterment of humanity. I also want to attest to the fact that very soon there is going to be a collaboration between Maarif and my state, and Borno State is a neighboring state. When Professor Muhammad decide to visit us somewhere around January next year, inshallah, I will endeavor to take him to Borno State.
Inshallah.
My own is actually a question. I want to believe that the former minister of the Malaysian Ministry of Education has made very, very important and cogent and verifiable submissions. But I look at him as very, very ambitious, very, very ambitious. That in education, while we appreciate the universality of education, we have to believe with that there is need for us also to be cautious. When we open, let me start with a question to Maarif. Sometimes the topic we are given are so porous and are so wide that probably the lecturers may not give the topic the type of attention it deserves. When you are talking about space in school, school is a general term. What type of school do you mean? Do you mean formal school, informal school? Do you mean the kindergarten? Do you mean the secondary school? Do you mean the university? Most of the submissions being made here are actually not applicable to the secondary and kindergarten. So sometimes we actually have to be very, very specific. So I want to say that when you say that schools should no longer mean, a space that is accommodating classes, a school should mean the whole world. That will also take us into a very serious danger of copying whatever that comes from people that are to a large extent sometimes against our core value and against those cultures that we hold so dear and near to our heart. Now in Nigeria, you see books that are coming, they are alien to our cultures and they don't have regard for our values. Do you say we open all the space for every Dick and Harry to give us the type of education he wants to give us without the guidance of a teacher? And at what level shall we open up the space so that we take whatever? Imam Shafi'i was reported to have said that learning will not take place without a serious guidance of a teacher. And that also learning should respect the intellectual stage, the mental age. In education, we have mental and chronological age. Mental age should be respected. What type of education do I give my child at the age of 7? And what type of education do I give him at the age of adolescence? And what type of education do I give him at the age of adulthood? So are you now saying that we should open all our school to the whole world and garbage in, garbage out, we allow our children to take? Will that not take us into the problem of school students now that have opened the space to learn whatever, now taking gun and killing their brothers? Don't you think that this type of ambitious education would rather be very dangerous? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor bin Malik, would you like to say something?
Yeah,
or okay.
Okay, thank you thank you to Doctor for asking. When I talk about learning from the world, this is where teachers play the pivotal role in educating and shaping the mind of the students. And it should be it shouldn't be looked separately from the whole discussion about values that I mentioned earlier. So values we must never neglect. And part of it is the core values of certain community and certain society. And we talk about space, we do not talk about the role of teachers. Maybe other panels in the next Maarif conference will talk about the role of teachers in certain community and society. But I would like to touch upon one important thing. When we talk about space and education, sometimes we always thought that education is only about feeding the mind, feeding the soul, without talking about feeding the stomach. This is where the universal meal program, for me, is compulsory for every schools all over the world. It is not enough to feed the mind, to feed the intellectual, to feed the emotion, and neglecting the stomach. But what I'm talking about stomach is not only giving free meals alone. Let us look at Japan. In Japan, students are eating together in the classroom, and they are preparing the food together, serving the food to their friends, and based on rotation. Teachers eat together with them, and each time before they start the meal, the teacher will explain to them, okay, today we are eating this vegetable, this food, and this contains vitamin D, vitamin E, and why we eat? Because these are good things for our health, and those kind of things. Education will take place there. Disciplines, values, equality, sharing together food, and acknowledging each other's comes together, and in that universal meal program. I'm not sure, different countries has their different way in approaching to that, but during my visit to Japan, and I thought that this was a magnificent idea. And for Japan, they've started it since post-World War II. Not only that was meant to feed their children and to make them more disciplined, but more than that, they were feeding their children with proper food, with healthy food that makes Japan nowadays a developed nation in compared to what they were in before World War II or before their defeat in the World War II. In Malaysia, we tried to do that in 2020, but with the change of government, COVID came and whatnot, and we did not continue. And the current government, due to the economic situation, we couldn't continue with that. But for Maarif schools, maybe you already have that, but if you don't, you're not having that yet, you can implement that. Bosnia, you can start with that, or maybe you already have that. But for other countries, I think the universal meal program, it's a must. When it comes to education, education is not only about feeding the mind and the soul and intellectual, but also feeding the stomach. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Vimal. I saw two hands up there in the, earlier, please. We are running out of time, but yeah.
İsmim Ünal Yılmaz, 49.
My name is Ünal Yılmaz. I am in the education industry for 49 years. I'm still continuing. I'm not a pensioner. I haven't retired yet. First, I would like to thank Turkish Maarif Foundation for inviting such spectacular people to us and allowing us to have a mutual chat with them. My question is for Bin Milk, Masha Bin Milk. The student and teacher common classroom designs or school designs, you received the feedback from the students and teachers, I think, but do you really say that this contributed to the quality of education? So did this receiving feedbacks, etc., increase the quality of education? And also, is it only you to decide on the final design, or are there any authorities that would have a final say on the construction of schools? Because in Turkey we do, we cannot design our schools, we cannot construct the schools as as much as we can. We cannot have the final say about this. We have to get approval from many different authorities, etc. And also, we don't have many, space for the school design, for the gardens, schoolyards, etc. Do you have that in your country?
Professor Bimali'ydi değil mi? It was directed to you.
Do you mind?
Okay, sorry. You didn't hear it, right? It was in Turkish. I didn't follow it.
He was saying,
sorry.
He was saying, how do you make decisions? Like if the students are involved. Try again. Try again. Talk.
Let's see.
Just talk.
So you're right, the school design process is incredibly complex, and I think Jennifer talked about it in terms of co-creation, because it's such a multi-stakeholder decision. In the processes that we've witnessed and that I've been involved with, it's really, you need incredible leadership from the school leader, and also a supportive local government, a supportive local kind of parents association. You need supportive students. And we do a series of workshops where you do a number of exercises where you come to a communal, collective solution. And, we talked about skills for 21st century skills for our students. Engineering is problem solving. Architecture is problem solving. education in many ways is problem solving. So actually what we found in schools where we co-create or we do a heavy, intense period of co-participation and kind of thinking about the school culture and the school buildings. Students learn so much from that. It's a process of collaboration, and it actually helps culture change. And Jennifer talked about how hard it is to actually do change. But I think if you take people with you, you're sort of winning half the battle already.
Can I add something?
Okay, sure.
Just quickly, because you asked about engagement and performance, student performance. So when students are engaged in anything in their lives, particularly where they go and spend all their time most days of the week, we see engagement go up significantly. And in learning sciences, educational research for a long time, that's been one of the hardest challenges to grapple with, is how do you increase engagement in the learning environment in school. In many schools, that's the biggest issue because they drop out then, right? So as soon as you give voice and power, we always see school performance go up because they're much more engaged in their experience, in their learning. So.
Sorry, can you hear me? The OECD schools survey is actually accessible to everyone, and it has a school connectedness measure in there. And that's what we talk about. School connectedness is actually engagement. It's about social engagement and how people feel as part of the community. So that's accessible to anyone to use.
Okay. We ran out of time, so we need to wrap it up. I would like to thank our panelists for their valuable contributions. I learned a lot today here. I hope that it's the same for you. I would like also to thank all the contributors throughout the conference and organizers for this excellent event organization. Hopefully we will meet sometime, somewhere in the future, and we will keep in touch, and we will make it bigger, hopefully next year and the following years. I wish you all the best. Probably I won't see you again in the near future. Have a safe trip back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our moderator and our panelists for that insightful session. Please don't leave the stage because we, of course, have special gifts for each and every one of you. I'd now like to invite the member of Board of Trustees at the Turkish Maarif Foundation, Ömer Faruk Terzi, to present gifts to our panelists. Thank you once again for your valuable contributions.
Ladies and gentlemen, so this brings us to the end of the 3rd annual Istanbul Education Summit in Afghan. How fascinating the past 2 days have been. We had 6 different sessions, 1 high-level meeting, and also a keynote speech. And I believe whatever you learned from this summit is something that you are going to apply to your real-life experiences.
Indeed. Please stay with us for a little while longer because we do have an awards ceremony coming up in just a bit. But for the closing remarks of the 3rd annual Istanbul Education Summit, I'd like to invite the member of the Board of Trustees at the Turkish Maarif Foundation, Associate Professor Zeynep Arkan, to the stage to make her speech.
Değerli misafirlerimiz,
Distinguished guests, we have come to the end of the 3rd annual Istanbul Education Summit. We were very happy to entertain you in our summit. Maarif Foundation, being the window of Turkey that opens to the outer world, has been carrying out educational activities in 6 continents of the world. And with this education summits, we have decided to lead the education industry in the world. The world is changing rapidly, and in order to follow up the latest advancements in the world, we are coming together, the academics and experts and educational specialists. And in this summit, our theme was to leading the change in education. We hope that this contributed to you. As is said, the ignorance of the 21st century are not the illiterate, but they are the ones who forget it, who can never learn it. Ali bin Abi Talib says that for parents and for teachers, and there is a saying that is filled with scholarship. Play with your children in the first 7 years of their lives, raise them and educate them in the next 7 years of their life, and advise them, give them recommendations in the third 7 years of their lives. The physical value has always been, so far, been acquired by the natural underground resources like gold and precious metals. But today, the treasure is coming from knowledge. This makes knowledge the new foundation of development and of becoming wealthy. For a country in our day to be able to prevail in a physical and a financial and a spiritual way, and to be a prosperous country, they need to focus on the education that they provide to their citizens. Ethical knowledge is vital to shape economies and to penetrate the mainstream of economy became a must. As Turkish Maarif Foundation, we are the opinion leaders not to create a vision, but also to create and guide the people on the path to reach that vision. Therefore, each year we are coming together in our education summit, and we invite diverse education specialists from all 4 corners of the world to create a common educational vision. Ibn Khaldun, a 14th century philosopher, says that knowledge is the division between the human and the rest of the created beings. In this context, if we take another look at our summit in this perspective, we see that all our speakers have contributed to us to a great extent. The opening of our summit was made with the message of our President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who focused on leading the change in education. Our most important sessions about leading the change in education helped us understand how the principles of guiding this change, directing the change or leading the change, and self-motivation and lifelong learning and problem solving and all the know-how and technical critical information and skills in order to achieve those are only possible with ethical knowledge in our panel, in the first panel. We emphasize the challenges that threaten us as we include technology in our lives, and the paradigm shift in our collective minds are very important. The educational philosophy and paradigm shifts and the perspectives in different parts of the world and the diversity of inequalities were emphasized, and some solutions were suggested for fixing the situation. The sustainable models have been discussed. The youth panel and the school leaders sessions have contributed greatly to the summit. The key point here has been the continuous balance between education and technology. In terms of improving educational systems, technology has been deemed to be necessary. In the second century of Turkey session, we have focused on the 100th year development of education system in Turkey, and we have suggested some solutions for improving the quality of Turkish education, let's say, in the next 100 years to a greater extent. We have talked about the outputs of technology, and we talked about the challenges and the threats that the technology is putting forth, apart from benefiting education. In the last panel about the learning role or the teaching role of the space and the school architect, we talked about the importance of student and teacher participation to the architects of schools. Lastly, I would like to say something. We have to adapt, we have to raise always learning, lifelong learning children who will able to be adapt to the technological advancements, because they will never stop. We know that the individual learning is the key to do that. There is a breakdown between the classroom learning and real-life learning. We have to fix this connection between those, and we have to make schools some places that are not separated from the rest of the world. We have to pay more attention to peace and empathy and natural resources and their importance, and we have to raise environmental friendly children. As a conclusion, the technological advancements teach us that the limitation is not only the sky, but also our mindsets. I would like to thank the huge teamwork who has put their efforts in preparing this large-scale summit, and I would like to assure you that Istanbul Education Summit will continue with the endeavors of Professor Dr. Birol Akgün, the chairman of our Maarif Foundation, and also the distinguished members of our Board of Trustees. The Education Summit of this year was prepared with a great and meticulous effort by each and every member of our foundation, and I would like to acknowledge them for their valuable effort, my colleagues. The distinguished and esteemed panelists and moderators, and our dear guests, especially the ones who have traveled a long way to reach Turkey in order to join this summit. We are proud of you, and you will always be welcomed in Turkey. I would like to thank our guests, our Turkish guests who are coming from different cities to Istanbul for our summit, and I would like to thank the audience who are following us from online platforms. You all deserve a great thanks, and I would like to assure you that the next Istanbul Education Summit will be prepared with a much broader theme and much better panels. We hope that. See you next year. I would like to salute you with respect and affection. Thank you very much.
And congratulations to you and your team on organizing such a successful and exciting summit. And now it's time for the awards ceremony. Maarif students and teachers will be awarded, so it already sounds quite exciting to me. Now, Turkish Maarif Foundation organizes a photography contest every year, and this year is the 4th edition.
It is indeed. In the 4th International Maarif Photography Contest, students from all around the world are participating. They are not professional, they don't have any professional equipment, but they do have big hearts. It's really great to see the world through their lens, and with their photographs, we can of course see the world.
And this year's theme was solidarity. First of all, let's watch a video of the photography contest.
Those photographs we saw on our screens just now are part of 400 photographs from 29 different countries that took part in this contest. Now we will give awards to the top 3 award-winning photographs.
All right, let's start with the 3rd place. The 3rd place goes to Ali Abdul Ahmed from Tanzania. Ali, please. And to present the award, I would like to invite to the stage the Vice President of Board of Trustees of the Turkish Maarif Foundation, Professor Dr. Ahmet Emre Bilgili.
Tamam. Ben seni önereceğim. O daha iyi olur. Ne istiyorsun? Ben el mikrofonla o geldi aldı da.
Ali, let me quickly ask you, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling very good.
Yeah? We can see that, but tell me, what does the photograph that you took mean to you? What kind of meaning does it hold for you?
This photograph means a lot to me because it shows how to work in a teamwork, like young men are trying, exchanging different ideas. Yeah.
All right, keep it up. Thank you very much. Mr. Bilgili, you please stay on the stage with us. And now, Afna.
All right, so now we are going to announce the second place winner of the photography contest. The second place winner goes to... The second place winner goes to Ajwa Fatma from Pakistan. Ajwa, before you go, I want to get some words from you. Senden birazcık hislerini öğrenmek istiyoruz.
Yaşadığım köyde bu bir sel oldu ve
It has been 1 year. These people are helping each other on the photo, and I took the photo. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You really took a nice photo. Thank you.
Hold you on the stage for a while. It's time for the first place. And the first place goes to Ahmed Bashir Nasiri from Afghanistan.
Ahmet, gel bakalım. Şimdi bu fotoğrafı çekerken neler hissettin?
While you're taking this photo, what have you felt in this photo? Father and son. Son is helping the father. Thank you. Thank you. Very nice photo. We will take a huge applause for Mr. Ahmad. Thank you.
Sizlere de çok teşekkür ederiz. Yorduk biraz.
We thank you, Mr. Bilgili.
All right, now today, two Maarif students will also be awarded for their success in storytelling and in a short film competition. And the first place for I'm Writing in Turkish competition, please welcome Zeynep Samru from Pakistan. Congratulations, Zeynep. I'd now like to invite the member of the Board of Trustees at Turkish Maarif Foundation, Mahmut Özdil, to present the award. Congratulations, Zeynep. Would you like to say a couple of words?
ya aslında ben bir gece
Actually, I had a nightmare, and after that, I actually fictionalized that nightmare with a good end. Thank you.
All right, now I would like to welcome Rabail Nadeem from Pakistan as well, the first place for short film in Turkish competition. Rabail, congratulations, please. And to give the award, let me invite to the stage from the Board of Trustees of the Turkish Maarif Foundation, Professor Dr. Nevzat Şimşek. Rabal, would you like to say a few words? There you go.
Merhaba, benim filmimin adı Hello Friendship ve ben Maarif okulundaki dostluğu ve
We are learning friendship in Turkish Maarif School. Thank you so much.
Şimşek. Now, certainly during the past 2 days, we spoke a lot about practices, good practices in education as part of Istanbul Education Summit. We saw 8 good practices videos in total in education from different countries, and now it's time to reward them.
Right, and supporting within the scope of Maarif school culture, the holistic development of students in the education and training processes carried out in the Maarif Foundation schools. The good practices in education will continue to be shared with educators all over the world in the hope of contributing to the happiness and success of Maarif students and to the work of educators.
Indeed, and now we would like to invite all school administrators and teachers from Mali. But before we do that, I think, Efnan, we have another one.
We do indeed. I'd like to invite all school administrators and teachers from Bosnia and Herzegovina to the stage to receive their awards on behalf of their schools for the best example of A4 language dictionary project in multilingual school culture implemented in Maarif schools of Sarajevo. Please make your way to the stage. I'd now like to invite the Minister of Education of Canton Sarajevo, Her Excellency Naida Hota Muminovic, to present the award. All right, let's find out how you're feeling in this moment in time.
I'm so excited. Türkçe mi konuşayım, İngilizce mi
Hiç
konuşayım?
fark etmez. Nasıl rahat hissediyorsanız.
Tamam, o zaman kısa keseyim. Çok fazla oldu.
Cut it short. Adım Azra Kadriç. Saraybosna'dan geliyorum. Saraybosna Maarif.
Bu aidiyet duygusu çok önemlidir öğrencilerimiz.
I've been working as the Turkish teacher for the last 5 years. And with this project, I am trying to make all students learn these capacities, and this will be an idea for the other schools as well. Thank you.
All right, now we would like to invite school administrators and teachers from Mali and to receive their awards on behalf of their schools for the best example of African Maarif sports games implemented in international Maarif schools of Mali. Please come to the stage. And to present the award, I would like to invite member of the Board of Trustees of the Turkish Maarif Foundation, Dr. Mehmet Cangir. All right, I believe we have a
translator.
We have a translator. Okay, so
Live
we're going to get our
simultaneous
thoughts from
translator.
the winners in their preferred language. All right, please go ahead. Whoever wants to speak.
Benim adım Abdullah İba. İlkokul eğitim müdürüyüm. Bey İdrisa matematik öğretmeni. Arkadaşım Bey Sheikh Umar Gyara müdür yardımcısı.
My math teacher and our deputy principal. And we are very happy that we participated in these projects. We are very happy and honored to have this education. At the bottom of our hearts, we are very grateful. Thank you.
Translator, I guess we did not need it.
We didn't. They all know Turkish.
Absolutely. Congratulations once again. And I believe we can move on now to another award. We invite all the school administrators and teachers from the Democratic Republic of the Congo to the stage to receive their awards on behalf of their schools for the best example of quote, Ask Arif, use of technology in education implemented in international Maarif schools of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Welcome. And to present this award, let me invite member of the Board of Trustees at the Turkish Maarif Foundation, Associate Professor Zeynep Erkan, to the stage. All right, thank you very much. And let's see how you were feeling. What are your thoughts?
Merci beaucoup.
Okay, we need a translator this time.
Je me nomme Monsieur Beni Mouteb. Je suis directeur de la section primaire. Je suis avec mon collègue Monsieur Vicky Mavin.
We have come together with our colleagues, and he is also a teacher of 6th grade, and she's also working in Maarif schools.
Teacher in mathematics.
All right.
All right. You can continue if you want. You want to say something else?
Je voudrais parler de ces projets. C'est un...
I would like to talk about these projects. The scope of this project, the use of technologies and improvement of education, and we have made an application for the children, and we called it Arif. Ask Arif application, and children are able to learn new information in the digital platform, and thanks to this application, children will benefit from this technology. And we would like to thank you for the awards. And for Turkey Maarif Foundation, I would say that we are very honored. There are many scientific articles, and I would like to thank each and every one of our friends who work in Turkey Maarif Foundation.
Device to strengthen the ability to learn by the children, and we developed this project thanks to Maarif Foundation and its technology and support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and congratulations once again.
And now for another good practice award, we invite all school administrators
Şimdi de
receive their awards on behalf of their schools for the best example of Kyrgyz tales implemented at Maarif Educational Complex. I'd also like to invite the member board of trustees at the Turkish Maarif Foundation, Ömer Faruk Tarzı, to present the award. All right, it seems like he's not with us at the moment, but let me invite, let's invite Halime Kökçe. She's also part of the board of trustees at the Turkish Maarif Foundation, and she's also an esteemed journalist as well. So let's have her on stage with us.
We have another member of the team, I believe.
Teşekkür ederiz. Which one of you want to speak?
We thank you.
Türkçe konuşabilirsiniz tabii ki de.
Yes, you can speak Turkish. We have the Kyrgyz fairy tales and stories in this book. We have the Kyrgyzstan fairy tales and they were drawn in the book. Thank you. Thank you very much for your contributions.
And thank you very much. And now we can continue with another award for good practices. We invite all the school administrators and teachers from Syria to the stage to receive their awards on behalf of their schools for the best example of supporting social emotional development in a school culture implemented at Azaz Science and Technology High School. Please. And to present the award, let me invite Executive Board Member at Turkish Maarif Foundation, Ahmet Turkben, to present this award. Thank you very much, Mr. Turkben, and let me ask you, how are you feeling?
Merhabalar. Biliyorsunuz,
As you know, the children in Syria are in war for long years, and in their eyes, we see the light, and it's a great honor and pride for us. And one activity that we carry out with these children is a light in their eyes, and we are really happy to see this light. And on this occasion, I believe that good deeds will save the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and very strong words there. Thank you so much once again.
Wow, that made me emotional. All right, and for the next good practice, we invite all school administrators and teachers from Ethiopia to the stage to receive their awards on behalf of their schools for the best example of Maarif Career Days implemented at International Maarif Schools of Ethiopia Yeka campus. Congratulations. Congratulations. I'd now like to invite the Executive Board Member at the Turkish Maarif Foundation, Professor Dr. Mehmet Özkan, to present the award. Buyurun efendim.
Thank you very much.
Teşekkür ederiz.
Benim adım Jonas Gameda. Burada bu
My name is Mestaka. I am very happy. We are happy to be here. Thank you very much.
thank and we represent International Maarif Schools of Ethiopia, Turkish Maarif Foundation Ethiopia, and we get this all achievement on behalf of Turkish Maarif Foundation Ethiopia. We'd like to pass our gratitude to our hard worker and heroic leaders of Turkish Maarif Foundation Ethiopia, Mr. Levan Sahi, and all Maarif team. Thank you very much. Teşekkür ederim.
Biz teşekkür
Thank you very
ederiz. Tebrik ederiz tekrardan.
Congratulations again.
The school administrators and teachers from Albania to receive their award on behalf of their schools for the best example of Listen to Us school radio implemented at International Maarif Schools of Albania, Tirana Maarif Campus, New York schools.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And to present this award, let me invite to the stage Executive Board Member at Turkish Maarif Foundation, Ali Çiçek.
En son sahneye fotoğraf için çağırabilir miyiz? Son ödül Mahmut Öztürk tarafından verilecek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Çiçek, and let me get your thoughts from one of you.
We are honored to be part of this big event, and our project is so important for us because during our work we collaborate, we explore, and we learn new things with our students and all the big family Maarif. Thank you a lot.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to all of you. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations once again. And it's now time for the last but not least Good Practice Award. We invite all school administrators and teachers from Togo to the stage to receive their awards on behalf of their schools for the best example of sustainable schoolyard project implemented at International Maarif Schools. Congratulations. And I'd now like to invite the board member of trustees at Turkish Maarif Foundation, Mahmut Özdil, to the stage to present the gift. I'm going to call them for a family photo, okay? All right, let's get your thoughts. Türkçe konuşabilirsiniz, İngilizce konuşabilirsiniz, Fransızca konuşabilirsiniz. Nasıl rahat? Türkçe, tamam, güzel.
Merhaba, benim adım.
Hello, my name is Kadir Uçaceri. I am attending the Maarif schools for 3 years. I'm a kindergarten school teacher, and we are implementing the Maarif program in our school. And our project was to create the unused lands to educational buildings, and we wanted the kids to benefit better from schoolyards, and we wanted to extend our activities in classroom to outside as well. This was one of our objectives. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank all my colleagues, all the teachers on the stage and in Togo, our education coordinator and our country representative. I would like to express my gratitude to them. Thank you very much. We are thankful to you as well. Now, before we part, before we salute you for the last time, I would like to invite all our friends who have received awards so far.
With us here on the stage, so anyone that's won an award, please make your way to the stage to take a family photo, please. Buyurun efendim, şöyle. You guys can go to the stage. Closer to the stage.
You can come to the front. Yeah.
To the front. Closer to the front of the stage. Şöyle geçin. Go down from here. Go down from here, please. You guys can go down from here to the right side.
Sorry? I'm gonna go for it. You guys can go in the front.
You can go in
Go
the
in the
front.
front if you can.
Ön tarafa geçelim böyle. Fotoğrafçı arkadaşlarımıza güveniyorum. Herkesi sığdırabilirler diye.
Okay, we trust our photographers. I believe they can make it.
For our winners of the 3rd Istanbul Education Summit Awards here in Istanbul. Thanks to the Turkish Maarif Foundation for all their efforts and all the outstanding work that they have been conducting across the globe. Alrighty. All right. So in a single filed line, I can have you come down the stage from here. Watch your step.
Thank you very much, all.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you for all your efforts.
What do we have now? Is this it?
This is it.
All
We've
right.
come to the end.
Well, as I said, it's been fascinating 2 days. I'm sure whoever attended this forum got to learn a lot, and whatever they learned, they're going to apply to their life. I would like to thank the Maarif Foundation for organizing this summit, and of course to all the speakers and the moderators for sharing their valuable insights.
Indeed.
See you guys next year.
Thank you so much.